Another dude walks in on Giselle Loisben and calls her an evil witch. This merc's here to ice the dame, who's just chilling in her cell waiting to die. She asks the guy if he brought poison, cause everyone's always trying to off her that way. The girl demands he hand over the poison ASAP since it's for her to get offed. The dude wasn't expecting Giselle to be so proactive. She snatches the poison right out of his hand. This merc heard the witch was crazy, but not this out of her mind. After chugging the whole thing, she says it tastes like strawberry milk. The merc's in shock, cause even a drop of that stuff should have killed her. He decides to check the bottle, see if he grabbed the wrong one or something. Just a few seconds later, the hitman starts coughing up blood. With his last breath, he croaked, asking the girl what kind of trick she was pulling. The heroine just scoffed like, been there, seen that? Giselle Loisben was the name of the main villain from Poison Apple. Stuck at the office doing overtime, she was reading Poison Apple, where everyone bites it in the end, even the good guys. The first to kick the bucket was a minor female character, a real piece of work. In the story, the hero defeats her, and while she's waiting to be hanged, someone poisons her. It was a nasty way to go, but honestly, nobody cared. On her way home from working late, the girl got into a car wreck and woke up in the body of that very villain. She woke up in the villain's body right as the assassin was forcing the poison down her throat. The poison tasted like a strawberry milkshake, and the assassin was so shocked by her reaction that he tasted the leftovers himself. And just like that, the hired killer was choking on his own blood in a heartbeat. After that little incident, the heroine had plenty more assassins sent after her, but they all met the same fate. Every single assassin ended up tasting their own poison. Guess the killers in this world weren't the sharpest tools in the shed. At first, the heroine hesitated and was scared to take the poisons, but she got used to it over time and started chugging them down without a second thought. She even started to tell the poisons apart by taste. The last one reminded her of apple yogurt. The soldiers initially thought that the witch Giselle had killed all the assassins. Examining the assassins' bodies, the soldiers realized they'd poisoned themselves, but they still blamed the crazy witch for their deaths. The assassins easily got to her prison cell by greasing a few palms. The heroine thought this world was garbage, and yet she somehow ended up reincarnated here as a minor villain. All she could do was sit and wait to die, either by hanging or, eventually, from a poison that actually worked. The girl picked up voices near her cell. More specifically, it was definitely male laughter, which freaked her out. Scared, she called out, asking who was there. Getting no response, she figured it was a side effect from the poisons, but then the laughter came again. The girl was seriously creeped out. Could this place be swarming with ghosts? A voice answered that there were no ghosts, meaning another killer had arrived, though why he was laughing was beyond her. Loisben asked him to hold on a sec, since she'd just downed the last poison. The guy said he didn't have much poison left, so she should drink it right now. The girl got pissed. She didn't want to chug 2 poisons back to back, especially since it wouldn't even work. Unlike the previous ones, this stuff had a nasty smell. Guess this poison would finally do the trick. Though the girl hadn't even felt sick yet, maybe she'd get lucky again this time. She remembered that even if the poison didn't work, she'd still end up swinging from a rope. The girl figured this killer was something else, maybe even had powers, so she decided to ask him for a favor. The guy was definitely curious to hear what this girl wanted. She wanted him to bust her out of here if she didn't kick the bucket after drinking the poison. The killer was thrown for a loop that she was planning on surviving his poison. This new Giselle decided to take action to survive, and first, she needed to get the heck out of here. The guy asked a weird question about why she was so sure she'd stay alive once she got out. The killer reminded her that she's a witch, they'd put out an APB on her fast, and she ain't got no friends. The guy figured it'd be way easier for the girl to just bite the dust right here, right now. Giselle got pissed and told him to stop making things even worse. Okay, so the girl was a witch, but she wasn't exactly the biggest bad news in the whole world. She just needed to, act like the villainess she was supposed to be. The stranger clearly found that idea hilarious. He doubted she could pull it off. The heroine tried racking her brain about the novel's characters and the name Wayne Eyre kinda popped up. The young guy was surprised to hear that name here. The girl was totally sure that was the character she needed. Turns out the man knew this Wayne Eyre a little bit. Looks like the assassin was done with the small talk and decided to just get on with the poisoning. Unlike the previous hitmen, this one actually had a key to the cell. Giselle thought her guards were seriously messed up if they were just handing over keys to assassins. The dude charged at her, yelling she was an enemy of his fiancé and was about to die a slow, agonizing death. He lunged at her with a dagger, but she managed to dodge it. Figuring she'd rather die from poison than a knife, the heroine chugged the poison ASAP. She shouted to the killer that she'd already drunk the poison and chucked the empty bottle at him. Tearfully, she reminded him that he promised to help her if she survived. The killer replied that he only promised to consider it, not actually do it, when suddenly some weird stuff started happening. Black smoke started swirling around the guy, and a male voice out of nowhere suddenly said that the offer was interesting to consider. The guy was completely engulfed in a black cloud. Looked like some kind of magic. A few seconds later, the killer just vanished from the room. Standing in his place was a completely different person. Was this another assassin or what? Giving her a charming smile, the guy confirmed her suspicions, saying he was a mercenary. Giselle was surprised that an assassin would show her his face. Even though he was there to take her life, he was way too good-looking. Out of nowhere, the guy dropped to one knee and said he was glad to meet her. She figured the guy was about to test the poison on himself when he reached for the bottle. It bummed her out that such a handsome man turned out to be just another dummy. Turns out, the guy wasn't going to test the poison. The assassin was confident in its quality. Giselle was actually pleased that she'd finally found an assassin who trusted the poison. The guy suddenly offered to get her out of this place and snapped his fingers. A magic circle appeared beneath her feet, and Giselle had no clue what this assassin was planning. It just hit the heroine. She has absolutely no clue who this guy is. Then she remembered there was a character in the book with magical powers named Wayne Eyre. He was the one who could cast spells in that poisoned apple story. The teleportation pillar grabbed the attention of everyone in town. After the jump, the girl had no idea where she was, so she asked her rescuer. She was even a little bummed that she'd managed to escape so fast and easy with magic. The guy could send her right back if that's what she wanted. With a smile, the man reminded the heroine that if she got caught, she'd be toast. The girl realized this was dark magic, the kind the novel's bad guys were always using. The last mage was Wayne Eyre himself. In the story, he gathered all the mages and went against the main character. The girl wasn't sure about her hunch, so she asked if the guy was a dark mist mage. If that was the case, then she was facing one of Wayne Eyre's henchmen. Giselle figured she shouldn't have been talking to a black mage with that attitude. She needed to fix the situation, and fast, so she wouldn't piss this guy off. All that came to Loisben's mind was to ask her savior's name. Turns out the guy's name was Renji, he answered quickly, like he'd been waiting for the question. The heroine easily remembered character names in books, but this name was unfamiliar to her. Since she couldn't recall the name, the girl decided to try and connect it to a character based on his looks. Outside the dungeon walls, the guy didn't seem quite as handsome to her anymore, but he'd definitely stand out in a crowd. The girl couldn't remember any hero with that appearance, so he must have been a minor character in the story. The girl knew that all the mages from the Dark Mist were seriously flamboyant characters. Giselle told the guy he probably saved her on orders from his boss, Renji. He immediately shot back that the boss wouldn't hear a thing about it. The guy was clearly running out of patience, so he asked the girl how long she planned on standing there. Turns out they hadn't moved very far from the tower where she was locked up. Giselle was shocked they were still so close to the place she was imprisoned. She suggested they take a walk somewhere, since they were together anyway. The heroine was terrified of being left alone because she could be caught in minutes. The guy asked how she was going to make it worth his while if he went with her. From a distance, they could hear the tower guards yelling about the witch being gone. The guy figured it was best to wait until the girl had a serious bounty on her head. To get those thoughts out of his head, Giselle promised to feed the guy some intel. According to her, this info would help Renji get promoted. The girl claimed she knew the future of some folks from the Dark Mist he's involved with. That wasn't a lie, since she remembered the novel's plot, and stuff from it was already happening. For example, she could name who'd become their future leader. This kind of knowledge instantly hooked her savior. Giselle explained her insights by saying she drank a bunch of poison and got magic powers. The guy doubted you could get magic just by chugging poison. The girl kept insisting that she'd gained weird powers thanks to the toxins, so she knew a lot. It seemed to Giselle like the guy was actually considering her offer. The guards were close. They just went down the next street, didn't even glance into our alley. The girl grabbed the guy's clothes, hoping he wouldn't leave her alone here. The guy said that before she got locked up, he dabbled in some seriously dark magic. The heroine didn't quite get why he was being so intense and using such heavy language. He confessed that he had to, let's just say, deal with someone he used to work with to make it happen. Black magic's got a lot of rules, and they're different for everyone. Renji claimed he was the one who got screwed over by Giselle, and that's why he's coming for her now. He wanted to test out his abilities on her and find out a few things. The guy wanted to know if Giselle was curious about the special drink she recently had. The girl got a really bad feeling after his confession, and she didn't know what to say to him. She let go of his shirt, and the heroine got seriously freaked out. Suddenly, Renji grabbed her hand and started talking about a falling star. Now things were 10 times more confusing for her. She didn't get what some falling star had to do with anything. The guy confessed he was trying to identify something not of this world, but he hadn't finished his research, so he couldn't take too many chances. The mage got way too close, and she started falling backwards from the shock. Standing face to face with her, Renji asked the girl, "Who the heck are you, really?" It dawned on her that she'd ended up in this world because of Giselle and Renji's actions. Those two should have been more careful about who they summoned to their world. They didn't need to call up some exhausted, beat-down girl. Renji asked how many important people in the future would survive. I had to choose my words carefully, so I told him I was definitely staying put. The mage figured I was trying to cut a deal with him. He jumped to that conclusion because I dodged his last question. He asked if I knew about the dungeon the mages had built. I figured if Renji was a real pro, he'd already be reading my mind. I told him I wasn't looking for a deal. I just wanted to stay alive. I asked him to lay off the threats, okay? The mage thought that sounded intriguing. This guy was convinced I wasn't Giselle because she wasn't such a pushover. The guy wanted to know what I could possibly do for him. That simple question totally threw the heroine for a loop. Giselle thought about it for a while and finally said she could identify the taste of poison. That was a curveball, not something you hear every day. The mage was like, "Okay, how's that gonna help me?" Giselle replied that it was possible the leader of their group could get poisoned. That statement hit the mage hard, and he started to think. Feeling confident, Giselle declared she could be his poison taster. The guy was still silent, hard to know what was going on in his head. In the end, Renji didn't hand the heroine over to the soldiers or sell her off, but now here she is. This new world is a total nightmare with a seriously messed up vibe. And now the main character's stuck working at some kind of magic shop. Everything here was weird, but especially this doll that was probably cursed. The girl sighed heavily. She absolutely hated being in this place. Basically, this was a place that sold not just magical stuff, but straight-up cursed objects. Giselle figured the guy was running some experiment on her, seeing if she'd croak from the cursed stuff. The guy didn't trust her and told her to prove her loyalty. Her job was to serve customers and tell the difference between different poisons. The girl asked if she really had to taste the poisons. The guy wanted her to take the poisons and identify them, so Giselle thought Renji was the absolute worst. She wasn't about to start her career at rock bottom. The girl had been stuck in that shop for 10 days now, and the doll was her only friend. The main character heard a voice asking if she'd actually named the cursed doll. The smiling guy said Giselle was definitely one weird chick. That was 10. He works at the store as a delivery guy, but he wants to be a full-fledged mage. The girl, looking annoyed, told him she wasn't crazy. She totally lost it when 10 said that crazy people never think they're crazy. He was surprised she even took a job as a salesgirl in a place like that. Giselle didn't know why the guy was being so nice to her and figured it was because of the store's reputation. The guy decided to leave the boxes of stuff near the counter. We had tons of customers come through, but nobody bought a damn thing. It was starting to feel like they wanted to buy something, but always bailed at the last second. 10 pulled the poison out of his bag and handed it to Louise Ben. She knew right away it was oxydurian, cause the poison stinks just as bad as that fruit. 10 had no clue what she was talking about, cause the poison was completely odorless. Guess she's the only one who can smell poison, huh? She remembered Renji mentioning something like that. The delivery guy said his goodbyes, calling her Crazy Giselle again. The guy left, and she was alone again. Renji hadn't checked in for 3 days now. It finally clicked for the girl. This was her shot to bolt. Stay here, and she'd be nothing but the mage's lab rat. She figured she'd grab those vials as payment for 10 days of work. Getting her stuff together didn't take long at all. It was scary as hell, but she had to move fast. The girl eased the door open, taking the first step towards freedom. She slipped out quietly, eyes darting around. The girl hoped there wasn't any kind of magic lock keeping her here, that she could just run. She picked up speed quick, looked like she was almost home free. The girl was trying to figure out where to find a ride, remembering one of the customers talking about some kind of wagon. What the heroine saw next was the last thing she expected to find here. She slammed on the brakes, trying to figure out what the heck was going on. The street was crawling with knights, looked like they were hunting for someone. Hiding, the girl tried to eavesdrop on what the soldiers were saying. Taking a closer look at the posters on the wall, Giselle realized they all had her picture on them. She was in total shock, realizing she'd been working in a store right next to the soldier's post. The heroine felt someone behind her, and it was freaking her out. A familiar voice right next to her ear asked why she was just standing there. She turned around, hoping it wasn't who she thought it was. It was Renji, and he told Giselle that if she took a few more steps, she'd walk right into the soldiers. Girl tried to greet Renji like usual, saying it had been a while. The guy snapped back that it had only been 3 days, and he looked pissed. She immediately jumped in, saying he had it all wrong, and it wasn't like she was running away. It was just her daily 10,000-step walk, that's all. She needed the exercise to stay healthy, or at least that's what Giselle was trying to sell him. The guy's face relaxed a little, then he paused for a second before asking, "So, she's saying she brought poison along to quench her thirst after a brisk walk?" Giselle freaked out. She had no idea how the dark-haired dude could have found out about that. She stammered that if you sip poison a little bit at a time, it really boosts your motivation. Then the mage asked her, what was the deal with bringing all that cash? Turns out, we need the cash to get Renji a gift for rescuing her from that dungeon. He gave this sly grin, pretending he bought the whole gift for the master thing. The guy found it kind of funny that she was calling him master now. He reminded her that back in jail, she called him a real piece of work. She suggested they forget the past and start fresh, but Renji was like, dude, it's only been 10 years, hardly ancient history. The girl stopped arguing and noticed a commotion nearby. The noise was coming from a building pretty close to them. A squad of soldiers marched out of there. This could get ugly. Looks like they're heading straight for the alley where our heroes are standing. Giselle totally freaked out, trying to figure out how to get out of this mess. The decision was instant. She grabbed the guy's clothes. A second later, she was buried in the mage's cloak, which totally confused him. Now she had a new plan. She grabbed the mage's clothes again and pulled him close. She asked him to pretend to kiss her. This girl's actions were getting weirder and weirder to the mage. She explained that if they ran, they'd draw attention, but if they pretended to be lovers, it would confuse the guards and they'd leave. The guy didn't believe the whole making out in an alley thing would work. The girl was worried and tried to convince him, but realized he didn't even care about the guards coming their way. Now, he moved in on her, pinning her against the wall. The girl was flustered. He'd pushed her too hard and way too suddenly. Looks like he heard her and he's finally gonna fake a kiss or something. Giselle's face is turning red. Even though this is just for the soldiers, it's still super embarrassing. Especially with this hottie standing so close. She's flustered, her heart's pounding, but she knows how messed up this whole thing is. The guy quietly asks her why she's so nervous right now. She shouldn't be embarrassed. She's the one who asked him to pretend to be her lover. Giselle felt like things had gone too far. Then she noticed a pair of eyes on her. One of the soldiers was staring right at her. This couldn't get any worse. Panic set in. The soldiers were saying they needed to check out this side of the alley. She started hitting the guy, wishing Renji would lean in closer and hug her tighter to make it look real. The dude just stayed totally chill and asked again what was bugging her. She saw the soldiers were still checking her out and it was seriously freaking her out. But the soldiers just walked right past them. Giselle was totally lost now. Didn't that soldier recognize her, or is something else going on here? The blonde was so surprised all she could do was ask what the heck just happened. The guy said the guards just couldn't see them. Then the mage started walking off somewhere, which scared the crap out of her, 'cause now they'd definitely get spotted. The guy took a few more steps and stopped, saying he'd gotten where he wanted to be. The mage said that as far as the guards were concerned, there was a wall blocking the spot where he was standing, thanks to an illusion spell. The girl had never heard of magic like that because it wasn't in any of the books. The book said any kind of dark magic leaves a dark trail, something that can be used to track mages. That's how the heroes found Wayne and beat him, at least that's how it went down in the story. The girl asked why the soldiers didn't see any magic traces on the ground then. The guy replied that they wouldn't have been able to see them. For powerful mages, it's no big deal to cover up their tracks, and Renji was one of those guys. That illusion info just made the heroine feel even worse. The guy didn't bring up the imaginary wall because the girl was acting pretty ridiculous. Getting angry, Giselle called the mage a real piece of work again. The guy suggested they head back to the shop and continue the conversation there. So worked up about the soldiers, the heroine had already forgotten she was trying to escape the store. She felt like a tiny chick being hunted by a terrifying cat. Her knees buckled with fear, and in a shaky voice, she asked if she was about to be tortured. The guy said he could get to it right then and there, but she immediately remembered the new poison that arrived at the shop. That's why she was heading back to the store ASAP to test it out. Giselle anxiously waited for Renji's response. In that moment, the mage thought she was incredibly adorable and couldn't contain his feelings. Once at the shop, Giselle carefully studied the poison logs. The document contained records of all the poisons she had tested so far. The guy was pleasantly surprised by how simple and easy to understand the information was. She mentioned that all the poisons tasted like fruit. This blonde kept rattling on about poisons, but inside she was boiling, pissed that the boss wasn't giving her any reaction. Truth is, Renji never wanted her for this job, and he sure as hell wasn't gonna admit it. The guy gave the girl a good look. She was strung tighter than a guitar string. This woman was a total enigma to him. She was scared of any kind of pain, yet she gulped down poison like it was water and was down to work with the worst of the worst. He was getting seriously curious about who was really hiding inside his old acquaintance's body. Out of nowhere, the mage asked the girl her name, which totally threw her for a loop. He clarified that he wanted to hear her real name. The girl clammed up, weighing all the possible fallout from her answer. Then she gave the name Giselle Loiseben. The guy sized up her answer and knew right away she wasn't about to spill the real beans. She looked like a carbon copy of Giselle, but her personality and the way she talked screamed that she was someone else. The biggest difference was what she expected from people. Totally different from the real Giselle's deal. He played along, acting like he bought that Giselle was actually her real name. The heroine couldn't figure out what the mage was really getting at. After that, they got back to looking at the girl's research on poisons. The blonde got all bent out of shape because the mage didn't trust her, like she's some harmless person. The guy just didn't trust anyone, plus he saw her trying to bolt. He reminded her that she also lifted some cash from him. It dawned on her that he was gonna dock her pay for it. She asked if she was gonna get stiffed on her paycheck because of what happened. Giselle started demanding a salary, 'cause she'd been working her butt off and risking her neck tasting poisons. That was just more proof that this funny girl was definitely not Giselle Loiseben. The girl felt like a chick who'd been spared just 'cause she was weak and cute. Just then, the guy raised his hand, grabbing the blonde's attention. A violet-black glow started radiating from his hand. The girl was scared he was gonna turn her into a chicken, so she decided to agree to work for food and shelter. That was super cute again, and the hero laughed again. A few moments later, the streams of light formed a small ball. 2 butterflies fluttered out of it. It was seriously impressive. The girl asked how real those butterflies actually were. The butterflies were the mage's familiars, and now they'll be watching over Giselle. These insects could communicate, but only with their master. The girl felt a pang of jealousy. She wanted to talk to the butterflies too. Those butterflies had unbelievably gorgeous wings. The mage warned her that the red butterfly's wings were poisonous. That didn't scare her since she doesn't die from poisons, but the white wings can paralyze you. Watching Giselle, Renji was reminded again that she was incredibly cute. The guy remembered that she mentioned her ability to see the future of important people. He wondered whose future she could see, and what criteria she used to decide who was important. He was still bothered by her knowledge of Wayne Eyre. The mage was curious where she knew him from. He wanted to know why, during their first conversation, she was so eager to work for that guy. The question totally caught her off guard. You could see it all over her face. She said that this guy was the biggest, baddest villain around. The blonde asked the mage to tell his boss everything she'd told him, and to help her get a job working for Wayne. The guy didn't like how badly she wanted to be with this head mage. The heroine thought working for the great mage Wayne was a super high status thing. Renji asked how she planned to help the head honcho with poisons if all she could do was taste them. The girl excitedly announced she'd be testing his food for poison, becoming his personal food taster. The blonde was burning with enthusiasm and begged him to set up a meeting with the head mage. Smiling, Renji replied that he couldn't make that happen. The heroine couldn't figure out why the mage shot her down so fast. He figured if the girl had to taste his food, she'd be stuck hanging around the boss all the time. Plus, they'd have breaks for tea and dessert. She had no idea what he was getting at. So, she'd have to spend all her time with the boss? Giselle didn't see anything wrong with that. Renji wasn't down with that scenario at all. He wanted her watching the shop, and her pay would match the work she did. The word paycheck instantly piqued the heroine's interest big time. But the paycheck wouldn't show up until she became a permanent employee. The guy was already leaving, but the heroine told him to hold up. She came out from behind the counter and confidently strode towards Renji. She stopped dead, and you could see the determination blazing in her eyes. The guy felt a sudden shift in her whole vibe. The mage figured she was cooking up some scheme, maybe trying to get close to Wayne so she could take him out. To make sure that didn't happen, the man decided to take action. With a snap of his fingers, the mage summoned his familiars. But out of nowhere, the girl started talking about needing a work contract and about unfair treatment towards women. She demanded the guy clearly state her salary and the length of her probationary period. After that, the blonde went back behind the counter and started rummaging around, looking for something. Renji found it hilarious. He'd never met a girl like her. That's exactly why he didn't want to let her go and was planning on keeping a close eye on her. With the familiars watching over the girl, Renji started visiting the shop less, giving her the chance to take walks. She knew she was being followed, but she didn't mind the company of such beautiful butterflies. Besides, those walks showed the mage that she wasn't planning on running away. The creak of the door announced someone entering the shop. It was 10, and as usual, the guy was in a great mood. The heroine asked him to call her Giselle from now on, since she was a trainee on probation. Now that she had an official contract in hand, working felt easier. The heroine knew that with the contract, she wouldn't be handed over to the authorities or become expendable research material. The girl saw the employment contract as a guarantee that she was untouchable and would survive in this world. This time, 10 came to buy a doll, and Giselle suggested he pick one out himself. The dude was freaked, thinking he'd be cursed the second he touched that doll. The girl explained that it's the objects here that are cursed, not the place itself. After paying up, the guy practically bolted for the exit. The heroine figured she'd be totally lonely without that cursed doll. Her familiars reminded her that she wasn't alone. She was used to them being around, but she still couldn't get enough of them. The blonde remembered seeing some kind of dark gunk on the mage's fingertips that day. She figured Renji's power must be off the charts. The sound of the door opening announced a new customer. She smiled and went to greet the person, but didn't get the chance to finish. This dude was seriously pissed, slammed his hand down on the table, hard. He grilled her, asking if she was the one Renji took in. The heroine was totally lost, didn't get what this guy was even on about. The guy was convinced she'd somehow strong-armed Renji into springing her from the slammer and sticking her in this shop. This dude was losing it because this place was supposed to be his. The stranger demanded to see the mage, but she told him he wasn't around and that he should leave his number. This guy was having none of it, said you couldn't trust a word she said. Then 10 bursts into the shop, cause he heard all the commotion. The guy bolted for the door, promising he'd be back. The heroine was like, what the heck was that all about? After a while, she sat by the railing, just watching people go by. The spell let her chill and observe what was happening near the alley. Because of her pictures plastered all over, the blonde couldn't just stroll into town, but hanging out in the shop all day was getting old. She was wondering if sticking around the shop was even the right move. Her character was just a side role, which meant she probably wouldn't run into Sir Wayne if she stayed put. But that weird dude freaked her out, so she figured she should ask the magician for another warding doll to keep the riffraff away. Butterflies started buzzing around Giselle like crazy. Looks like her familiars were trying to tell her something. Her second thought was maybe the butterflies were just trying to get it on right in front of her. They must have read her mind, 'cause they froze up real quick. They came at her hard after that, and she figured they were chasing her back to the store. Giselle was totally confused because nobody should be able to see her behind this illusion wall. Not far away, a tall knight caught the girl's eye in the alley. He was talking with other soldiers, looked like he was the one in charge. The soldier's gaze was fixed right on the alley where Giselle was hiding. The heroine noticed how incredibly tall this guy was. His bright green eyes and light hair really made him stand out from the crowd. This guy looked like a real knight straight out of a romance novel. And this dude kinda looked like Dylan from that Toxic Apple story. That thought seemed to kick off a whole train of thought for her. It took her a second, but she realized it was Dylan. What the hell was he doing here? Just then, his eyes locked onto hers. The second their eyes met, she freaked the hell out. She grabbed a chair and bolted into the shop, the butterflies fluttering after her. She knew the illusion magic hadn't worked on him. The blonde remembered that nothing magical worked on this guy. She burst into the store in no time. She frantically chained and locked the doors and slammed shut all the windows. Now the store looked like it had never been open in the first place. According to the book, after Giselle's execution, Dylan goes back to his village. Only thing that makes sense is the story's gone completely off the rails. If Dylan catches the heroine, she's definitely a goner. Giselle told her familiars to get their master here, ASAP. There was a racket outside, sounded like someone was trying to break in. That door was locked up tight, thick chain and everything, guarding the shop. Pretty quick, the noise stopped and it went dead quiet. The girl was still freaked out, clamping her mouth shut so she wouldn't scream. Hard to say how long Giselle was stuck like that, frozen in place. Once the guy was gone, the heroine finally let out a breath. She knew Dylan wouldn't head back to the village until she was pushing up daisies. Still, the girl was just a side character. Dylan didn't need to be hunting her down so hard. The blonde remembered that, in the book, Giselle threatened the main character's life, and she was just starting to feel like things were getting back to normal. It was still unclear why Dylan showed up there. Maybe she was wrong about everything. Maybe she just freaked out for nothing and ran from the alley for no reason. Everything outside looked normal, so she decided to chill and open the shop. She unlocked the padlock and carefully cracked the doors open. She was still scared, afraid to take a step outside. Just then, this weird dude showed up and asked why the shop was closed. This nutjob customer picked the worst possible time to show up. This dude said he's got something to drop off for Renji. She was surprised he cooled off so fast after their last chat, but she didn't know where Renji was either. Honestly, she was also really curious why Renji wasn't showing up at the store, even though he was still sending supplies. Since the boss wasn't around, the guy offered to let her just grab the stuff from the cart herself. She figured the delivery must be pretty big if the guy couldn't bring it in himself. The cart was outside and she needed to grab the stuff quick, 'cause it was blocking the road. She really didn't want to leave the store, but she couldn't just ditch the delivery. The guy was rushing the blonde, saying he didn't have time for chit-chat. She was worried that if she refused, she'd get canned from her trial period. She decided she'd just run out to the cart, grab the stuff and hustle right back. The girl saw the cart really was blocking the road. You couldn't even squeeze through the alley. The guy suggested she climb inside for the box, and he'd take the goods from her right there. She thought the delivery guy should bring the package right to her, but he said she might break it taking it. The heroine geared herself up to climb in, even though she really didn't want to. She hopped into the wagon and took a good look at the cargo inside. There were way too many boxes. No clue which one she was supposed to grab. The guy told her she needed the bottom box, the one right next to her. Giselle was annoyed, since the guy could have at least marked the box she needed. She reached for the box that was closest to her. Someone behind her ordered her to freeze and pressed a sword against her neck. It was Dylan, the very guy Giselle was dreading to run into. She didn't even have to turn around to know who was behind her. Looks like this dude's gonna be the end of her in this lifetime. The redhead popped his head in and reminded them he was promised a reward for helping catch the villain. Now it all made sense why the knight showed up so damn fast. Dylan yelled at the driver to get a move on. He didn't have to say it twice. The guy snapped the reins hard. The sudden jerk threw Giselle off balance and she tumbled onto the crates. But Dylan wasn't fazed at all by the carriage's sudden lurch. The girl claimed there was some kind of misunderstanding and asked him to put the sword down. The sword got even closer to the blonde's neck, scaring the crap out of her. Looks like this guy was seriously ready to send the villainess to the afterlife. This dude thought he was dealing with one of the most dangerous and vile baddies out there. The heroine said that she's constantly mistaken for some Jezebel chick, and it's happening again. Dylan clearly wasn't buying that load of bull. The girl realized her lie wasn't working and asked where they were headed. The guy just replied that the dark magic was getting stronger. He figured the girl had embraced this magic, but she had no clue what he was talking about. The blonde insisted she was a pure soul and didn't mess with dark magic. After that, the girl repeated that she wasn't the person he was looking for. The knight wondered about the girl's weird behavior, figuring it was either the booze talking or she was straight up possessed. Not that Dylan cared either way, he was still gonna take out this villainess. Giselle thought this dude had some serious split personality action going on. One minute he's a charming hero, the next a total psycho. The girl decided she was just dealing with a seriously messed up pretty boy. Before offing the girl, Dylan was gonna exorcise the demon he thought was inside her. The heroine had no clue what this guy was rambling on about with the whole demon thing. Either way, her danger sense was screaming, and that sword at her throat wasn't exactly helping her relax. The girl remembered the book's plot. There was a scene where a mage got executed for making a deal with the devil. They burned the mage with white magic, the complete opposite of black magic. A second later, the girl declared that she wasn't possessed, but Dylan definitely had some demons of his own. The knight wasn't expecting that kind of answer, and he even had to double-check what he'd just heard. The girl figured innocent people don't threaten anyone, but the devil was about to ice an innocent person. That explanation just made the knight even angrier. The girl accused Dylan of missing the point, asking what good was his power if he couldn't tell the difference between a criminal and an innocent person. If the last thing she said pissed him off, this made him flinch. He grabbed the girl by the throat and started choking her. At some point, he decided to ask the heroine what was bugging him. He needed to know how Giselle knew about his abilities. He demanded the girl give him the name of whoever told her about his gift. Giselle felt her strength leaving her. It looked like this was it. Suddenly, a weird glow started surrounding the knight's hands. Neither he nor Giselle had ever seen magic like that before. It was the effect of the familiars. They were trying to save the girl. The pollen started affecting the knight. He realized it was poisonous. The man stopped choking the girl and spun around towards the butterflies. He had to hurry before the insect's magic took hold of him. He admitted that was a pretty slick magic trick. Then, with one strike, he sliced both butterflies in half. Giselle was in shock. Those familiars were like close friends to her. Dylan turned back to the girl. He was gonna finish what he started. He addressed her by name, Giselle Loiseben. The guy didn't even finish his sentence before a magic circle popped up between him and the girl. Violet mana with these nasty black flecks started oozing out of it. A pillar of energy blasted out of the circle, aiming right at Dylan. The knight managed to react and deflect the attack with his sword, but it was a close call. The magic pillar was growing bigger, fast. Looks like Dylan was starting to realize who was slinging this magic around. The pillar of magic attacked the blonde again, and at the same time, a second magic circle appeared right behind him. The knight didn't spot the second circle, so it was only a matter of seconds before he was toast. Now there was just as big a pillar of magical energy right behind him. He blindsided the knight, locking him up and yanking him forward. The guy knew he was screwed the moment he got yanked back like that. Seconds later, the knight was sprawled on the ground, a few yards from the tent. Looks like he ate some serious dirt on that fall. The girl still didn't get what happened. She was totally lost. Renji's voice told her she'd better move or she'd be next to fall. His voice was so out of the blue, she actually almost bit it. She could feel the guy closing in on her. The heroine turned and looked at her savior. She couldn't believe Renji came to bail her out. Right away, she tried to explain she wasn't trying to bolt. Renji knew what went down, so explanations weren't needed. Giselle said sadly that she didn't off those butterflies. The guy could see how bummed she was about losing his familiars. Renji took another step, closing the distance between them. He pulled back her hood and gave Giselle a real good look. Then he said she still had something else to tell him. She wasn't exactly getting what Renji wanted to hear from her. Giselle apologized for taking off and leaving the shop. After that, she thanked the mage for saving her bacon. Looks like she hit the nail on the head this time, 'cause Renji looked pretty pleased. The girl figured she should have thanked the butterflies first for protecting her until the guy showed up. Renji said the butterflies were his familiars, so they didn't need a separate thank you. But she didn't see it that way, so she thought, again, that her employer was a real piece of work. Renji asked if the girl had any idea how tough it was for him to get to her. Giselle was more interested in whether the butterflies could survive getting sliced with a sword. The mage stated he'd attach those butterflies to her as observers, and she went and offed them. The guy never actually answered her, but from his reaction, Giselle figured the butterflies were okay. After that, Giselle wondered if Dylan was still alive. It was bugging her, since that character was the main hero of the novel. The mage was surprised the girl was so worried about the guy who almost choked her out. She called Dylan a villain, but still didn't want him dead. The guy said she must really have been into Dylan to care so much about him. The real Giselle definitely loved the main character, but Renji knew damn well he was looking at someone else. She remembered Giselle's feelings for Dylan were like a full-blown obsession, and it was totally one-sided. She decided to play the part of a fragile girl, still shaken up from the attack. Guess that little act didn't work. The guy just turned her around and said it was time for them to get going. Giselle didn't get her savior's weird reaction. Renji conjured up the magic circle she was already used to. A few seconds later, the heroes warped to the shop entrance. Even though the girl had been through this once before, she was still blown away by the magic. The heroine wondered just how strong Wayne was, considering how powerful Renji's magic was. The mage declared that there was no time to chill, and they needed to move the store. The girl noticed that the brunette said those words with deadly seriousness. This sudden move was needed because the shop's location had now been compromised. So, the mage is sure Dylan's alive, which is good considering Dylan's the main character. The girl was thinking that Dylan would need time to recover, and nervously packed away the cursed items. The heroine asked where they were going to move everything. Renji replied that he'd move everything to the new location in one go. The girl couldn't wrap her head around how that was even possible, but hey, different world, right? Giselle was worried the bottles would break during the transfer, so Renji told her to stash anything fragile. The heroine remembered she got trapped because of that ginger dude. Renji replied that he was totally in the loop about what went down. His familiars filled him in on everything. He knew right away who'd come to see her. So, the mage knew the whole time, but didn't bother stepping in until she was getting choked out? With a menacing look, the mage asked if she was curious to know what happened to that traitor. That super creepy tone killed Giselle's desire to learn the truth about the redhead. The guy told his assistant to come stand next to him. She freaked out, thinking he was going to show her something messed up, and flat out refused to go near him. She came closer after the guy swore up and down he wouldn't pull any stunts. He reached for her neck, which totally took her by surprise. The mage said she had a bruise on her neck, left by Dylan's hands. Renji gave her a real close look, making her blush again. She said bruises are nothing. The important thing is she didn't get torched. Renji pressed her on the torched thing, and she said the hero mentioned something about a devil. But the only devil around here was Dylan, choking her and spewing a bunch of garbage. Whenever she got riled up, she reminded Renji of a little chick, and this was no different. She realized she'd said too much since the original Giselle was head over heels for the guy. Renji was glad her heart wasn't broken over her ex getting hurt. After that, the mage told her to never call Dylan darling again. The blonde realized she'd screwed up because the head mage, Wayne, definitely wouldn't be happy that she had feelings for his enemy. Renji was glad the girl wouldn't be calling the main character darling anymore. The guy figured that even with a busted leg, Dylan would rally his troops and show up here fast, so there was no time to chill. The dark-haired guy told the heroine to pack her stuff while he set up a magic circle. After that, the guy totally ignored the girl since he was focused on making the circle. Giselle just had to watch her savior in silence and think things over. The guy finished making the circle and told the girl to come over to him if she was done packing. He yanked her towards him pretty hard, and she barely managed to stay on her feet. She sat down next to him and felt a wave of magic coming from the circle. The guy pulled the heroine closer and told her they were heading out. A few seconds later, the place was empty, leaving only traces of magic behind. On the other side of the city, a teleportation light flared. This place was way bigger than the old shop. Looks like the teleport really took it out of Renji. He looked completely wiped. The guy stumbled a little and the heroine noticed right away, asking if he was okay. To stay on his feet, Renji leaned against the door. Turning back, he told the heroine that her room was right through here. The guy suggested she get some rest, but Giselle could see that the mage needed it more than she did. The dark-haired dude decided to close up shop for a while and told the girl to get some shut-eye. The heroine wanted to say something else to the mage, but he quickly disappeared behind the door. She was worried about the guy. He looked totally wrecked after teleporting. She wondered if Renji would go get some rest or get caught up in some important stuff. Fatigue hit her like a truck. She felt weak as soon as she hit the mattress. She knew she'd gotten incredibly lucky today, that things ended the way they did. At one point, she actually believed she was gonna bite the dust today. She'd never been so freaked out in her entire life as she was in that wagon. The heroine swore to herself she'd never fall for a scam like that again. A few moments later, the girl was already sound asleep. Meanwhile, Wayne arrived at the mage's headquarters. He scanned the reports from his subordinates. Looked like everything was on schedule. He was hoping the troops wouldn't catch on before the whole thing was ready. Bedro approached the head mage with the latest intel. He got close and whispered the information, making sure no one else could hear. Wayne ordered his people to double-check that everything was set for the transfer. After that, the head mage and Bedro left the headquarters. They were headed to a fancy palace with a killer garden. They walked up to the door and knocked, not saying a word the whole way. The door finally opened and the mages stepped inside. Reiji was sitting there. He asked if they'd found the guy. Wayne bowed and said the guy wasn't dead, but the dark-haired dude clearly wanted a different answer. The mages who came in noticed the head of the house was definitely not in top shape. Besides the sweat pouring off him, Renji's complexion had completely changed. Because Dylan showed up out of nowhere, the dark-haired guy had to move that massive shop all by himself. Bedre wondered why the dark-haired guy didn't come to the estate right away, and why he even revealed the shop's location. Wayne figured it was all because of the spy's actions. Renji ordered them to expose every operative in the city and eliminate anyone who got in their way. Wayne needed to get back to the city and hold a few rallies there to distract Dylan. The subordinates immediately confirmed they would carry out all the orders. After that, Bedre risked asking Master Renji a question. He wanted to know why the mage brought Giselle Loisbin with him. Renji said the girl was his employee, which totally threw his assistant for a loop. The mage's assistants couldn't figure out why their boss hired someone everyone was looking for. Renji knew all the risks, but decided to keep his thoughts to himself. Grinning, the guy said the girl was on probation and that she was his personal staff. The mage was alone again. Finally, he could chill for a minute. He sat in complete silence, his mind buzzing with thoughts of crazy Giselle. He summoned his familiars to tell him what the girl was up to. He asked if his employee was asleep since she'd been through the ringer today too. The butterflies replied that the girl crashed almost as soon as they teleported. The guy called his coworker a dummy and got up off the couch. After that, he and his familiars headed downstairs. The staircase was crazy long. He walked up to the door and stopped. The entrance was sealed with magic. A glow appeared in Renji's hands, getting brighter every second. A protective circle lit up on the door. The seal was being broken. Renji was pissed. He just couldn't balance the magical power. In the end, the guy decided to use a gate to teleport. Seeing what a mess the room was, the mage figured he'd need to call someone to clean things up. After that, he went into Giselle's room. The girl was sound asleep and didn't hear Renji call her name. the heroine was totally relaxed, and Renji found her a pleasure to look at. The familiars wondered if they should stick around and keep an eye on the blonde. The butterflies wanted to clarify the previous order, where Renji had allowed them to let her die. Only now did the mage remember that he'd given the familiars that exact order when he left them with his colleague. He also recalled Beidro's words. The guy was right. She's wanted everywhere. The guy never wanted beef with Dylan, but when he grabbed Giselle, things went sideways. The man gently touched a strand of the heroine's hair and decided to let things play out. The mage really enjoyed watching the girl sleep. He didn't want to leave her room. Meanwhile, things weren't exactly peaceful back at the heroine's palace either. The main character of the book felt like total garbage after his run-in with Renji. The girl cleaned the wounds using water and magic. Viviana finally finished treating the injuries, and Dylan thanked her for it. She didn't think thanks were necessary, since she was supposed to help. Dylan told Charlotte that the witch had teamed up with a dark mage. Viviana was bummed to hear that news. The guy wanted her to stay at the palace, but she was determined to go with him. Dylan was pissed, reminding her she'd almost kicked the bucket multiple times because of that witch. She just replied that she'd heard rumors Giselle Loisben had turned over a new leaf. He wasn't calming down, saying they shouldn't pay attention to rumors. The heroine thought they should give her a chance to redeem herself, that she could become a better person. Dylan figured the only way to fix that girl was with a cleansing fire, plus the witch might go after Viviana again. The guy was worried Charlotte's recklessness was gonna get her into serious trouble. He was trying to tell her Giselle was way past redemption, and there was no point in trying to save her. Even so, the main character still felt sorry for the witch. Dylan thought Loisbane wasn't worth the trouble, and he'd take care of the witch himself. Seeing she couldn't change Dylan's mind, she just asked him to be careful. As he was about to leave, Vivian spoke to him again. She pointed out that Dylan didn't know anything about Renji. Reluctantly, the guy admitted he really didn't know anything about this dude. Charlotte wanted to know where the dark-haired guy was and what he was up to. Not wanting to continue the conversation, Dylan just walked out and went to do his own thing. The next morning, the lights were already on at the new cursed items shop. Giselle, finally rested, was beyond surprised. Standing right in front of her were a bunch of villains straight out of that Apple novel. The youngest of them was actually chatting it up with the heroine. This guy's name was Sulyan, and he was a medical researcher, also a doctor who, shall we say, experimented with his patients. He took the wrong medicine as a kid and stopped growing. The truth is, he's actually an old man. If I remember right, he gets caught and loses his head. If Giselle's memory served her, the swordsman behind him was Gilberton, one of Wayne's soldiers. The woman was Windria, Wayne's right-hand woman. She's a necromancer and the organization's healer. It felt like she'd stumbled into some kind of villain fan convention. Sulyan said, all thoughtful-like, that he'd heard Giselle was a total nutcase, and he was starting to agree. The girl shot back that wasn't true, and more importantly, how the heck did these guys even get into a locked store? Another dude stepped up and asked Giselle to confirm if she was actually hired to work at the shop. Turns out it was Beidro, the building owner, and he just wanted to meet Giselle. He mentioned her trial period was 1 month and she was surprised he knew about it. Then Beidro turned to the goons and asked what the deal was with Giselle being crazy. Right then, Giselle wanted to strangle Renji and take back every single thank you she ever gave him for saving her butt. The girl snapped, telling them to just call her Giselle, not Crazy Giselle. One of the bad guys called her Crazy Giselle again, and she was about to lose it. In the distance, Giselle could hear Gilberton and Windria agreeing that she was definitely off her rocker. Sulyan just figured the girl took the wrong meds or something. Eventually, the girl told them to give her a shout if they needed anything. The guests thanked her, then called her Crazy Giselle again. Finally, the guests decided Crazy Giselle was a mouthful, so they'd just stick with Giselle and then they introduced themselves. Turns out Beidro invited all these people to the shop. They were there to help sort through the stuff in the store. Giselle was surprised how helpful everyone was in this world. Before you knew it, the store was buzzing with activity. The blonde turned to the building owner, who told her to call him by his name. Giselle asked if Beidro could get in touch with the boss. The guy said the boss was tied up with some urgent business, so her organization members were helping out instead. Renji explained to Beidri that Giselle can't touch cursed objects because she's timid and innocent. Looks like Beidri came to the shop to keep an eye on the assistants and Giselle. The girl wondered if all the bad guys are really all that bad. In just a few hours, the shop was sparkling with order and cleanliness. The crew decided to grab a bite, and they started chatting casually around the table. Sulyan moved to this city because his clinic is here. Windria's lab is above this shop, and Gilberton's house is right nearby. The girl thought it was awesome that they worked so close to each other. She even said it was a real villain's hideout. Sulyan lamented that he didn't have any ointment on him for those marks he saw on Giselle's neck. Windria figures those marks are probably from some kind of curse. The heroine just throws up her hands and says there's nothing to worry about, it'll all fade in time. Gilberton snaps back that her bruises are the result of some seriously messed up light magic. The girl's kinda lost on what messed up light magic even means. The guy declares that kind of magic is basically poison to people like them. The heroine's surprised that light magic can even be poison. Turns out opposing magics always react to each other like poison. Giselle was thinking that this light magic power might not have affected her at all. Sulyan explains that the strength and type of magic are things you're born with. But the mana Dylan's soldiers use is something they acquire. The heroine's starting to remember reading something like that in a book. The girl couldn't figure out why white magic was messing with her so much, seeing as she wasn't even a mage. Hungary said the girl's body was tainted by dark magic because she'd made a deal with a mage and tried to use his power. The girl needed to get her head straight, so she jumped up and offered to grab everyone some more grub. Giselle spaced out, stopping right in front of the mirror. So that means she did use dark magic, and this mark on her neck isn't just a bruise after all? Sulyan declared that white magic users were all heartless jerks, and how could anyone choke someone so sweet? The guy added that even if she was nuts, you still shouldn't go around choking the main character. According to Windria, no mage had ever survived a fight with Dylan, so they were seriously lucky. Sulyan added that he'd love to get his hands on Dylan's blood for research, seeing as he's the mage's biggest enemy. Hearing the villains drool over getting Dylan's blood and body was pretty messed up for the girl. Out of nowhere, Gilbert showed up next to Giselle and asked her to take this thing. He said it was a weapon against Dylan and called the creepy round thing by name. It just hit her. The thing in her hands was cursed junk from the shop. The guy was surprised. He had no idea the round thing was cursed. Sulyan chimed in, saying she better have something to protect herself against Dylan, 'cause that dude usually ends fights in one shot. She remembered Dylan from the book as this awesome hero who always got what he wanted. The heroine realized she shouldn't have mentioned his abilities. That was a screw-up. Dylan's real top-secret power doesn't even show up until the second half of the novel. Now that Giselle knows his secret, Dylan's gonna want to find her and take her out. Windra told Giselle not to sweat it. If Dylan shows his face, they won't just stand around doing nothing. She's joined the villains' organization, which means she won't be alone anymore. Giselle didn't want to put them in danger, so she said she could handle everything herself. Windria ruffled the heroine's hair, saying that if adults offer help, you just say thank you. Then, Windria kinda casually mentioned that Sulyan wasn't exactly an adult. The girl was overwhelmed with gratitude and tears welled up in her eyes. The villains freaked out, thinking something was wrong or her neck was acting up. The heroine said she was okay, it's just that no one had ever said they'd protect her before. In her past life, she always had to do everything on her own. Her new friends were still worried about the girl's emotional state. Sulyan reminded them that they had Gilberton, so there was nothing to worry about. They promised to show her a special hiding spot. The girl calmed down and looked at the round thing. Around these people, all the cursed stuff suddenly didn't seem so dangerous. Finally, Giselle was alone in the store. Ever since getting sucked into this world, meeting Dylan and those creeps, everything's gotten way too complicated. The girl yelled out that it was about time the only employee opened up the shop. The heroine was planning to make as much dough as possible, and a voice from behind added she'd get paid on payday. Giselle almost had a heart attack when Renji popped up behind her out of nowhere. She chewed him out for sneaking up on her like that. Renji said she must be dumber than a rock if she didn't notice him. He said Sulyan, Windria, and Gilberton all noticed him right away, but she thought she wasn't anything like them. The guy figured she'd hit it off with that group of people. By then, she was done unpacking and had even gotten some rest. She was about to keep talking, but she noticed Renji's expression. It had been a while since they teleported, but he still looked rough. He brushed off her question about how he was doing, and instead asked why Giselle was crying. Then he guessed that the villain's talk about protecting her really got to her. He complained that when he saved her, she barely even thanked him. The blonde realized those measly words of thanks might have bummed her savior out. She replayed the events of that day in her head, and now she saw something weird about them. The girl thanked him again, saying how grateful she was for being saved. Out of nowhere, Renji put a yellow scarf around Giselle's neck. Then he carefully tied it on. The girl was totally shocked by what he did. The scarf looked amazing on her, and it covered up the bruise marks too. The guy said it was just a temporary fix, and next time he'd definitely bring something else. After that, he stepped back and told the girl to pack her things. Giselle didn't get it. Where was she supposed to go, why, and how could she leave the store unattended? Renji decided to give the girl a tour of the city right then and there. And just like that, our girl ended up in the bad guy's neighborhood called Banhell. Once outside, Giselle was surprised how noisy and crowded the street was, right next to their store. Renji explained that this was the liveliest spot in the whole city and had all the best shops. The biggest store in Banhell was right next to their place. Traders with all sorts of treats come here all the time, so she can always pop out and grab some. Seeing all the delicious stuff and smelling those incredible aromas, the blonde thought she'd died and gone to heaven. Then it hit her. Something didn't quite add up. How could they stroll around and shop here when they're supposed to be the bad guys? That question made the guy smile. Giselle had just shown again how innocent she was. He reassured her there was no danger here since they were far from the capital. That answer satisfied her, even if she was still a little uneasy. The blonde remembered that, according to the book, only villains and criminals could enter this district. Anyone caught committing a crime around here gets booted out of town, pronto. To avoid trouble in Banhell, people learned to mind their own damn business. Giselle finally chilled out, realizing she could walk around this city without getting shanked. The girl suddenly remembered this city was part of their leader Wayne's territory. Renji didn't like hearing about the mage, so he reluctantly admitted she was right. The guy asked Giselle to be straight with him. How much did she really know about Wayne Eyre? She knew a little about him, the organization, and his future plans, but not what he looked like. The mage wanted to know if the girl was holding out on him, keeping secrets. The blonde couldn't answer, but her stomach, growling like a damn monster, answered for her. The pair went to the nearest cafe where Giselle ordered like a whole damn buffet. Renji watched with a sense of peace as the petite girl devoured those huge portions of food. Stepping out of the cafe, Giselle was in high spirits, totally stoked about the local cuisine. She happily skipped down the street, finally free from having to hide. She was starting to think of Banhell as her second favorite city. At that moment, she looked so damn cute it took his breath away, and he couldn't say a thing. As they walked side by side, the blonde guy got curious about what her absolute favorite city was. Their peaceful chat was interrupted by a cart that nearly ran her over, if not for Renji's quick reflexes. She blushed at how close they were, but managed to thank her savior. The two of them silently watched the carriage that almost sent Giselle to the great beyond rumble past. The rules in this town are messed up. If a carriage hits a girl, it's somehow her fault. The heroine was totally freaked out by the rules in Banhell. Renji, though, was just amused by her reactions and how she refused to accept them. The blonde asked what the consequences would be if she kicked up a fuss about the injustice. The mage, with a terrifying grin, replied that with a big enough commotion, nobody would notice a quiet little incident. The girl was already starting to regret calling this place her second favorite city. She figured she'd be a whole lot safer just hanging out at the shop. But Renji thought that all she needed for protection was to bring Gilberton along. Giselle found it weird that the guy was offering her the organization leader's guardian as backup. The guy was surprised she thought Gilberton was just Wayne's escort. The girl got a little ticked off that the mage was laughing at her mistake. After Renji explained that Gilberton was just following the boss's orders, he added that he could protect the heroine himself if she asked. The girl took that to mean the boss had asked Gilberton to protect her. So Sir Wayne already knows she exists? It'd be awesome if he visited their shop. Renji clearly wasn't thrilled that she was so eager to see Wayne Eyre. She wanted to see him because she thought the boss was incredibly good-looking. The guy couldn't deny that Wayne was definitely handsome. Giselle remembered that, according to the book, the boss had beautiful silver hair. Renji felt bummed hearing his subordinate was so desperate to meet him. Then Giselle straight up asked Renji to set up a meeting so she could see the silver hair. The guy was super surprised she was so fixated on seeing some silver hair. Mage was curious about what Giselle thought of dark hair, so he asked her. The blonde was surprised that Mage was getting jealous of her master's good looks. Renji was starting to crack, and he blurted out that their leader was totally ugly. His words pissed her off, and she decided to leave to end the conversation. Her reaction bummed him out, but he didn't want her to see it. He remembered Giselle mentioning she knew the future of some big shots from the Shadow Syndicate. Mage caught up to her and decided to press her about her knowledge of those VIPs' futures. The guy asked if she knew anything about the future of a man named Dylan Stash. The girl was surprised by the question, but quickly replied that she knew his future. After that, Renji asked what was in store for Dylan and if he'd be taken care of. Giselle said Stash was going to get whacked, and then Renji asked who was doing the deed. The heroine dropped the name Wayne Air and she sounded dead certain about it. Renji just smirked when he heard that. He said he understood Air's play. The guy looked pretty damn pleased knowing what was coming for his buddy. Giselle was totally lost. Why was Renji so happy to hear Dylan was gonna bite it? She figured the hate probably went way back, like they were old enemies or something. The guy walked over to her and said it was time they got moving. The blonde was still trying to wrap her head around why he hated the guy so much. The two of them made it back to the shop entrance pretty quick. The mage said he had some business to take care of and she was off the clock for the day. He raised a hand to her face, a ball of magical energy already forming in his palm. A second later, butterflies so familiar to Giselle burst forth from it. Renji said the red butterfly's name was Ren, and the white one was Ban. She was overjoyed to see her old friends, and even more so to finally know their names. The mage told her the familiars' names so she could communicate with them, something she'd wanted for ages. At first, the girl didn't realize she now had the ability to understand insect speech. She was sure that even without any special knowledge, she communicated with the butterflies just fine. Just then, the butterflies chimed in, saying they'd been trying to warn her about danger, but she, being a dummy, thought they were just getting busy. The girl felt totally embarrassed about her thoughts, and Renji could only snicker quietly. Back in the shop, Giselle started wondering why Wayne had assigned Gilbert to guard her. She was dying to finally meet this guy and actually talk to him. The butterflies were convinced she had a thing for strong, handsome dudes. Giselle was getting seriously tired of the butterflies' chatter. She figured they were getting back at her for that thing that happened. Those familiars were on her case about eating so many cookies and telling her to hit the gym. The butterflies were saying that if Giselle didn't make some changes, she'd never find a boyfriend. The heroine wondered how the bugs communicated with their master. Turns out they can only talk when Renji gives them the go-ahead. That sucked, because the blonde was hoping to chat with Renji through them. Then the familiars added that if she was ever attacked, their master would know instantly. The heroine decided to get back to analyzing the info about the novel she read, and Dylan in particular. She told her familiars to stay out of her hair while she's working, so they gotta keep it down. Her character showed up at the end of book 1, and Wayne Air was in book 2. Viviana's gonna pop up in the second part too, and all these characters are gonna cross paths eventually. At the Dark Mages meeting, Wayne's gonna try to hit the whole country with some seriously bad mojo. The novel focused a lot on the characters' feelings, but barely touched on what actually went down at the meeting. That's when Viviana gets cursed, putting her life in danger, and Giselle risked everything for that curse to happen. If that's the case, it's weird that Giselle summoned the heroine to this world, 'cause the girl doesn't even hate Viviana. The blonde decided to go through her notes again, just in case she was missing something. It hit her that things started changing the moment she showed up in this world. And if things keep going this way, the good guys might actually win, and Giselle's gonna be toast. She didn't know how to avoid death, but she understood she'd have to fight on the dark side. Even then, if Giselle breaks the book heroine's curse, her chances of kicking the bucket would still be just as high. Windria overheard the last part about curses and immediately wanted to know what curse she was talking about. The woman offered her help with curses, but Giselle didn't want her friend to know her real reasons. The girl replied that this particular curse wasn't worth bothering with right now. Windria offered to take Giselle on as her student, even though she'd never taken one before. Then Ten walked into the shop, clearly looking for Windria, and he was seriously worked up. Looks like the woman wasn't happy about the guy showing up and getting close to her. Giselle felt both weird and good seeing her buddy in the new shop. Looks like he'd been searching for Windria for a long time and was surprised to find her in this shop. This dude called himself Windria's only student, but judging by her reaction, she wasn't buying it. The blonde remembered Ten going on and on about his amazing teacher. These two were way too loud, so she decided to kick him out of the store. Their racket was giving her a headache already. She didn't know Ten could be so damn noisy. Finally alone, Giselle could get back to focusing on her notes. But her peace didn't last. A bunch of customers walked into the store. The whole time, the red butterfly was keeping an eye on the girl. It was sending info to its master through some kind of mind link. Renji listened closely as his familiar told him what was going down at the store. He sighed, bummed that his hopes for her having a chill day off were totally dashed. She used to just wander around the alley by the old shop, but now my girl's really hustling. Guess she just got tired of having so much time off at the new place. Hearing him call them filthy mages snapped the guy out of his daydream. That punk who almost got Giselle killed by Dylan was spitting insults like crazy. The interrogator kicked the spy hard in the chest, sending him sprawling. One of the guys there wanted to take his head off or at least rip out his tongue. Renji called for Wayne. The silver-haired guy was ready to follow orders. Renji stepped closer to the man. He had an important question to ask. The boss acting like that made Wayne a little nervous. Getting up close, Renji asked if he could take custody of this spy. Wayne was cool with Renji handling the spy. Smirking, the dark-haired guy thanked Wayne for understanding. Wayne told his guys they were free to go. After that, the man locked the doors, making sure his assistants were gone. To make sure no one interrupted the interrogation, the mist leader secured the handles with a heavy chain. Just then, Renji approached the spy, who started yelling that he wouldn't say another word. That's when the mage shoved a gag in the spy's mouth, which was pretty weird for a prisoner. Renji announced that the kid didn't need to say anything right now. The main thing was for him to just stay alive. Wayne decided to put up a barrier so nobody could overhear the upcoming conversation. The dark-haired guy stepped away from the spy and conjured up a chair for himself. After that, a couple of shady dudes stared down at the poor sap they'd captured, not saying a word. Renji asked his right-hand man how much juice he'd have to use to get silver hair. Wayne needed to know who exactly the boss was asking. The guy definitely wasn't expecting a question like that from his leader. Especially weird considering they had a Shion right there in front of them. Renji was asking now because he was seriously itching to know the answer. The assistant was drawing a blank on why the boss suddenly needed that kind of intel. Plus, Renji had made it crystal clear before that he wasn't a fan of hair that color. The dark-haired guy mused, saying his assistant's hair was looking pretty good, shiny and all. Wayne was totally blindsided to hear that coming from the most powerful mage around. To give the leader some kind of response, Wayne bowed his head to Renji. Then he turned to the dark-haired guy and asked if his hair really shined that beautifully. To end this ridiculous situation as quickly as possible, Renji told his assistant to get lost. Wayne gave the leader a friendly warning about the dangers of reckless magic use. The warning was especially relevant after the dark-haired guy teleported an entire store to Banhell without any prep. The mage replied that he only did it for the sake of the store employees. After that, the guy's relaxed expression changed to a dangerous one. He remembered that Dylan had left traces of his mana on Giselle's neck that day, and this city was the best place to hide. The traces could be removed over time, but it would take patience. The mage still remembered his enemy's face from when he suddenly appeared right in front of him. Renji told his assistant to drop by his shop after work, said he had a big fan waiting for him. Wayne asked if he was talking about that intern. Renji confirmed it and added that he'd be making her a full-time employee soon. The guy was lost in thought. He had a hard time believing Giselle liked that kind of work. Renji smirked when Wayne concluded that the rumors about Giselle being crazy were true after all. In a way, the rumors were true, because the Giselle they know now is definitely different from the original. Renji felt a warmth inside knowing that he was the only one who knew the truth about her. He liked being the only one who saw the real Giselle Loisabenne. Just then, the hero's gaze suddenly turned menacing again. He just remembered he still had a spy sitting right in front of him. The mage stood up, ready to end this traitor's life ASAP. In that instant, the captive knew his time was up. With a smirk, Renji approached the guy, ready to mess with his head, then cut him loose. Wayne couldn't believe Renji was just gonna let the spy go. The dark-haired dude figured Dylan would be gunning for him now. Renji planned to scramble the spy's brains and release him as an empty shell. The boss wondered if Dylan would even notice the difference in their spy's behavior, and the mage also wondered if the noble Viviana was missing him. The day was winding down, and Giselle was bored at work, even with 10 around. For hours, this dude had been whining non-stop about Windria not being at the store yet. That's when the girl noticed some black dust swirling around her. She figured out quick. It was poison butterfly powder, which meant 10 was in deep trouble. Red buzzed up to the girl and told her to keep it down, saying the blonde was ruining her nap. Giselle tried to shoo the familiars away, but they flat out refused to leave. Meanwhile, 10 was still bawling his eyes out because his teacher dumped him. Since the guy wasn't snapping out of it, the heroine decided to take matters into her own hands. Just then, Renji popped up right behind her, out of nowhere. With a creepy grin plastered on his face, he asked what exactly she thought she was doing. Renji pointed out that he'd moved the shop to a much more spacious location, but it looked like Renji had moved the shop right to her boyfriend of all places. The girl was freaked out, wondering if they looked like they were hooking up. The mage thought knowing the lover's name was pointless. He wouldn't remember it anyway. She blurted out that she didn't need to find a lover, she already had someone to care about. That last line definitely piqued the dark-haired guy's interest. After that, the dude smiled, patted her on the head, and said he just got the wrong idea. Still, he was curious why 10 was crying in his store. Giselle said he was just a guest, and Renji was surprised the delivery guy was coming so late. The girl seized the chance to point out to her boss that customers were ignoring the store hours. Like Windria trying to ditch 10 shows up at her store at the crack of dawn. She even leaves money on the counter and grabs stuff while the blonde's still asleep. The girl understood the woman's reasons, but wasn't sure if Renji needed to know. Before long, Windria showed up at the store again, before it even opened. Renji greeted her and told her they needed to have a serious talk. He reminded her that she'd walked into a store that was still closed. Renji explained that she should wait outside until the store opens. Plus, a staff member is going through some stuff because of Windria and Ten's situation. The woman thanked him for his concern and suggested they just pretend like nothing happened. So Windria quickly bailed out of the store, grabbing a still sleepy 10 on the way. It all worked out okay, but Giselle was still a little worried about 10. It just hit the girl that her boss was at the store that early in the morning. So the dude decided to swing by and see why his coworker was so beat. The blonde shot back that she wasn't that tired, and his behavior was kinda stalkerish. The guy copped to it, admitting he just came to keep tabs on her. She just wanted to chill, since it was her break, so she told the mage to take off. Renji pointed out it didn't make sense for him to leave his own store. Giselle figured the guy could totally head home. Then she reminded him there was only one bedroom in the whole place. Renji still wouldn't budge, and Giselle started freaking out. How are they gonna sleep if there was only one room? And the worst part? There was only one bed in that room. That's when she remembered Renji had called 10 her special friend before. The thought of sharing a bed with the mage made the girl blush crimson. She hugged herself tight and freaked out, screaming she didn't want to. At that moment, the girl's behavior only confirmed the rumors about her being a total nutcase. Realizing how it looked, the girl immediately blurted out that it wasn't what he thought. Renji said he was beat, so he'd close up shop and crash for the night. It looked like the guy was heading straight for Giselle's room and her bed. Turning back, he added that the girl looked wiped, so he was giving her a few days off. What Giselle liked most was the line about him covering all the expenses, so she let him sleep on her bed. The guy didn't say anything, but he started casting some kind of spell with a snap of his fingers. A few seconds later, a bed with a pillow appeared in the store. He said it'd be too noisy to sleep in the bedroom, so she'd be better off sleeping here. Renji was acting like he really cared about his employee getting a good night's rest. The heroine woke up in a great mood since she was starting an unexpected vacation. She decided to stroll over to Sulyan's and share the news with him. The blonde was in such a hurry to leave that she didn't even notice Renji sitting at the counter. Spotting the guy, Giselle was surprised he was still there, and that he'd overheard her plans about Sulyan. Smiling, the girl suggested the mage just leave the money on the counter and scram. She reminded him that he'd promised to cover all her expenses during these days. Instead, the dark-haired guy suggested he and Giselle grab some breakfast at a cafe. The girl was surprised that her boss decided to have breakfast with her. Dude reiterated that the girl could do whatever the hell she wanted on vacation. The blonde asked the guy if he even knew what a vacation was. Renji answered that vacation was a game, but she thought of it as a break from work. The guy was surprised by that definition of vacation, while she didn't get why she had to spend the day with him. Renji reminded her that Giselle was still wanted, and this city was crawling with lowlifes. Then he asked how safe she really felt in the city. She hadn't thought about it that way, and forgot about the potential danger. But still, she could have brought Gilberton. Renji didn't have to babysit her. The guy explained that Gilberton was busy with something else today. The mage pointed out the bruises on her neck. They still hadn't faded, huh? And that's the problem Renji decided to deal with, once and for all, today. The guy announced there was a way to finally heal those marks on her neck. That was good news because it had been a while and the marks hadn't faded at all. She remembered Sulyan suggesting she carry some artifacts for self-defense. Looks like she'd just have to suck it up and spend time with her boss today. The man was surprised she was going to breakfast in her work clothes. She hadn't bought anything for herself because she'd spent all her clothing money on food to spice things up. The mage couldn't believe his subordinate managed to blow it all on grub. Renji didn't have time to dwell on the spendthrift because she was practically vibrating with anticipation for a tasty breakfast. Thinking about how much of a pain she was, he suggested they hit up a clothing store first. After breakfast and stoked about upgrading her wardrobe, Giselle was practically glowing. She was so grateful to the guy, she promised to keep being loyal to him. Thing is, she wasn't thrilled that the dark-haired dude thought her loyalty was just 'cause she'd pigged out at breakfast. Now, the boss and his girl were headed to the clothing store. It just hit Giselle that they were supposed to be shopping for her clothes. She got bummed that he hadn't brought it up sooner, but Ranji didn't see the problem, 'cause it's not like she'd eaten her way into a whole new size. Yeah, she was totally not buying that. A friendly owner greeted them at the boutique. When the saleswoman saw Giselle walk in, her face did a complete 180. Turns out the woman was a huge fan of Giselle, and she was beyond stoked that she'd come to her boutique. The reason for the hype was that Luazben was the first person ever to make it back alive from Saltia Tower. She wanted to know the details of the escape and just how many soldiers Giselle took out along the way. When Dylan came up, Renji cut her off, shoving the saleswoman aside. The guy demanded she show them something quick, said they were in a hurry. The saleswoman didn't appreciate him butting in and told him this ain't his playground. Her familiars told her to stay out of it, said their master was a powerful mage and didn't need any help. If she didn't believe them, she could just ask him herself. Giselle tried to ease the tension, jumping in to say she'd contact Sulyan and let him know they'd be late. Right then, the saleswoman wheeled out a rack with a bunch of outfits for her. First up was a dark outfit, perfect for disappearing at night, and Renji was instantly sold. Dude wanted something that looked like it'd fit him, but the sales lady reminded him it was a women's store. Picking out a new wardrobe took a while and cost a pretty penny at that boutique. Renji figured the clothes he bought weren't just good-looking, but practical for running. Giselle felt uneasy thinking she might have to run again. Lost in thought, Renji said he hoped that wouldn't be necessary. Those words just proved Dylan was dead serious about catching the girl. Renji decided carrying the bags was a pain and instantly moved them. That sudden magic trick totally cheered her up. Magic really comes in handy. She stopped, wondering if she should start learning self-defense magic. Renji was surprised by her wanting to and reminded her not everyone has magic. The girl knew it, just like she knew that magical power could be recreated even by those without magic. The guy warned her that creating magic inside yourself was extremely dangerous. The sadness in Renji's eyes when he talked about magic showed that he remembered something bad. Then the girl asked him how she could increase her magical power. The mage explained that there was an attribute that increased magical power, and its level was determined at a person's birth. So, a strong mage is strong from birth, and a weak one will always be weak. Giselle remembered the existence of divine power, and she became curious about how that magic worked. The girl believed that white magic was based on divine power, yet it was not much different from the power of black mages. Renji asked if the heroine saw a difference between magical and divine power. It turned out that there was no difference between the two magics, a revelation that surprised Giselle. She had a hard time believing the mage, even though the book didn't really go into much detail about it. Renji repeated again that there's absolutely no difference between magic and divine power. The mage didn't elaborate, 'cause they'd arrived at their destination. The girl had already forgotten where they were going and why. She was still reeling from what she'd just learned. Her head was spinning because Giselle believed divine power was like a blessing from God. But if there's no difference in magic, then what the heck is the difference between white and black mages? Renji called out to the girl who'd been standing there frozen for a few seconds, lost in thought. Looks like our girl's got a lot more to learn about the world of this novel. Snapping back to reality, the blonde realized they'd arrived at the place that could heal her bruises. They approached the door. Renji had already rung the bell when Giselle walked over to him. Nobody came out and the door didn't open. The girl started getting a little nervous. Moments later, the door cracked open, but something was seriously off. Dark energy started pouring out of the house. Renji instantly knew what was about to go down. He spun around and said, "Scratch that, we're not going in there." The next thing she knew, he was holding her tight, but she was still totally lost. A split second later, a massive explosion ripped through the place, leaving nothing but a black cloud, rubble, and raging fire where the door used to be. Renji's quick thinking and protective shield saved them from getting blown to bits. Still holding her close, a shaken Renji asked if she was okay. Giselle was fine, but she was way more worried about him. Calming down a bit, he told her he was all right too, then stared back towards what was left of the doorway. He was seriously trying to figure out what the heck just happened. A few seconds later, a dude stumbled into the hallway, looking like he caught a little bit of the blast. Spotting them, the guy asked if they were all right and said his bomb went off by accident. Getting a good look at his unexpected guests, the guy was floored. He never thought he'd see Renji here. The guy was stoked to see Giselle Loiseben herself standing behind the mage. He'd heard so much about her. Forgetting Renji was even there, the kid went to introduce himself to the girl. He introduced himself as Mitchell, the guy who became famous for blowing up the Imperial Palace 10 years ago. But even for that, the bounty on Mitchell's head was way less than Giselle's. That meant she was a major player. Mitchell went to shake the heroine's hand, but Renji snatched it away. The kid got spooked by the vibe coming off Renji and started cracking jokes about selling them some killer bombs at a discount. Flustered by all the attention, the girl said that bombs were definitely not what she needed right now. The mage noticed Giselle Loisben had suddenly become everyone's focus, and the heroine definitely wasn't digging it. Now that the introductions were finally done, the dark-haired guy got down to the reason they were there. Turns out the couple came to see Emily. The mage was hoping she was inside. Mitchell decided to escort the couple to Emily's room, the whole group walking in total silence. Reaching the right door, Mitchell rang the bell and called out the woman's name. Nobody answered from behind the door, and the door itself remained closed. Renji suggested Mitchell leave them alone, which the guy was only too happy to do. As he left, he gave Giselle a smile, still hoping to get to know her better. Left alone in the hallway, Renji opened the door to the room. The girl was pissed that the guy just barged into someone else's room like that. Once inside, Giselle was speechless for a moment. Near the entrance, she spotted a doll that looked a lot like the Isabel one she had in her first shop. Honestly, the vibe in this room was super creepy, and it wasn't just the darkness or the closed windows. The more Giselle looked around, the more freaked out she got. Everything in here was cursed. That's when Renji suggested they go further inside, which Giselle thought was totally insane. She was hoping he'd go in alone from here on out, and she'd just wait outside. With a smile on his face, Renji grabbed her hand and dragged her along. The blonde stared at the cursed stuff, regretting more and more that she'd ended up in this place. She got super spooked and bumped into the guy after locking eyes with the head of some unfinished doll. She felt like all the dolls were pissed at them for barging into their place uninvited. Right then, Renji just up and punted this half-finished doll away from him. Giselle thought that was a really bad move, like the dolls might retaliate and come after them. The mage just told her to chill out and follow him. The heroine was scared, but she couldn't exactly refuse her boss, could she? Seeing how freaked out she was, the mage offered to carry her the rest of the way. That offer made Giselle blush. She wasn't looking for that kind of closeness. But when he went to pick her up, she dodged his arms like lightning. She looked seriously unhappy, like she didn't want him touching her, period. Renji was stunned. Was he really more repulsive to her than all this creepy stuff? The girl shrieked that she hadn't even digested her breakfast yet. That's why it was best to leave her alone right now. Renji calmed down after the explanation. At the end of the room, the girl saw an elderly woman doing laundry. Looks like that was Emily, and she wasn't just washing clothes, she was using magic. Renji and the heroine approached the old woman. The dark-haired guy leaned towards the woman and announced that he'd arrived. It seemed Emily hadn't noticed him until then. The woman reacted to the voice, looked at the mage, adjusting her glasses. She ruffled the guy's hair, calling him her little one. Giselle watched the reunion unfolding before her, surprised. It was the first time the girl had ever seen such a relaxed expression on the boss's face. Emily figured the guy had finally come to show her his fiancé. Turns out it was just a joke, and Giselle had already started freaking out. Grandma already knew the girl was there to ask for help covering up the bruises. The blonde was surprised by that, since Renji hadn't had a chance to explain why they were there. Even through the bandage, Emily could see how dangerous the thing was that the girl was hiding. Giselle had been blown away so many times today, it was hard to keep track. Emily asked the girl to show her the thing she was hiding on her neck. The girl hurried to take off her scarf because Grandma was clearly something else. Giselle felt uneasy with how intently the woman was watching her every move. The blonde really wanted to know how these two met, but realized she hadn't even introduced herself. She walked up to Emily, leaned in, and introduced herself as an intern at Renji's shop, Giselle Loisben. The mage corrected her, adding that she was a full-time employee now. The heroine was shocked. Why had her boss forgotten to tell her something so important? Renji said that he just did. Seeing Giselle bickering with the mage, Emily chuckled. Her little guy had brought home a real character. Noticing the woman's reaction, Renji added that things never get dull with Giselle around. The guy wrapped it up by saying that regardless, Giselle is a full-time employee at his shop. When Renji properly introduced her, the girl was practically glowing with happiness. Then he asked if it was possible to hide a bruise caused by light magic. The grandma stepped closer to the blonde and adjusted her glasses again. Emile put a hand on the hero's shoulder, guessing the girl was in pain. The woman realized this was serious and she'd have to work hard to cover their tracks. Grandma chimed in, saying the girl shouldn't lose hope, she just needed to give it some time. The woman picked out a special cloth, the kind that helps with bruises. Emily focused her magic. Giselle saw everything but didn't understand what she was seeing. The woman dunked the cloth in a wooden basin and started working her magic with her hands underwater. The girl was fascinated. She'd only ever seen Renji use magic before. While she was working, Emily mentioned it would take about a week. Renji was surprised the woman said it would take that long. She explained she'd have to apply at least 3 layers of magic, and that wasn't easy. The mage decided to check on Emily in a week, and now the couple could finally head home. Just as they were leaving, an old woman called out to our heroes, asking them for a favor. Renji snapped back that they were super busy and leaving right now. Emily, annoyed, whined that her eyes were almost gone. Couldn't the young lady help a poor old grandma out? Giselle wanted to help the woman, but Renji clearly wanted to get the heck out of there. So the girl called the boss a heartless jerk and agreed to help Emily. Renji begged her not to, but she didn't get why he was fighting it so hard. The woman pulled out a chest filled with a crazy amount of needles, thread, and all kinds of sewing stuff. The blonde was shocked by all the needles, and Renji was stuck doing whatever the woman wanted. When the couple got home, the girl's fingers were shaking, which wasn't surprising considering how much work she'd done. Turns out Emily's a freaking puppet master and Isabel was one of her dolls. Emily's not sick. She just gets off watching people squirm from the needles. Giselle swore to herself she wouldn't trust another soul in this town. The blonde checked herself in the mirror. If the woman kept her word, she could finally ditch this bruise. Renji confirmed that Emily could actually help with that. What he said gave the girl hope, and she let out a breath, finally relaxing a little. Without looking up from his book, the mage added that from now on, Giselle had to take Gilberton or him with her when she left the store. That was a weird thing to say, so Giselle asked him to explain why. The mage didn't answer, so the girl walked over to his desk and repeated her question. She added that all she wanted from him was a straight answer. The dude was totally lost as to why she was asking that. Giselle, dead serious, was like, "Dude, you probably got shanked." Renji had no clue who got cut or when, but the blonde thought he was dodging the question. This whole conversation was just getting weirder and weirder for the mage. Like, what was that about firing a girl? The guy figured Giselle was pissed that she was chilling instead of working. Just then, the girl noticed the box of stuff Renji had grabbed that morning. The mage handed her the box and said it was packed with goodies. She could head back to her place right now and chow down on the whole damn thing. The girl's mood totally flipped and she headed upstairs, stoked as hell. Stopping, she added that she just wanted some answers, and he didn't have to buy her off with sweets. It's been a while now, and Giselle still hasn't come down to the shop. Magu started to wonder what she's been up to all this time. He decided to check on her, worried she might have OD'd on sweets and gotten sick. The door was open, so Renji quietly pushed it open further. What he saw totally freaked him out, especially when he heard a faint whisper for help. Renji couldn't figure out what could have happened to Giselle while she was alone in the room. The guy rushed to help the girl, but then he suddenly stopped. In her sleep, she started crying because Renji took all her candy. The mage didn't know the blonde talked in her sleep. Just another thing he learned about his employee. He thought her behavior was ridiculous, but he didn't wake her up. Instead, he carefully sat on the bed next to her. For some reason, he couldn't help but think about how his feelings right now were similar to those of people who raise chickens. He pictured a chicken farmer crying because his beloved birds were being used for experiments again. Renji compared his shop to a chicken coop. His imagination was definitely going in a weird direction. He looked around the girl's room. It seemed too small and claustrophobic to the mage. Even though Giselle quickly got used to living here and doesn't complain about anything, Renji felt once again that Giselle was much stronger than he initially thought. The guy gently touched a strand of the sleeping girl's hair. She looked sweet and defenseless in her sleep. The mage found it hard to look away from the sight. The man suddenly moved closer to the blonde's face, noticing something he'd never seen before. Renji loomed over the still sleeping girl, scrutinizing her face. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. There was no mistake. The roots of the blonde's hair were starting to turn black. The guy didn't know the exact reason, but it was probably a side effect of using dark magic. He decided to check if anything else had changed about the heroine. He had no idea what Giselle looked like before they met, so he could only guess at any potential changes. His eyes landed on the bruises Dylan left, and Renji started getting pissed at that night all over again. He wished he had the knowledge and power to just wipe those bruises away. When he touched the girl's neck, she started to wake up. A split second later, Giselle's eyes snapped open and they were filled with fear. Stuck in this crazy situation, the girl found the strength to ask the mage what the heck was going on. She figured her employer had decided to off her in her sleep. There was no other way to explain his actions. Renji, seeing the girl's fear, just gave a little smirk. That reaction made her think something totally different and she instantly blushed. The guy was thinking about her poison skills, while Giselle was just thinking her boss was messing with her again. Renji figured Giselle was so delicate, even a little squeeze around the neck would leave bruises. Out of nowhere, the mage asked the blonde if it was really true that she was Giselle. He decided to try again to learn the truth that had been bugging him since the day they met. The guy figured that even though she called herself Giselle, she wasn't pulling it off very well. The man believed that she was just using the name Giselle Loiseben, but wasn't actually her. Renji had it in his head to build the most amazing, spacious cage for her. This dude was getting weirder by the second. Girl decided she needed to cut this bizarre convo short. But first, she had to get the lowdown on this cage and how safe it really was. Renji was convinced his cage would be the safest spot in the whole damn city. Giselle wanted to be dead certain he wasn't feeding her a line and that this cage was like Fort Knox secure. The guy totally wasn't expecting her to be so into the whole cage thing. Looks like Blondie's got something else pretty crucial to say. She said it might sound crazy, but she kinda thought Renji saw her as a bird. She figured he was gonna start selling birds at the store now, but that's impossible, seeing as her contract says she's gotta sell cursed junk. The dark mage never expected to hear such ridiculousness, so he burst out laughing. She didn't get why Renji was laughing, but if it's part of the new deal with the cage, she's getting a raise. Renji was feeling chill and amused. Only his Giselle could have that kind of effect on a guy. He decided that when he got back to the mansion, he'd build the absolute best cage. After their talk, Renji left and Giselle could finally start her real vacation. She was brainstorming how to effectively combine poisons and fruits to create some awesome new flavors. The heroine was once again pondering her weird and unique ability to resist poisons. It was especially strange, considering the original Giselle was poisoned, and her abilities are totally different from the character in the book. Her thoughts were interrupted by a man walking into the store. Giselle was surprised to see a guy in the store since it should have been closed. She greeted the guy and, apologizing, told him they were closed for the day. Looks like that news really messed him up. He was definitely after something. He said he needed something ASAP and asked the girl to help him find it. The dude needed a wooden crate that was sitting on the very bottom shelf. The girl had to dig around in the shelving because they hadn't finished unpacking everything yet. The search was a success, and Giselle finally found the crate he wanted. Little did she know, the guy was about to unleash something nasty on her. Giselle suddenly felt a sharp pain in the back of her neck. At first, she thought the store had a mosquito problem. Then she saw something fall to the floor. Taking a closer look, the girl realized with horror that it was a spider. To get rid of the monster faster, she slammed a crate into it with everything she had. Tears welled up in the heroine's eyes from the fright. Just then, the guy Giselle had already forgotten about asked if she was all right. He pointed to a spot, saying that a spider bit her right there. The sudden touch scared Giselle just as much as the spider had moments before. She saw blood on his fingers. Looks like it was a deep bite. The guy asked if the store had anything for insect bites. The customer mentioned that she could always stop by his shop for medicine. The man apologized for not introducing himself earlier. He was Tons, the pharmacist. The girl was relieved when she found out he was a pharmacist. That's when she remembered the box. It had taken a beating when Giselle tried to squash that spider with it. The guy figured he'd just find a box at another store and asked the blonde again to stop by his shop for some medicine. It struck her as a little weird that he was pushing so hard for her to come to his place. She couldn't just leave, the store couldn't be left unattended, and she was the only one there. The guy thought they could go since the store was closed, but Giselle just told him to leave. She needed to clean up. Tons realized she wasn't budging, so he decided he'd swing by later. Once she was sure he was gone, doubt started creeping in. Her familiars confirmed that she definitely locked the front door. So this guy deliberately broke into the store, knowing there wouldn't be any customers. Looks like he's just another lowlife who can get through locked doors as easily as Windria. Plus, it was super weird how he pinpointed the spider bite, since he couldn't have seen it through her long hair. Now that pharmacist's visit is looking real shady. And the spider's bite was surprisingly strong, leaving blood marks and all. The girl tasted the blood and recognized a hint of orange in it. So this pharmacist dude slipped her a venomous spider. Giselle told Windria everything when she came to the store. The woman was taken aback by the pharmacist's actions. Giselle didn't see the guy deliberately drop the spider on her, but that's the conclusion she jumped to. Both women seriously doubted a spider just fell on Giselle from the ceiling, especially since the butterflies would have spotted it way sooner. Windria agreed that the bite and the pharmacist showing up seemed seriously fishy. She remembered Sulyan mentioning some quack pharmacist recently. The girl didn't expect to run into charlatans in this world too. Sulyan claimed the pharmacist was selling regular painkillers, passing them off as medicine. Giselle wondered how effective that really was, since the pain goes away but not the sickness itself. Specifically, she figured she could probably pass off poison as medicine. She realized she was getting ahead of herself. Wayne Ayori wasn't getting poisoned anytime soon, so the pharmacist wasn't involved. Windria asked if Renji had said anything to her about Taine. The blonde realized the woman was asking about the day he kicked that couple out of the shop. Giselle reassured Windria that they hadn't been mentioned since. If that's the case, then her boss isn't too mad about what happened. This woman called Ten a messenger and didn't want to get attached to him as a student. She wanted to know why Windria was so against taking Ten on as an apprentice. Windria figured it'd be pointless to teach him. His magical well isn't deep enough. In the magic world, they'd see him as a total loser with stats like that. Giselle remembered Renji mentioning a similar thing about the well. The poor guy. She felt bad for him, especially since he was working so hard. She wondered if it was true that you couldn't actually expand your well. Windria reluctantly admitted that there was a way. Lots of people know about it, but nobody uses it. Now she was curious why it's so unpopular. Windria conjured up a ball of magical energy in her hand. Using it, she created a visual representation of the well, the one you're born with. After that, she started expanding the vessel. Turns out you can increase its capacity if you dig out and widen the inside. To explain further, Windria needed a quill, which she borrowed from the girl. The tricky part is, you can only carve out the empty interior with opposing magic. Giselle still didn't get what the big deal was. The thing is, that vessel is practically a mage's heart, so no one's gonna let foreign magic get anywhere near it. If you mess up even a little bit while expanding it, the vessel could crack, and the person will be crippled for life. That's why nobody wants to risk it. Now Giselle fully understood Renji's words about the danger of boosting magic. Evening crept in unnoticed. No more incidents. Giselle was bummed. Renji hadn't contacted her all day, and she was also worried about that weird client. The girl had long since grown comfortable and safe around the mage. All she could do was just wallow in her loneliness. There was no point in hiding her feelings. She missed Renji like crazy. A few seconds later, the room filled with a magical glow, and her boss materialized in front of Giselle. He'd never shown up like that before, all magical and stuff. Renji asked her why she looked so bummed out. You could practically see the gloom hanging over her. Giselle got a little flustered, but the familiars were stoked their master had arrived. The butterflies chirped that they had something to report to the boss. The familiars were already spilling the tea about what happened with the pharmacist. Giselle was bummed. She wanted to tell him herself. The guy listened intently to the story and was not happy. He turned to Giselle and asked, "Who's the lowlife who slipped you that poison bug?" She replied, "It's just a hunch, okay? I'm not totally sure it was the pharmacist who planted it." But from what her familiars told him, Renji knew Giselle was dead certain the pharmacist was behind it. He figured if she suspected the guy, that was good enough for him. Intuition or whatever, he trusted her gut. Giselle felt a warm rush knowing Renji believed her right away. The guy promised he'd get one of his people to look into it. The dark-haired dude asked the heroine, "Where exactly did that spider bite you?" She showed him the spot. The swelling was already going down, and it had stopped bleeding. He walked around her to get a better look at the bite. Renji thought, looks like collecting hickeys is becoming a hobby for this girl. She asked about a first aid kit, but Renji didn't remember having anything like that in the store. Giselle insisted this whole thing counts as a workplace injury, so the boss better get her some medical attention. The guy was thinking, yeah, we really should have at least some basic meds around here. Suddenly, the mage buried his face right where she got bit, and she just shut up, totally blushing. She was lost like, what's happening right now? And how am I supposed to react to that? Finally, Giselle jumped back, spun around, and demanded, "What exactly are you doing, boss?" Actually, Renji was trying to numb the bite because he runs cold, and the chill helps. The guy wondered what else he could do for her if his help wasn't cold enough. Hearing all that, her brain started to short-circuit, like one circuit at a time. She said with a heavy dose of annoyance that the pain was long gone. After that, she got up and stormed off towards her room, telling the boss to leave her alone. She slammed the door shut and shouted from inside that she wanted to be alone and didn't want to be bothered. This behavior really amused the dark mage. His Giselle was just something else. Even though she told him not to, the guy walked up to the door and called her name. Renji reminded her that she'd missed him while she was alone in the store, right? When Giselle heard that, she got a bad feeling, because there's no way he should know that. But how could he have heard? Neither he nor his familiars were anywhere near her. She told Renji she didn't miss him. She missed Sulyan, or rather Windria, or even more accurately, a friend. Since Giselle didn't miss him, he decided to leave her be, and he told her so through the still-closed door. She didn't want the mage to leave, so she came out of the room. The guy smirked, especially since she'd just said she wanted to be alone. He patted the blonde on the head, telling her he'd stay at the store tonight so she wouldn't be scared. Giselle explained she was just in a bad mood because some tall dude had opened the store's locked door so easily and then invited her to his shop. Hearing those details, Renji's expression instantly changed. The girl was happy the boss was staying at the store, so she went to sleep without worry. As she went to her room, she added they'd see each other tomorrow. The guy just nodded in response. Renji was starting to feel some serious anger towards this unknown pharmacist. He decided to pay his shop a visit. The next morning, Giselle happily devoured the breakfast the mage had bought for her. Renji was happy about her great mood and silently listened to her. He had some business in Banhel today, so he could spend time with her. Munching on her breakfast, Giselle asked what the guy even did for work, since it didn't seem like he worked directly with the boss. He pondered the question, not rushing to answer, but instead thinking again about a caged bird. Renji explained that he owned a shop and did other odd jobs like, getting people together for events. Giselle figured that even though their worlds were different, there were always employers rounding up helpless workers. With a straight face, the girl advised the guy not to go to any big events. In her opinion, Renji already had a store as his main gig, so he shouldn't risk it by participating in big events. Those kinds of events, according to Giselle, are dangerous because they attract unsavory characters. The guy found it both nice and amusing to hear these arguments from his employee. The mage wondered if, in her knowledge of the future, there were any instances of their order's leader being attacked at a major event. The girl thought the guy was too perceptive and answered him in the affirmative. Well, if that's the case, Renji figured it was his duty to get involved in these kinds of things. The mage figured if these events were dangerous for dark mages, Dylan would definitely show up. The girl didn't like that Renji seemed to be the type who intentionally walks into danger. After breakfast, the mage ordered the girl to return to the shop with Gilberton. He had his own business to take care of. When Gilberton arrived, Renji immediately decided to ditch his employee. Suddenly, Giselle realized her boss might have gone to meet with Dylan. The girl thanked Gilberton for walking her back to the shop. Before she could even open the door, Sullian was yelling her name from down the street. Out of breath, he reported that they were in trouble because Master Renji went to meet with that guy. The pharmacist's shop actually wasn't that far from Renji's store. The dark mage was already inside the pharmacy, wanting to figure out the guy's real intentions with Giselle. The dark-haired guy didn't beat around the bush. He came right out and accused the pharmacist of harassing his employee. The dark-haired guy's glare was dangerous, but it didn't seem to make the right impression on Tons. He was still calm. His emotions were impossible to read. The guy replied that he was very surprised to see Giselle Loisben working at Renji's store. Renji stated that neither he nor Giselle remembered this man, so he must be overestimating himself. Tons believed that he and Giselle were only able to meet because of him. The confidence with which Tons said this suggested his words were true, and it shocked the dark mage. In the end, Tons added that, judging by appearances, Giselle had successfully mastered the forbidden technique. Renji really didn't like any of this, and the atmosphere in the room started to get tense. Seconds later, stuff all over the shop started crashing to the floor and breaking. One of the jars spilled open, and a bunch of spiders scurried out trying to hide. Renji crushed the spiders with a snarl. He was fighting hard not to just off the pharmacist right then and there. But taking out Tons here would be a mistake. He clearly knew something about Giselle's past. Ignoring Renji's outburst, Tons whined to the guy that Giselle had somehow forgotten him. According to the pharmacist, that was weird, since he'd given her the full rundown on the Decadence of Stars technique. But Giselle seemed way too normal for someone who'd made a deal with a being from another dimension. Looks like Tons was so lost in thought, he forgot he had a dark mage standing right in his shop. Meanwhile, Renji was listening to himself. He was sensing something really familiar, but couldn't place it. Tons had been looking like a total nut job for the last few minutes, lost in his own head and mumbling to himself. He reminded Renji of someone, but the mage offed that blonde dude ages ago. Just then, Giselle, with Gilberton and Sullian, reached the apothecary's shop. The girl was surprised to see her boss actually getting into a brawl. Sullian believed the boss would run this quack out of town, and all the customers would come crawling back for his treatments. Giselle figured Renji just came to check things out, since this place has been getting a lot of buzz lately. But Gilberton replied that wasn't it, because Renji only steps into a store for two reasons. First, the obvious one, he's actually buying something. Second, the boss drops by shops to stir up some serious trouble. Gilberton and Sulyan were betting it was the second reason this time. Sulyan told Giselle to put her money where her mouth is if she didn't believe them. Both guys bet a gold piece that Renji would run the pharmacist out of town. Giselle peeked through the window, and the store was totally trashed, for real. The heroine overheard some people recognizing Renji as the shop manager. The girls remembered that this dark mage had not too long ago really messed up a magic tool shop in Sosipi. Giselle also heard that the shop that got messed up belonged to Wayne's half-brother. The blonde decided to go over to the girls. The conversation about Renji was getting interesting, and she wanted the details. The girls confirmed that, according to rumors, Renji often visits Wayne's mansion. Suddenly, the brunette grabbed Giselle's hand. Turns out she's a Lois Bane fangirl. The stranger knew that the heroine worked at the haberdashery and wanted to work there too. The brunette was hoping Giselle could give her the inside scoop on how to get a job at their store. The blonde recoiled from the fan, yelling that they weren't hiring right now. Looks like that cold shoulder caught the stranger completely off guard. She instantly got pissed and called Loisban's actions pathetic. The brunette was furious that Giselle wouldn't even let her hold her hand. Guess the blonde's head got too big. Sulyan and Gilberton noticed that a brawl was brewing between their Giselle and the stranger. Both guys started egging the blonde on, wanting her to kick the rude brunette's ass. The brunette figured Giselle only got the job because of her looks, but that wouldn't help her get close to Wayne. The girl replied that she appreciated the compliments on her looks, but she got into the shop purely on her skills. She accused the brunette of blaming others for her lack of talent instead of actually improving herself. That last line must have been the last straw, and the brunette decided to teach her a lesson. The commotion outside snapped Tons right out of his mumbling. He pointed out to Renji that the cause of their conversation was actually outside. Renji definitely wasn't expecting to see Giselle near the apothecary's shop. Tons added that the dark mage would probably be interested in what was going on outside too. The apothecary figured Giselle could tell them exactly what she'd summoned with that forbidden technique. At that moment, the tension between the girls was cranked up to 11. Renji managed to spot the one who was causing all the ruckus. The dark mage urgently called for Bedro, who showed up right away. The servant wanted to settle the dispute outside, but the brunette ordered him to detain the apothecary. So far, it was just a heated argument, but the brunette was holding a switchblade behind her back. In seconds, the stranger was already charging Giselle, a knife glinting in her hand. The heroine saw the blade, and her instincts screamed at her to run. Giselle didn't even manage a step back before Renji was standing right in front of her. The attacker's knife went flying, skittering across the ground several feet away. He told the brunette to take up any issues she had directly with him. Seeing Renji, pure fear flashed in the brunette's eyes. The stranger stumbled to her feet and started mumbling that it wasn't what it looked like. The girl shouted an apology and bolted away from the pair. Bystanders were just diving out of the way of the fleeing brunette. After that, Renji asked Giselle what she was doing there in the first place. The girl said that couple over there told her the boss went to deal with Tansa. Renji didn't say anything, but the way he looked at Giselle's buddies made them sweat bullets. The mage asked if she wanted him to stop the boss from going after him. The blonde didn't think there was any need. She just wanted to make sure her boss was safe. That explanation worked just fine for Renji. He gave the girl a slight smile. The girl thought she'd given her rescuer a pretty selfish answer. She figured the pharmacist might be innocent, and was surprised to see Bedre in the pharmacy. Renji gave the girl a real suspicious look. The girl asked if the boss was done with his business, or just came to help her out. The mage said while he was trashing the pharmacy kiosk, the shop employee was also messing with sales, so the guy went out to see what was up. Giselle claimed the brunette attacked her first, and she was totally innocent. Renji offered to help. He'd just hold the aggressor while the employee beat her up. Giselle asked her crew to explain to the boss what really happened here. The guys pretended they were trying their best to stop the fight, but the blonde ignored them. Renji told the guys they shouldn't get Giselle, who's already got a taste for it, hooked on gambling and bets. The dark mage suggested they go back to the shop and talk everything over there. After that, he took one last look at the detained pharmacist. Bedro understood what the boss wanted from him and confirmed that he would do it. Moments later, magical energy was raging in the apothecary's shop. The magic whisked our captive away to a more interrogation-friendly location. All we had to do now was wait for the boss to join us. Renji showed up faster than expected, which surprised his right-hand man. Bedro didn't think Renji would leave everyone else back at the store, but the mage said it was too risky to leave them near the shop. The dark-haired guy asked about the final score, and Bedro apologized, saying a wild card had appeared. Renji was taken aback by this turn of events and gave the prisoner a good, hard look. It was clear the kid was out of it, and scared out of his mind to boot. The dark-haired guy couldn't figure out why his behavior had flipped so drastically in just a few minutes. Bedro explained that the pharmacist had some gaps in his memory. His assistant couldn't find any memories from the last 3 months, which explained the apothecary's behavior. Bedre was positive this wasn't some light magic BS. When Renji was in the store, he didn't sense any magic, and the guy seemed totally vulnerable. But if light magic was used, theoretically it could fool a dark mage's senses. Renji wasn't convinced Dylan or Viviana, those light magic users, were behind what happened to the pharmacist. It's totally possible someone else was involved. Bedre remembered one of the memories they'd uncovered. It was about how Giselle Losben had made a serious impression. That dude still wanted to stuff her and put her on display. Renji was furious at that and ordered him to make sure that son of a gun never saw the light of day again. If that pharmacist ever crosses his path, Renji's gonna make sure it's the last day he ever sees. Ever since that day, the word on the street was that Tan's shut up shop and skipped town. The girl asked the boss if he had anything to do with Tan's disappearing. Without looking up from his book, Renji figured the pharmacist just got tired of this dump, and the only one to blame for Renji wrecking some of his stuff was the pharmacist himself for not doing his job right. The girl thought that customers had never broken anything in their store before. Renji said that Wayne himself approved this store, so no one would dare mess anything up here. Besides, in this whole city, only the stores in their building are licensed. Giselle figured the boss must be tight with Renji if he let him run a store here. The girl walked over to the guy to ask him something. She decided to ask about the rumors that he often visits the boss's mansion and handles the keys to the safe. At that moment, the heroine's boss looked completely bored. In a lazy tone, he admitted he pops in there pretty often. Giselle figured Renji's carefree attitude came from living in the boss's house. The girl's assumptions were way off because Renji had his own mansion. Suddenly, the boredom vanished, replaced by a look of pure satisfaction. Renji had a brilliant idea. He suggested she commute to work from his place. The offer totally caught her off guard. She didn't know how to react or what to say. Giselle thought she must have misheard him, so she asked him to repeat what he'd just said. Renji repeated his offer. She could get to work from his house, which you could also call a mansion or a residence. Judging by Giselle's reaction, the meaning of her boss's offer finally sunk in. Renji acted like he couldn't see any reason not to live at his place. Giselle straight up said that a grown man and woman can't live under the same roof. Renji confessed that he saw a poisonous spider at Tansa's store. No doubt it was the same kind of spider that bit the girl before. That means she was his target from the start, and now she seriously needs to watch her back. Guys like Gilberton can always protect her during the day, but they're not around at night. After hearing all that, the girl agreed it was probably best if she changed her sleeping arrangements. The guy was glad she listened to his reasoning. Now he needed to get out of the store and get everything ready at home. After that conversation, sleep was impossible. She was just sitting there lost in thought. Her familiars were singing Renji's mansion's praises, saying it was the best place to live. After describing the house, the butterflies started telling about the garden around it. In the blink of an eye, the familiar's behavior flipped, and a seal symbol appeared on the ceiling. The girl realized something was up. The butterflies were freaking out. They told Giselle that the magic ward on the shop had been busted. Someone had broken into the shop and she needed to hide like yesterday. Giselle heard footsteps coming closer. Someone was pounding up the stairs. The person who barged into her room asked if anyone was there. The familiars ID'd him as a light mage. Their toxic pollen wasn't doing squat to this guy. A split second later, the butterflies' bodies exploded all over the room. Giselle clamped her hands over her mouth, trying not to make a sound, hoping Renji would show up soon. The next thing you know, this girl bursts in and finds Giselle. The brunette gives Giselle this crazy look, then says, "Hi," like nothing's wrong. The stranger yanks the kid out from under the bed in one swift move. There was something seriously off about her strength. Giselle couldn't even fight back. Seconds later, the brunette's got the heroine pinned. No way she's getting away. Giselle's shaking like a leaf, but she manages to say the store's still closed and this is breaking and entering. The brunette just laughs at the way the girl's acting all caught up. The stranger calls herself a friend who's here to hang out, saying they met a few days ago. It's only now that Giselle recognizes her as the girl she argued with the other day. The brunette's pleased as punch that Giselle finally remembers her this time. After that, the stranger shoved the girl back hard. The brunette told Giselle not to worry, saying she'd had to burn way too much magic just getting in here because of that lowlife. The blonde didn't know what to say. She was still hoping Renji would show up. Pulling herself together, Lois Bane asked the brunette who she was. The stranger was taken aback since Giselle had recognized her just seconds ago. Giselle wasn't asking about the girl herself, but about who was controlling her right now. The brunette was surprised. She didn't remember Giselle Loisbane being this observant. The stranger guessed that Giselle hadn't gone through with that forbidden technique. The brunette started muttering to herself about how it wasn't clear who had taken over the body and why there was no magic signature. The stranger wanted to know what went wrong and why Giselle hadn't become the kind of person he'd want to absorb. The brunette gave Giselle props for getting close to Renji, but said it wasn't enough. Our girl was totally lost in the brunette's crazy talk. So Giselle was supposed to be someone's meal, and she had a handler. Is there another player who pushed her to use that forbidden technique? And on top of everything, Renji was the target of the whole damn plan. There was just one thing the brunette didn't get. Why is Lausbin still kicking if the room's filled with toxic pollen? The heroine shot back, saying she'd like to hear the answer to that question from the brunette. The stranger concluded that Giselle's new power was completely worthless. Renji cut her off before she could finish her thought. He finally showed his face. 1 second later, the brunette got slammed into the opposite corner of the room. Renji's glare promised nothing but trouble for the stranger. Giselle was stoked her boss finally showed up. She ran to him, asking why he was so late, since the butterflies had kicked the bucket ages ago. But instead of his usual kindness, the mage just dodged the blonde's hug. That was messed up. The girl started wondering if this was really her boss. She asked if Renji was really Renji. He fired back the same question at Giselle, and that freaked her out. She had no clue how to answer in this messed up situation. The heroine remembered Renji telling her not to imitate the real Giselle Loisbane. The girl said her name was Giselle, and she worked at his store. Looks like that answer wasn't cutting it for the dark mage this time. He said that other girl wasn't trying to hurt her, she was just stalling with small talk. The brunette came here to get in touch with Giselle, since they started performing that forbidden technique together. She didn't get how Renji knew about that, since she'd only just found out herself. The girl started thinking logically, and replayed the last few minutes in her head. She figured the mage had been hiding in the room for a while, eavesdropping on their whole conversation. Renji reminded her that Giselle had asked him to save her, and that she knows the future of important people. The girl hung her head. She realized the guy didn't trust her anymore. Does Renji really think Giselle is in cahoots with that stranger and will limit his future based on what she knows? It was a setup, plain and simple. Giselle was bait for the dark mage. The heroine agreed, especially after that chat with the mysterious brunette. But things obviously went sideways. Giselle didn't exactly nail her part of the deal. And on that point, the girl was totally on the same page as the guy. She couldn't figure out why Giselle pulled that forbidden move. Neither that nor Renji even existed in the book. The whole light mage thing wasn't in there either, but whatever. Giselle was just a side character after all. Now, she was starting to question her own sanity. Was she even remembering the book right? She even wondered if the whole girl from another world who read the novel thing was just a big fat lie. The blonde still had no clue why she woke up one day trapped in Giselle Loisbane's body. Renji was about to say something, but she cut him off. She knew he wasn't going to trust her now. A shiver ran through her. She wasn't some villainous honey trap, but Renji wouldn't care about that. Renji tried to calm her down, asking why she was crying. Her face was already soaked with tears, but she just couldn't stop. She wasn't crying because she was sad, but because she was furious about what she'd just learned about herself. Both in her past life and this one, she'd tried to adapt to the situation, but it always went sideways. Giselle added that she wasn't crying because she wanted to. Renji stepped closer and wiped the tears from her face. He asked if she was afraid of him, if she thought he might just off her. She looked up at him, and fresh tears welled in her eyes. She just hoped that if he was going to do it, he'd make it quick. One shot, no pain. Renji, trying to be as gentle as possible, told Giselle he wasn't going to kill her. To calm her down, the mage repeated again that he wasn't going to off her. Looks like it worked, and she started to chill out a little. Since she didn't say anything at first, Renji asked if the blonde suddenly had a burning desire to kick the bucket right then and there. She finally snapped out of it and said with feeling that she wasn't about to check out, which Renji was happy to hear. Wiping away her tears with a handkerchief, he told the blonde he'd finished getting the coop ready. She remembered that the mage had promised to build her the fanciest chicken coop ever. She wondered which was closer to the truth, that he was rolling in dough or that he'd blown his last dime on it. Giselle realized too late that she was being a real jerk to her boss. Smiling, she asked Renji why he'd saved her, probably to figure out who was pulling the strings. The girl figured that being bait would only make her cling to the boss even harder. Renji definitely wasn't digging the blonde thinking about him like that. He noticed the girl's hands were covered in scrapes and the mage couldn't use healing magic. The dark-haired guy was glad the woman hadn't originally planned to off the heroine, but he didn't get why she hid under the bed. Giselle claimed the dark-haired woman showed up out of nowhere, so she hid under the bed out of fear and then tried to act like a store employee. Renji was amused listening to the girl. Only his crazy Giselle was capable of that kind of wild stunt. Looks like the heroine's totally calmed down and is back to her usual self. The mage decided to check if the dark-haired woman was carrying anything dangerous. Giselle realized the dark-haired guy suspected her at first, but then something changed. Figuring the boss changed his tune after the girl started crying, Giselle asked him if she was pretty. The guy was totally thrown. Why was the blonde asking such a weird question, and why now? Seeing the mage's reaction, the girl felt a wave of embarrassment and just wanted to pretend she hadn't said anything. But Renji shot back pretty quick, saying the main character wasn't exactly a looker, which really stung the blonde. Trying to recover and not upset her, the guy added that her beauty wasn't on the surface, but in what she did. Louise-Ben couldn't help herself and asked how much the guy had actually seen in his life to say something like that. The guy added that she was especially unpleasant when she cried. Giselle mumbled that she was sorry if her unpleasant face had damaged his eyesight. That's why Renji suggested she only cry around him. The guy promised her he'd solve all her problems, just so he wouldn't have to see her awful, crying face. Now it was the girl's turn to blush at what was, essentially, a confession. She felt like she'd suddenly caught a fever because her whole face was burning up for some reason. Giselle asked if they should take the brunette to the hospital, but Renji said the stranger had been dead for a while. The girl took the brunt of the shop's magic defense, and there was no way she could have survived that. It dawned on Giselle that she'd been talking to and scared of a corpse the whole time. Renji asked if Giselle had decided about commuting to work from his mansion. She was ready to head there right away. Around the same time, Viviana was at a temporary healing center. She told the visitors they'd feel better after resting for a few days. A knight was thanking her for her care when a hooded man entered the tent. Taking off his hood, the man remarked that Viviana was still busy saving the world. The girl, seeing who it was overjoyed by his arrival. It was Burfin Grind, Viviana's teacher, and a great mage from back in the day. "Why'd you leave the sanctuary, Teach? What brings you here?" "I came to tell you something important, Viviana. But first, I gotta know, have you seen Renji since that day?" "No," she said, all bummed out. "I haven't seen him since. I don't even know what he's up to or where he is." "Well, I'm here 'cause I found out where Renji is and what he's doing. I managed to get the intel thanks to a little something I planted back in the day. It finally let me get close to Renji without him knowing so I could watch him." Something you planted? What are you talking about, Master?" Burfin believed the dark mage's greed brought all the trouble to this world, so I planted a seed to scatter it. "It's hard to believe you're still looking out for the future of this world, Master." She was kicking herself for not being able to fix the mage's vessel that day and restore his magic. The guy figured she shouldn't blame herself for what happened. Grind was convinced he was only alive because of Viviana's actions. At the same time, he's bummed that his other student went completely off the rails. Burfin believed Renji had gotten tight with the dark mages and probably became one of Wayne Eyre's inner circle. Viviana was surprised, saying that getting close to Wayne takes some serious skills. The teacher figured the dark mages used some other trick, but it was weird, 'cause if the vessel's busted, it needs to constantly suck up magic to survive. But if that was the case, Renji would have been attacking mages non-stop. Dylan would have known about it and caught him quick. The mentor kept muttering to himself until Viviana called out to him to get his attention back. The girl offered her teacher some tea so he could clear his head a little. Vivian was curious about this seed the teacher had planted among the dark mages. Grinning and taking a deep swig, Grind replied that it was Giselle Louis-Ben. If they could find Giselle, then they could find Renji too. Renji's estate looked massive, flashy, and way too surreal. Giselle was totally thrown for a loop when she saw the castle. She asked Renji to just admit he was renting the place short-term, 'cause there's no way a shop owner could own this. Renji agreed with the girl's second guess, that Wayne Eyre had given him the mansion. After that, the guy just snatched the suitcase right out of her hands. He offered Giselle his hand to guide her inside the mansion. Inside, the castle seemed even bigger and more luxurious than it did outside. The girl was blown away by the size of the place. She never expected her boss to live this lavishly. She was bouncing around, checking out every decoration, every exhibit, totally mesmerized by everything she saw. Renji was clearly loving the impression his house was making on her. After a few minutes, Giselle had a question, so she stopped to ask. She was wondering why she hadn't seen a single person in such a huge mansion. Renji doesn't have any staff because he doesn't trust anyone. He considered this mansion his safest place, so he wouldn't let anyone live here. Giselle didn't get it. If that's the case, then why did he let her in? The guy turned around and answered that she was the first one to ever make it inside. Giselle Loiseben became the first person allowed to live here. Those words got the heroine thinking. Something was still bugging her. To stop the doubts from eating her alive, Giselle asked Renji if he saw her as just the help. Because if he's offering her housework as a side gig, they need to rewrite the contract. The guy wasn't expecting such a dumb question. For a second, he was speechless. Turns out Giselle was kidding. She knows being there helps Renji react faster when enemies show up. Looks like she still doesn't get her boss's real intentions. The guy decided to change the subject and mentioned there's a small garden around the house. The girl was stoked to see the garden. She's a huge flower person. A couple of minutes later, Giselle was in the most beautiful garden she'd ever seen in both worlds. She realized it was the magic garden the butterflies were talking about. So, according to the guy, this whole mansion runs on magic, so they don't really need servants. Remembering how wiped the mage was after teleporting Giselle's shop, she figured controlling that much magic must be a real pain. Renji replied that if you get your magical juice refilled instantly, there's no problem at all. The heroine figured that must be thanks to the magic flowers in this garden. Only then did the mage notice the bouquet in the girl's hands. Giselle had picked it from the wildflowers after spotting an empty vase. She gave herself props for the bouquet and told him he should get one for his room too. With that, the girl held the vase closer to the guy. After that, the man took the bouquet. He decided to put that vase in his room. The girl asked where exactly the dark-haired guy wanted to put the vase. Renji carried the flowers to his bedroom and asked the heroine to follow him. Following the boss to his bedroom? That sounds intense. Catching up to Renji, Giselle stammered, asking why she needed to go to his bedroom. The boss turned around, a mysterious smile on his face, and asked if she really didn't understand why. It felt like any second now, the realization of going to the boss's bedroom would make Giselle completely sick. Stopping, the dark mage added that people usually sleep in bedrooms, but beds have other uses. Looking closely at her, the man asked why her face had suddenly turned so red. Truth was, it wasn't just her face that was red. Her heart was pounding like it wanted to escape her chest. The girl was embarrassed that she was blushing so much, but she couldn't help it. Renji decided to stop teasing her, so he told her to calm down and just follow him. He just wanted to give her something, so she entered his bedroom feeling a little calmer. Stepping inside, Giselle was surprised. It was hard to believe this was her boss's bedroom. Something in particular caught the blonde's eye. The girl started to feel a little uneasy, so she decided to just ask what was on her mind. She asked if the boss had gotten the wrong room, because this place didn't look much like a bedroom. Renji replied that it was his bedroom, but he knew it didn't look like one. There wasn't a desk, no pictures, nothing in this place except the bed. The place felt dark and lonely. Just being here for a minute was uncomfortable. The girl put the vase of flowers on the mantelpiece. It was weird that the hallway was decorated so beautifully and luxuriously, but this room was empty. Renji explained that the bed was the only furniture he hadn't trashed. That's the day everything flipped upside down for him. Giselle thought her boss had a real temper, but Renji said it was a one-time thing, way back when. The guy pulled a scarf out of a box and held it out to her. She knew instantly what her boss was handing her. The dark-haired dude managed to swing by Emily's and grab the protection scarf for the blonde. Giselle had to wear it any time she stepped outside, but she didn't need it inside the house. She wondered why she didn't have to wear the scarf inside. The dark mage explained that magic was all scrambled up in there, so it was impossible to detect. What he said got Giselle thinking, was her boss hiding from someone too? After the bedroom, they headed to the kitchen, and she was blown away by all the food on the table. Renji never cooked at home, so there was never any food here until tonight. Stopping at the table, the blonde asked what the hell he usually ate for lunch then. The mage dodged the question, saying he just grabbed something whenever he could. The girl was totally against that kind of attitude towards food. I mean, you are what you eat. Renji tried to explain that a mage's body doesn't actually need food in the first place, but she wasn't having any of it. Giselle couldn't cook, but she promised she could whip something up for the two of them. The mage felt awkward, since she was trying to take on something she wasn't asked to do again. It seemed like his subordinate just couldn't relax and chill out, even on her days off. A couple moments later, the guy activated some kind of spell. The girl saw energy coming from the mage's hands, and she got curious. She figured Renji was summoning familiars, but instead this mini golem pops up. Renji just thought a cook didn't necessarily have to be human, you know? After that, he whipped up a few more servants for gardening and cleaning. She was worried the boss was burning through way too much magic at once. The guy calmed her down, saying it's possible to do that here without any nasty side effects. She remembered the magic flowers in the garden restore magical power. The dude added that if this place didn't exist, he'd either be dead by now or a total cripple. She wondered if he could use that much magic outside the house. Renji didn't answer, but he reminded her that Gilberton's escorting her to work now, and he'll be picking her up. She felt like they were babying her way too much. Living with my boss suddenly feels like living with a husband who's actively courting his wife. The thought made her feel embarrassed, scared, and flustered all at once. Stumbling over her words, she said that the boss was taking way too good care of her. The heroine couldn't figure out why the boss had suddenly started treating her so well. She asked him point blank if he knew she wasn't Giselle Loisben. The guy calmly replied that he was aware of that. Giselle was surprised. Didn't he think it was risky knowing that? Still calm, the dark mage confirmed that she was dangerous to him. After that, he moved closer to her and took her by the shoulder. Renji declared that he liked the person he saw in front of him, and it didn't matter that it was Loisben's body. Then the guy added that the mansion welcomes the girl, and that just confirms she's seriously dangerous to him. In his head, the mage thought, Giselle has no idea how much trouble she is for me, which made the blonde wonder, why'd he let her into his hideout? Renji decided to drop the subject and told her to get some rest, since tomorrow's a day off. The next morning at the shop, she wondered if there was a hidden meaning in Renji's words about her being dangerous to him. After that spider incident, opening up the shop in the morning was nerve-wracking. At least now 3 dark mages are taking shifts guarding the shop. The familiars warned her not to eat any of Sulyan's medicine, or she'd get a stomachache. Sulyan was surprised she could talk to the familiars. Turns out you need more than just their names. This dude figures her body's like perfect for magic, which is probably why Renji's keeping her around. Sulyan asked her for a tiny drop of blood, just to study this super rare body of hers, since it's so good at dark magic. She turned him down, asking if he was going to try and sneak some of her blood when she wasn't looking. He'd never do that, because if he even accidentally scratched her, Renji would straight up end him. Just the thought of it gave the guy the creeps. Giselle realized again that the dark mages she knew were scared stiff of Renji, which was weird since he's just a side character in the novel. So, the heroine decided to try a different angle and asked a new question. She wanted to know if her boss was like number 1 on their list of bad guys. Without even a second's hesitation, the guy said that he totally was. Giselle felt like a high schooler who'd just snagged the hottest guy in school. It was weird for the heroine to see Sulyan getting all emotional about how Reggie was the best. It felt like this scientist was his most hardcore fanboy. As if to prove it, Sulyan declared that Renji had been a lifesaver. If her boss hadn't given him the antidote, the kid would have been pushing up daisies a long time ago. That was strange, because in the book, Wayne was the one who saved Sulyan. Sulyan also bragged that his relationship with the boss was way tighter than Gilberton's or Windria's. Giselle thought the guy was just jealous that Renji was one of Wayne Eyre's inner circle, which she pointed out. The guy stopped praising Renji and replied surprised that he had no reason to be jealous. Sulyan started hyping up Renji again, and Giselle jokingly asked if her boss was even stronger than Bader or Windria. The scientist thought their strength couldn't even compare to the power of his little toe. So Giselle jokingly asked if Renji was more capable than Wayne Eyre. The question totally caught him off guard and made him super uncomfortable. He didn't know how to answer. Sulyan practically jumped out of his skin and yelled that he remembered something urgent he had to finish. Then he bolted out of the store like his tail was on fire, leaving her completely confused. That interrogation about the boss's power under the radar ended really weirdly. The butterflies figured Sulyan was short on both talent and common sense. The blonde asked the familiars to tell her about Renji, since she barely knew anything about him. She wanted to know about his life and what he did, but the butterflies said it was way too long of a story. The black and white butterfly told her she should just ask him about his past herself. They figured Renji and the blonde must be pretty tight, since he invited her to live in his mansion. The girl blushed subtly, without even realizing it. Giselle decided she'd grill the mage about his past tonight. She trusted he wouldn't lie and would tell her the truth. All she had to do was wait for evening. The mage showed up in front of her right before the store closed. He said he'd been in a meeting and asked if anything had happened while he was gone. Giselle had seen him appear like that before, but she still wasn't used to it. The girl decided to get right to it, but she couldn't figure out where to even start. Before she could start talking, Renji noticed something weird. He instantly got close to her and stared intently into her eyes. Suddenly, the mage asked if she'd always had single eyelids. The romantic vibe from a second ago? Gone. Our girl just stared at the boss, totally stunned. Giselle was caught off guard by the question and couldn't answer right away. She grabbed the mirror and took a good, hard look at her reflection. Now she was starting to remember the first time she ever saw this face in the mirror. Renji snatched the mirror away, figuring the girl had never had a sense of time. He just hadn't noticed it before. Then the guy asked if all the shop stuff was wrapped up for the day. The girl quickly said it was, but she wanted one more peek in the mirror. Renji wasn't having it, since the golem was already fixing them dinner back home. The fact that the boss personally teleported to get her made Giselle think she was closing up the shop way too slow. If they got to head home, Giselle wasn't gonna argue. She offered her hand for the teleport. Before the couple could even start the magic circle, Beidrat crashed into the shop, ripping the doors right off their hinges. He was relieved Mr. Renji was still at the store, but Giselle definitely wasn't expecting a visitor. Beidro only just noticed the dark mage was hanging out with Giselle. Renji didn't know what was going on and suggested they talk about the problem outside. The boss didn't even get a step away from Giselle before Wayne smashed through what was left of the doorway. There was a beat of silence while the blonde realized the door was totally wrecked, and then she noticed the guy who'd just busted in. The girl couldn't believe it. This stranger looked just like that major villain. Nobody else in the novel had silver hair. His whole vibe screamed that getting close to this guy was a bad idea. This had to be Wayne himself. Wayne yelled to the boss that they were in trouble, but he didn't get to say anything else before Beidro punched him in the gut. He kept rambling about some employee with a fixation, while Giselle realized this guy was seriously hurting from Beidro's punch. The pieces were finally clicking into place for Giselle. She distinctly heard the Wayne-looking dude call Renji Master. The way that dark mage tossed around advanced magic so casually flashed in her mind. Then she remembered how he talked down to those 3 goons. And let's not forget the obvious hate he's got for Dylan, the hero. No matter how you slice it, it's all starting to make sense. Giselle's head started pounding from the information overload, and she decided to head back to her room. Renji grinned, grabbed her hand, and told her she wasn't going anywhere. Wayne was surprised that the master wanted to bring along a staff member with issues. Air didn't want her involved, but Beidre told Wayne to open the gate because this was a code red. A heartbeat later, Wayne conjured up a warp gate for the whole crew. She liked him holding her hand, but she didn't want to go anywhere, not when she'd just be dead weight. Renji was amused by the whole thing, so he asked her what she thought about her silver-haired idol. Iru was sweating bullets. He could hear every word they were saying, but he couldn't or wouldn't say a thing. She said the boss was a real piece of work, making Giselle spill her guts about what she thought of him. Then the guy asked her what she was supposed to realize now, something he hadn't told her. She replied that everyone thought Wayne Iru was the head of the Mage Society, but the real secret boss is Renji. The guy smirked and said she nailed it. Giselle felt like a total idiot for not recognizing the puppet master, and now she was stuck with Renji. Talk about bad luck. The book was crystal clear. The power behind the throne is this silver-haired hottie, Wayne Eyre. Now I gotta figure out how I feel about the boss and basically reevaluate the whole damn story. Renji just said that now that Giselle knows the truth, he can't leave her alone anymore. The girl was itching to clarify something with her boss, ASAP. They've got a work agreement, and that includes a non-disclosure clause, so as far as Giselle's concerned, nothing's changed. Instead of answering, the guy just handed her a cloak. He wanted her to put it on, like now. Getting a closer look at the garment, Giselle realized they'd given her a freaking robe. The guy added there'd be no good outcome if she ran off. She was better off just sticking with him. She asked where the portal led. Renji didn't know, since he wasn't the one who opened it. The girl thought walking into the unknown was the height of recklessness. Renji just offered her his hand so they could go through the portal together. Part of her was terrified to step into the unknown portal, but she couldn't back out. Not now. The guy warned her that if she went in alone, she could end up lost between worlds. Gripping the mage tightly, she figured she'd just tied her fate to all the villains in the novel. Looks like this blonde's life is gonna be a total mess again. The couple was only in the portal for a few seconds. Giselle barely even registered the transition. They came out in a noisy place, and she immediately pulled up her hood. She didn't recognize where they were. Renji turned around and motioned for her to follow. She hurried to catch up to him. The last thing she wanted was to get separated. He was glad she was sticking close, especially after she learned the truth. She gave him her hand. It made her feel a little safer, but she was still a long way from being calm. Everyone was wearing robes, it was complete chaos, and the girl had no clue why she was there. Giselle asked Renji what this place was, while some random dude running alongside them called for Master Wayne. She got curious to see Master Wayne in his role as the head of the order. When she saw the guy, she was stunned by how much he'd changed. He actually looked like the head mage. The man told the head honcho that he needed to come with him ASAP to check something out. The fake head ordered Renji to head inside the building and give Beidro a hand. Renji acted like everything was normal, but this world of villains was seriously messed up. Everyone around was clearly busy, so it seemed like help was really needed. Giselle spun around and asked her boss to hold up a sec. She decided to help, but the guy asked if Giselle even knew what everyone was up to. The heroine figured the dark mages got hit during a meeting, which is why they're bailing and ditching their stuff. Since nobody knows what the real boss looks like, the girl decided to at least look like they were helping out too. The guy asked why Giselle wasn't even remotely surprised right now. She said she was surprised, but after finding out about the boss earlier, it's not that shocking. Besides, we can't just stand around doing nothing. We gotta pitch in. Looks like the dark mage wasn't too thrilled with his subordinate's answer. He snatched the box right out of the girl's hands, even though she didn't want him to. Right when Wayne yelled for the two of them to get their butts into Bader's office, the box in the girl's hands started to vanish. The blonde couldn't believe the boss just destroyed what was clearly an important box so easily. Now that the boss had moved on, Giselle immediately took off after him. Looks like those two actually went to Beidro's office this time. As they walked through the castle, the girl was surprised by how many doors there were. The heroine kept looking around, so she didn't notice when Renji stopped suddenly and she bumped into his back. The blonde looked around, but didn't see the door to Beidro's office. Confused, Giselle pointed out to her boss that he was staring at a wall. The guy activated his magic and the wall quickly began to slide away, forming a passage. As the pair walked inside, Giselle figured the cardinal's office couldn't be in an ordinary place. Pretty quickly, the heroes found themselves in a spacious office, a total disaster zone with everything scattered on the floor. She asked Renji if she should just torch all the documents in there. The dark mage told her she didn't need to do anything. He could take care of it all in seconds with his magic. Then he walked forward a bit and turned back to the girl again. He asked if Giselle knew why Renji had brought her along. The heroine guessed that the guy wanted to show how dangerous he was so she wouldn't try to escape. Giselle kept making guesses, throwing around words like intimidation and threats to her life. The mage cut her off and confirmed that she was only right about one thing. The guy was going to show Giselle what he was really like. Renji remembered Giselle asking him not to go to big meetings and asked how this meeting was supposed to go down. That was in the second part of the book, when the heroes, Viviana, and the dark mages met up and it turned into a total bloodbath. Those events happened right in the city center, but Renji wasn't even mentioned in the novel. The heroine wondered how things would play out now and what might change. She said that Wayne's magic was so powerful Dylan always missed. Renji was into her story at first, but then he suddenly slammed her into the chair and told her to watch closely. The girl decided to do whatever he wanted, but she had no idea what she was supposed to be looking at. The guy pulled back his hood and said she needed to be watching him. He stepped back a little ways from the blonde and started casting. The mage poured a ton of energy into the magic circle. It looked totally badass. The girl wasn't just seeing the magic power, she was feeling it in every cell of her body. What was happening blew her mind all over again. The guy asked if she understood what he'd just shown her. Then he added, like he'd heard somewhere, that silvery hair was radiant and beautiful. Now that he's got this hair color, he asked the girl again if that statement was true. So the mage brought the girl along just so he could change his hair color in front of her? The girl said absolutely not, even though what she really meant was, he's become too gorgeous. She thought he was handsome with dark hair, but with white, he's reached a whole new level of hotness. Renji didn't quite get what the girl meant by that answer, so he decided to clarify. Giselle blurted out that he looks amazing, but that phrase doesn't quite hit the mark. The heroine corrected herself and said that light hair is very desirable on him. Giselle kept praising the guy's look, but it sounded more like sarcasm, even though she was just trying to say that this image suits him. Renji decided to end this conversation and called the girl to leave. Now the blonde is completely confused. Why did they even come here? Was it about the documents or the hair color change? Figuring this dude out was tough enough on a normal day, but now things were way over the heroine's head. Mages were hanging out by the exit, clearly stoked about something. They were saying that Lord Wayne threw up a barrier, so now they could clean up shop real quick and bounce without any casualties. The mages were hyped because soloing a magic barrier around the whole castle is a seriously next-level feat. Looks like that whole magic show was really just a cover for setting up a defensive barrier. Giselle just got another reminder of how insanely powerful that dark mage is. Someone near the portal was barking orders for the mages to line up for evac. Lord Wayne popped open an extra portal so everyone could get out of here without a freakout. Giselle was blown away by how fast they cleaned this place up. No sign of the chaos that went down. Near the portal, she spotted Bedro chatting with some mage. That's when Bedro and the other dude suddenly locked eyes on the heroine. The girl thought it was a total power play, like this guy was cutting the line to the portal. Mages were ditching through the portal fast, and now it was Renji and Giselle's turn to hit the warp gate. The heroine was totally creeped out by the way Bedro was looking at her, but she didn't dare say anything. As she walked past him, he whispered to Giselle to watch over the guy. It was so out of the blue, the heroine couldn't hide her reaction when she turned back and looked at Bedro. The guy just bowed in response, and a second later, the girl was already inside the gate. Outside the barrier, Dylan was seriously pissed. He almost smashed the barrier, but another one popped up right behind it. Judging by the magic power of that barrier, only Wayne could pull off something like that. More than 10 light mages couldn't crack both barriers. Dylan figured dark mages were all about ego, and Renji was no different. Dylan was pissed he couldn't take out any of those sorcerers, but then a soldier showed up with a letter. Looks like it's from Viviana. She's probably sweating the results of this raid, which is dragging on way too long. The letter started with the usual, sorry for the suddenness, but Viviana was seriously worried about how the raid went. At the end, she said she hoped her hero would be back safe and sound soon. Everything was cool, but then she had to bring up Renji in the last part. Her mentor got in touch and thinks Renji's hanging out with Giselle Loisben. After reading that, Dylan remembered that weird feeling he got when he ran into Loisben. The magic that blasted him out of the cart felt way too familiar. So Renji was the one who went up against him that day. Dylan considered him a traitor and hated him just as much as Giselle Loiseb. Out of envy for Viviana and the mentor's power, Renji stole the mentor's entire life. The hero couldn't let dark mages steal other people's magical power. Dylan ordered the soldier to prepare to activate the tracking technique. At first, the soldier didn't understand whose trail the hero was trying to find. Dylan was going to track down Giselle Loiseb to maintain order in this world and prevent the past from repeating itself. At that moment, Giselle Loiseb herself was freezing her tail off. She was shivering all over, which wasn't surprising since Renji had dragged her through several gates in a row. But her condition wasn't the biggest problem at that moment. She looked at Renji, wondering if his hair would ever go back to its original color. If it weren't for the mage's hair changing color, this whole day could have felt like some crazy dream. Just then, the guy stopped, and that familiar glow appeared in his hand again. Next thing you know, the dude's familiars materialized right next to them. Giselle was worried about the mage, looked like he was burning through way too much magic all at once, and he was clearly in a foul mood. The girl wanted them to stop and rest. She told the boss he looked completely wiped out. She didn't even finish the thought before the guy suddenly swayed on his feet. Giselle realized he was going down, but there was no way she could reach him in time to stop him from falling. All she could do was watch as her escort face-planted. The mage hit the ground in a patch of flowers, and the girl rushed over to him. She called out to him, but the guy wasn't responding to her voice. Eventually, the dude snapped out of it. Giselle hauled the mage onto her back and asked if he could walk. Renji wanted to stay put, saying this place would help him recover and he'd be all right. Giselle wasn't about to ditch Renji in this condition, not a chance. It was hard for him to talk, but he tried to reassure her, saying he was fine. The guy told her to get out of here, then started collapsing again. Seconds later, Renji was passed out in the garden once more. The familiar said they needed to get their master to the center of the garden, ASAP. If Renji's moved to the center, his magic will stabilize and he'll be able to recover. This girl was kicking herself for not stopping him when he started burning through so much magic. The main character started thinking about Renji's hair changing color. She figured the color change was a direct result of him overdoing it with his magical energy. What followed was a tricky process of moving the mage to the right spot in the garden. The familiars were cheering her on, guiding her towards the center. It took a ton of effort, but she managed to drag the guy to the exact spot the familiars pointed out. The butterflies confirmed that their master was now in the place with the most magic. The familiars wondered why their master had summoned them today, since there wasn't any danger around. After a moment's thought, the familiars declared that Giselle was to blame for their appearance. Lately, their master had only been summoning them when Giselle was involved, and he even did it when his magic was all messed up. Giselle felt guilty that the mage had called Ren and Ban to help her out. The girl snapped out of feeling helpless real quick when she spotted something totally bizarre. The flowers started blasting out magic. It was freaking gorgeous. The heroine realized Renji's body was soaking up the flower magic, kicking off the healing process. The familiars told Giselle she could bounce. They'd handle protecting their master from here on out. The girl didn't want to ditch a sick dude in the street, but the familiars were like, Renji's not sick, he's just wiped and catching some Z's. The butterfly's confidence gave the blonde the hunch that this wasn't the first time Renji had ended up like this in the garden. She asked the familiars to confirm her guess, and also if this was, like, a normal thing for mages. The familiars couldn't say for sure, 'cause they don't get summoned all the time, but their master's one of a kind, totally amazing. The butterflies went on to say that's why their master survived the traitor's attack, and when he's back on his feet, he'll make them pay. The heroine was even more desperate to find out what the heck happened to her boss back in the day. She asked the familiars to tell her everything. She doesn't know a thing about what happened. The butterflies couldn't tell the whole story about the heroine, even though they knew she wasn't strong enough to betray their master. But even the traitors didn't have the strength back then to betray Renji. The girl sat down again near the mage, heartbroken knowing he'd been betrayed in the past. Now all she could do was watch him and wait for him to wake up. Giselle knew it was pointless to get worked up. It wouldn't change anything now. Unconscious, Renji's thoughts drifted back to that fateful day. He was completely drained, and the pain was unbearable. The guy wondered if his pain even meant anything, or if everything that happened was for nothing. The mage opened his eyes, not really understanding where he was or how long he'd been out. He remembered that he and Giselle had made it to the garden. Renji jolted up, his head still pounding, but his first thought was, where the heck is Giselle? Only then did he notice the damp towel on his hand. But that wasn't the only weird thing. The guy looked around and got even more confused. He was lying on a blanket, and all around him were covered plates of food and a pitcher of water. He was just as thrown off by the umbrella. Renji couldn't figure out why they'd left an open umbrella next to him. Just then, Giselle approached, happy to see that her boss had finally woken up. The girl had just brought some soup, so she decided to give it to the mage right away. Overcome with emotion, the girl tripped and started to fall towards Renji, tray and all. Still holding the umbrella, the dark mage managed to react. He stopped the girl and the soup from falling. Not even a drop spilled. Back on her feet, Giselle immediately chewed Renji out for using magic again. The guy asked what all the food was for, and it turned out Giselle was just waiting for him to wake up. The umbrella was in case it rained, the food in case the boss woke up hungry, and the mat was for him to lie on. Renji was surprised the butterflies hadn't told Blondie about this place's restorative properties. Giselle knew about the healing power, but she was trying to make things more comfortable. She added that passing out after using magic wasn't normal. Renji thought it was no big deal, but the girl insisted the situation was definitely getting out of hand. Giselle was clearly pissed at Renji about what went down yesterday. The guy realized his subordinate was way more observant than he thought. Still, the mage figured the girl was helping him because she was getting something out of it. Giselle pointed out that Renji let her into his home because he trusts her. So, she's wondering why the wizard didn't expect even this basic level of consideration from her. She was waiting for his answer, staring right through him. He couldn't answer right away. He wanted to get his thoughts and feelings across the right way. Renji figured his trust was his own business, and she wasn't obligated to reciprocate. The guy assumed he shouldn't expect anything in return for his kindness. That really ticked her off, and she was trying her hardest not to blow a gasket. She took a deep breath and clenched her fists, which helped Giselle cool down a little. She put on a poker face and said she understood how he felt. Renji asked why she was mad, but Giselle insisted she wasn't. She hated being treated like she was special, then being strung along and having everyone act like nothing happened. Renji still couldn't wrap his head around why his words hit the blonde so hard. She had to pull herself together and finally say what she'd wanted to for ages. Giselle confessed she'd developed feelings, and the admission totally blindsided Renji. She added that she was acting this way because she had feelings for her boss. After that, she declared she was a representative of the Korean people, who are full of love. Renji was curious about what kind of feelings she was talking about, but he didn't ask. Giselle finished by saying she'd be happy if her answer was helpful to him. Renji didn't say anything, so she decided to leave, but then he grabbed her hand. With a frustrated tone, she asked what her boss wanted from her this time. Renji skipped the small talk and did something that totally caught her off guard. He pulled her close, holding her hands tight, searching for the right words. She thought he was about to spill his guts about his feelings, but instead he asked if she'd even slept last night. The dark mage noticed the bags under her eyes, a dead giveaway she hadn't gotten any shut-eye. Giselle didn't realize dark circles could show up after just one sleepless night, and this was bad news because she had work to do. Renji couldn't figure out what kind of work she could possibly be doing if she hadn't slept, so he told her to hit the sack pronto. She started to protest, but Renji gently touched her with his magic. She realized that in a split second she was suddenly crazy tired and felt like she was about to pass out. Moments later, she was sound asleep right there in his arms. He adjusted his grip, remembering what she'd said about having feelings for her boss. Renji hadn't thought about stuff like feelings in ages, so a girl confessing to him was the last thing he expected. As he was heading back inside, the mage noticed a weird glow coming from the flower field. He wasn't imagining it. The flowers were definitely radiating magical energy. Normally, after Renji's done channeling, the released magic energy should just seep back into the ground. But he'd never seen the flowers react like this in all the time he'd been living in this mansion. The only explanation for the plants acting up like that had to be Giselle. The Luisben that Renji knew wasn't a mage, and she definitely didn't have a magical chalice. But this Giselle seems to have one, which just proves that this girl is a real piece of work. He felt a warmth, thinking about how hard she tried to help him, gathering all those things, even though she barely knew her way around the house. And Giselle was saying things that, let's just say, are best kept under wraps to avoid any complications. The dude figured he had to respond to his employee's bold confession. Hard to say how long Giselle slept. Opening her eyes, she realized she was somewhere she definitely shouldn't be. She jumped up, thinking she needed to look after her boss. A second later, the girl froze, a bizarre scene unfolding before her eyes. There were flowers everywhere and fancy furniture. There was also a table loaded with all sorts of goodies and tea already made. Renji was sitting next to her bed and with a smug look on his face asked if she slept well. Giselle realized the guy just brought all the furniture from the house into the garden, so she'd be comfortable sleeping there. The girl was worried the guy used magic, but he thought it was no big deal and guessed she was hungry after her nap. The blonde was pissed that the boss thought she was a freeloader. Renji said Giselle was finally acting like his Giselle again, and at the same time he called over the golem chef. The girl was surprised when doors started opening up inside the golem and steam poured out. Turns out inside was a plate of roasted meat and veggies. What really blew her away was the wisps of smoke and the juice dripping off it. The girl called Golem 17 the best cook, and Renji was surprised she'd given the golem a name. The blonde explained that names let you call the right golem and not get them mixed up. Renji wondered when his employee had found the time to name all the golems. While the girl was happily scarfing down the meat, Renji decided to ask her something. He wanted to know what kind of being was hiding inside Giselle Loiseben's body, and if maybe she was some kind of spirit. The girl almost choked when the guy called her a spirit. There was no way she was a ghost. The guy figured she was a spirit because she kinda knows the future and is immune to poison. Plus, she didn't seem like a normal person, and Giselle swallowed hard, feeling nervous. Then the guy mentioned something weird happened after she fell asleep. Looks like Renji was dead set on figuring out the mystery of the current Giselle Loiseben. Grinning, the mage added that at some point he became interested in the girl. That confession totally threw Giselle off balance. That interest comment was loaded. The guy added he was super interested in whatever was living inside Giselle. The girl tensed up when Renji said it wasn't just simple curiosity. He clarified he wasn't interested in Giselle Loiseben, but specifically in his Giselle, the one he was talking to right now. The mage wanted to know about her as a person, someone who lived in another world. Renji wanted to know the story of her life from the very beginning. The girl didn't know exactly what to tell him about herself and her past life. Suddenly, it occurred to our girl that she might have just misunderstood what he meant by interest. That helped her gather her thoughts and propose a deal to her boss. She suggested to the boss that he should also share something about himself for a fair exchange. The guy wondered if Giselle should know the truth about him and what truth that should be. The blonde wasn't sure the dark mage would trust someone like her with information, but he agreed anyway. The agreement was so unexpected that the girl couldn't believe what she'd heard. The man added that if that's how she was showing her interest in him, then he was game. Giselle thought the guy's words sounded kind of flirty just then. She almost called him out on it, but changed her mind and asked if he was gonna base his story on her questions. Then, before they started talking, she added that she only wanted the honest truth from Renji. The employee needed to know what happened to her boss back in the day. According to Renji, his dark magic first showed up when he was 8 years old. Instead of power, all the kid felt at that moment was just pain. He wanted his parents to be there for him, to help him deal with the fear and the pain. But his mom and dad were acting all hostile and didn't seem to have a clue what to do with their kid. What little Renji heard next scared him even worse. His dad figured a demon had devoured his son's soul, so they had to off his body before Renji turned into a full-blown dark mage. The kid got scared. One of the knights raised his sword, and that's when the boy started radiating dark magic. Renji saw the knight's contempt and watched in slow motion as the knight swung his sword above his head. The intense fear triggered a massive surge of uncontrolled magic. Energy started gathering around the boy, making it hard for the soldiers and his parents to breathe. A few seconds later, the kid blasted everyone in front of him away with magic. Even his parents got hit, even though they were standing relatively far back. In that state, Renji ran away from home and immediately became a target for the light mages who wanted him eliminated. The man's story shocked the girl. She couldn't hold back her tears. A second later, the heroine was furious. How could his parents call soldiers to kill an 8-year-old boy who just started first grade? Renji said that this kind of situation is normal for parents whose kids wield dark magic. Giselle regretted that the novel didn't mention any of this. It just hit the heroine that the kid could have gotten seriously hurt during that escape, which is why he keeps passing out now. Renji got all up in his face, asking who he was and when he got injured. Giselle suddenly realized her boss didn't remember passing out yesterday. Letting out a breath, the guy mentioned that the changes in his body happened much later. That was the day he met the Archmage and his 2 apprentices. Back then, the Archmage helped him recover and saved him from certain doom. Giselle figured the guy was probably talking about Dylan and Viviana showing up in the novel. Renji said it was time to cut his story short and start listening to Giselle's story about when she opened her eyes and became Giselle Losben. The girl wanted to hear the rest of his story and just said she was summoned to this world and didn't even know it until Renji explained it. Also, the heroine hasn't got the slightest clue why poisons don't affect her. Renji cut Giselle off, asking why she was talking about stuff that happened after she died. The mage pointed out that he already told her about stuff that happened when he was a kid, but now this dude wanted to hear the current Giselle's story. Renji wanted to know how she became Giselle Losben and why she was immune to poison. But mostly, the dark-haired dude wanted to know about the person who existed before Giselle. The guy was confusing the hell out of her. She didn't even know how to re-explain her whole poison and dungeon awakening story. Renji corrected her, saying he didn't want to hear about Giselle Losben from this world. He wanted to hear about the girl from the previous world, what she was like. Giselle felt a pang of bitterness remembering her past self. In her past life, she was just a regular, totally unremarkable person. Giselle would love to tell you about her old self, but that version had 0 talents or skills. Then Renji asked the heroine to tell him about her normal self, without powers, and her everyday life. The blonde didn't get why the mage would want to hear such a boring story, but Renji reminded her he was interested in Giselle. The heroine didn't understand why he was so interested in her, and she was already getting tripped up trying to understand Renji's way of talking. The girl figured the guy had a thing for Giselle Losben's looks, which is why he suddenly took an interest in her. Renji repeated that he was interested in her, not Giselle Losben, and didn't see what was so hard to understand. The guy guessed that Giselle was afraid the mage would lock her up in a lab and study her, or decide to off her like the fake Losben. The girl felt awkward saying what she was about to say. She asked if he remembered her saying she wasn't interested in workplace romance. The girl breathed out, happy she finally said it, but Renji didn't answer. Silence hung in the air, and Giselle felt like she had to say something, anything, fast. She looked at the guy, totally confused why the mage had such a shocked expression. The heroine figured Renji was talking about that, which Giselle couldn't even wrap her head around. Now Renji was asking why she looked so surprised, since he'd made it clear he was interested in her. The girl understood the mage was interested, but she hadn't thought it was that kind of interest. The heroine was positive Renji was head over heels for Viviana. The guy thought that was the craziest thing he'd heard all day and asked how she even knew her. The heroine replied that it had to do with the future, and that she assumed he didn't like Dylan because Viviana didn't return his feelings. Renji asked her to be honest, if Giselle was this bonkers before the transfer, because no sane person thinks like that. Giselle realized she'd messed up again, and a wave of hatred washed over her for the novel that was wrong, again, and went in the wrong direction. The heroine said there was a prophecy about this world in her world. It talked about the future of certain people in high places. According to it, Renji secretly loved Viviana, which is why he was feuding with Dylan. The mage thought it sounded more like a fairy tale than a real prophecy, but Giselle pointed out some of the details matched up. Renji told Giselle to forget about the novel, because the only person he's interested in is her Giselle. That's when a terrifying thought hit the heroine. The story's main villain had fallen for her instead of Viviana. Could it be that she'd somehow taken over the main character's role and was now going to play out her part in the novel? That realization was way too creepy, and she desperately wanted to forget it. Giselle's mind was racing, thinking she screwed up falling for this handsome guy, because now no one could save her from the mage. The girl stopped her chaotic thoughts and decided to talk to her boss again. She asked if he was planning on locking her away in a dark room where no light could reach. The main character immediately remembered that the book was rated mature, adults only. Tears welled up in her eyes from the fantasies, and the blonde tearfully asked if they'd even give her any clothes. Renji replied that he was also interested to know what his employees' preferences were, but she immediately shut it down. In the prophecy, the dark mage did a whole bunch of stuff to Vivian, and Giselle definitely didn't want to be in her shoes. The main character pulled herself together and thought that Renji wasn't at all like he was described in the book. The girl started to laugh nervously, and Renji really didn't like how their conversation was going. He asked Giselle if she would stay by his side, even if they didn't have to go through all that messed up stuff. The girl didn't understand where the guy got such confidence and she wasn't that easy. Renji believed they were connected from the start, since the girl ended up here because of forbidden magic targeting him. The guy remembered the blonde's promise to become the subordinate of the strongest villain. But the most important thing is that Renji has a genuine interest in Giselle. The heroine realized that the guy's words were so reasonable that she couldn't argue with him. The girl ended the conversation by saying that she doesn't get involved with anyone at work, period. Renji responded that he could fire her any second and lock her in the basement until their relationship was satisfactory. After scaring the heroine, the dark-haired guy added that he didn't want to do that and wouldn't. The guy is sure that the girl will always be with him, and he hadn't even thought about relationships until Giselle brought it up. The girl realized she'd gone too far, and she felt really ashamed. Blushing, she replied that she'd crossed a line and apologized. After Renji responded that now he had something to think about regarding their relationship, Giselle blushed all over again. Looks like this new life isn't just a drag, it's a total train wreck for our girl Giselle Loisben. The next day, Giselle was sighing her heart out at the store. Sulyan was worried about her and asked if she was feeling all right. He asked her for a little bit of blood and she said yes. Gilberton figured Giselle must be out of it, 'cause you just don't share blood with Sulyan. Windria noticed she was totally spaced out too, so she asked what was bugging her. Giselle spilled the beans about Renji, but said it was her close friend's problem and her friend's boss. Gilberton immediately told his friend to ditch the boss, saying he sounds like a real piece of work. Plus, the friend's boss is nice to her, but she's reading too much into it. Sulyan didn't see the issue. When Giselle mentioned the boss might kick the bucket because of his job, both guys immediately told the friend to dump him. Windria had been silently observing the whole conversation, drawing her own conclusions. Giselle admitted her friend can't leave her boss's company, or she'd be pushing up daisies real quick. Sulyan summed it up. The friend has to put up with a boss with a bad attitude who might just kick the bucket early. Gilberton thought all the conditions the girl listed sounded awfully familiar for some reason. The guys were obviously starting to wonder if Renji fit the description of Giselle's friend's boss. Windria decided to cut their train of thought short and asked if they didn't have things to do today. She reminded Gilberton he had a meeting with Renji, and Sulyan had his only patient of the month. The guys rushed off to their appointments, promising to keep Giselle's friend in their thoughts. The women watched them leave in silence, both relieved they'd managed to stop them from figuring things out about the friend's boss. Windria asked just how much Giselle couldn't stand Renji. The woman knew Giselle's story was about her, seeing as the blonde didn't have any other friends. Windria said there was no getting out of it. Everyone noticed Renji's interest in the main character. The woman saw no reason to freak out and suggested just hooking up with the guy, since he wouldn't be asking for anything crazy. Windria spilled the tea. Renji never even wanted to talk to girls before. The woman shrugged and said that's just how dark mages are. They only care about magic and couldn't care less about girls. Windria added that she hadn't been in this scene for long and had enjoyed all the fun things in life before. She didn't get to finish her sentence before Ten burst through the shop door. The woman glared at the little student and asked why he was so jumpy. The guy said the vibe outside had gotten kinda weird. After those words, Windria jumped up from her chair and bolted for the exit. The woman felt like something bad was about to go down. As she entered the store, she spun around and stared at the main character. Windria ordered the girl to lock the doors and windows of the shop, now. Windria's sudden mood swing and the demand to close the store were way too out of left field for Giselle. Windria suggested using Ten as bait if things got hairy. Ten was totally against that plan, but Windria figured they couldn't leave Giselle alone, or Renji would have their hides later. Giselle asked the woman what was going on and why they had to lock up the store. Windria looked at the girl and realized this was the first time she'd ever faced something like this. The woman announced that some real trouble was coming their way, and Windria was going to go out and try out a new move. Windria added that this place was crawling with lowlifes, so there were plenty of people itching to clean it up. Blondie remembered the book said Dylan and Vivian's combined forces attacked Banhell, but she figured they were just after Wayne. The girl breathed a sigh of relief, so she could just lock up and hide inside the store. Windria didn't get what hiding meant to the blonde because hiding wasn't gonna cut it here. With a villainous tone, Windria explained they needed to close up shop, grab some tools, and get ready to roll out. Windria was planning to go all in on this whole mess, but why was the woman so insistent on closing the store? Giselle still didn't understand what they wanted from her. Sullian and Gilberton zipped past the store, all smiles, ready to kick some bad guy butt. Windria planned to join them. It seemed like Giselle was finally catching on to why the woman insisted on closing the store. Looks like Windria's new technique might wreck everything in its path. Windria almost bolted out of the store, but Ten snagged her clothes. He was sweating that the teacher would hit the battlefield without him, and Windria was pissed cause Sullian and Gilberton were already cutting loose. Giselle's imagination was conjuring up one messed-up image after another of her villainous buddies. The dude had no choice but to accept his great teacher's decision. Windria warned that if anything happened to Giselle, Ten would be kicked to the curb. At that moment, the delivery guy looked like a loyal dog getting abandoned by its owner. Giselle tried to cheer him up, reminding him that his teacher was a seriously powerful mage. Ten turned to the heroine and asked if she was all right. Giselle didn't get why he was suddenly asking that. Ten thought it was impossible to feel okay when a bunch of so-called knights were wrecking everything while pretending to be righteous. The guy believed they should get payback on the light mages for locking Giselle up and destroying her family. So, according to Ten, the Loisben family lent money to dark mages, and the light mages took their anger out on Giselle because of it. The guy couldn't figure out why she was taking such injustice so calmly. The delivery guy thought the light mages must have put some kind of spell on Giselle, which is why she wasn't mad at them anymore. The heroine was trying to get through to Ten that she wasn't that nice, but he wasn't hearing it. Giselle thought of herself as a regular person who just happened to have a couple of people she hated. The blonde didn't finish her sentence before Renji's familiars showed up in front of her. The butterflies said this dude was way too loud and decided to take him out. Ten recognized the butterflies, but the familiars called him a lowlife for daring to point at them. Looks like Ban was seriously ticked off at Ten and was already getting ready to attack him with a needle. The girl managed to calm down the familiars, but they still didn't like Ten. They added that the master didn't like the delivery guy either. Ten totally screwed up comparing Renji's power to his teacher's, thinking she could wipe the floor with the dark-haired dude. Giselle barely stopped Ban from offing the loudmouth and added that Renji could definitely use some bulking up. Ten kept hammering on how Renji needed to pack on some muscle and that his face was way too pale. Giselle shot back that the boss's muscles were like sculpted from freaking gold. Ten called that garbage and showed what real man muscles should look like. Renji, who'd snuck up behind her, remarked that he wasn't into the whole beefcake thing either. Giselle jumped back, totally freaked out by him appearing like that. Renji wanted to know why Ten was hanging around the shop if Windria wasn't there. Ten explained that the teacher went out to run some crucial tests on a new technique. Since Renji was here, Ten could head back to his teacher, and the guy instantly perked up when Windria was called his teacher. After that, the dude bolted out of the store looking for his mentor. Renji wanted to know who those two people were that Giselle hated so much. The mage overheard part of the convo with Ten and wanted to know who they were talking about, but Giselle just brushed it off, said it was nothing. The guy pointed out that she had to hate Dylan at the very least. Giselle asked if Renji shouldn't be outside, since there were a ton of knights gathered, but he figured they had enough people already. Giselle was all, "Then why'd you come here if it's already safe?" Blondie remembered Renji saying he wasn't going to come to the store because he was swamped with stuff to do this morning. The guy gave a sly grin and said he came to see the heroine. He couldn't leave her alone, knowing she freaks out in situations like this. Hearing that he was worried about the heroine was kinda weird. Renji noticed something was off with how the knights were acting this time. The dude figured they were after something more than just smashing up everything in town. Renji decided Giselle was the Light Faction's target. The girl flashed back to that incident with the Light Mage. Giselle found it weird they hadn't moved the shop after being discovered, but Renji pointed out this was his main base of operations. Right after that, he yanked her close and spun around towards the front door. The guy instantly threw up a protective barrier, then started building up dark energy for an attack. The girl's eyes darted from Renji to the door, and she understood why he'd reacted so fast. Renji called out to Dylan by name, telling him they were on his turf, so he had the upper hand from the jump. Dylan looked tense, but his eyes were locked on, determined to settle things with Renji right then and there. Renji figured Dylan might show, but the second it happened, the mage's mood still tanked. Ignoring the girl, Renji spoke to her, and she nervously answered him. The dark-haired guy ordered her to follow Ren and Ben, who would escort her home. The blonde was surprised, because that meant she was leaving the mage alone with the hero. Dylan got tired of listening to the couple's chatter and blasted them with magic. The dark mage easily deflected the attack, which worried the hero. With a sudden strike, Dylan tried to split up the guy and girl, but it didn't work. It looked to the blonde like they were glued together. Renji pointed out that the blonde showed up after all these years and immediately started talking trash. Dylan told Renji to remember shame, but the mage replied that he didn't know the word. Giselle knew there was tension between those two, but she didn't think it was this bad. Dylan warned Renji that his girl might stab him in the back. Giselle was pissed that the hero was talking about her like that. Renji thought Dylan was full of it, and that the blondie's skills were still as basic as ever. Dylan shot back that Renji was still just as much of a jerk. The familiars told Giselle it was time to go, and that her master had set up emergency warp gates in the bedroom. The heroine remembered Renji grumbling about her hiding under the bed. Guess that's when he made the warp gates, just in case. She wasn't sure if she should bail, but she knew she wasn't helping things here. Suddenly, the image of Renji overdoing it with his magic flashed in the blonde's mind. The familiars started rushing her, but for some reason, she wasn't moving. Despite the tense situation, Giselle risked distracting Renji with a question. She told him to only faint after. He got home, but the dude wasn't planning on passing out at all. After that, Renji told Giselle to get the heck out of the store ASAP. The dark mage was planning to end this quick and unleashed a ton of magic, so Giselle felt like she needed to haul ass. On the run, the girl yelled that the guy made her a promise and that she'd be keeping track of the time. The heroine heard Dylan, who yelled to the girl that running was pointless. Dylan's tracking seal will find her wherever she goes, no matter what. Giselle was shocked. She thought Emily's scarf had taken care of that problem. Renji interrupted Dylan and asked what was so bad about Giselle having a mark on her. The dark mage knew the tracking magic was one-time use, so once the time was up, Dylan would be heading back. Renji was totally confident in his ability to hide. Dylan thought Renji was a jerk and promised he'd pay for it. The dark-haired guy pointed out that there's only one jerk here, and it ain't him. Dylan yelled that he wasn't going to kill Renji because there's someone who wants to see him. Renji wasn't impressed. The knight got pissed. He didn't want the dark mage talking trash about Viviana. After hearing that, Giselle realized Dylan's original target was Renji, not her. So that light mage who busted into the store was also looking to hook up with Renji. Giselle just became a convenient pawn to get to the mage. If that's the case, then Viviana used Giselle Loiseben to get to Renji. Thinking about it here was risky, so Giselle told the guy she was definitely leaving now. Giselle told the men not to trash the store. Dylan just figured the blonde had lost it. Renji just accused Dylan of using some seriously low-down tactics to get Viviana close to Giselle. The knight was pissed that the dark mage dared to insult his girl like that. Even though Renji called out Viviana, he wasn't totally sure she was behind the whole thing. Whoever's in that girl's body, they've got the manners of a dude, plain and simple. The dark-haired guy kept thinking, and then the answer just popped into his head. Out of nowhere, Renji tells Dylan he's finally figured things out. The dark mage revealed the light mage's true identity, and then asked Dylan if Burf and Grind was still kicking. The blonde thought that question was way out of line. Dylan went on the attack, but Renji was already ready to block the hit. Renji realized Dylan couldn't activate a teleportation circle because of the tracking spell's restrictions. The dark-haired dude didn't expect Dylan to get so close so damn fast. At the last split second, the dark mage caught the glint of the sword swinging from his right. To block the blow, the mage had to burn through a serious chunk of magical juice. Meanwhile, Giselle was pacing back and forth, totally stressing about Renji. The butterflies were already on edge, and Giselle's pacing was just making them even more ticked off. The familiars complained that the heroine was making their heads spin and begged her to just stop already. Giselle called the butterflies heartless for not worrying about the guy, but the familiars figured their master was tough and there was nothing to sweat. The familiars called Dylan a loser and a backstabber who could never take down their master. Giselle was surprised the familiars called Dylan that guy, a loser and a traitor. Another piece of the puzzle of Renji and Dylan's shared past started clicking into place in her head. She decided to ask who the people were that betrayed Renji in the past. She had a hard time believing the main characters of the novel could be such lowlifes. The butterflies said they weren't supposed to tell the heroine about that. Giselle worried she might indirectly cause Renji's death if she was the subject of a forbidden technique. The blonde needed to figure out what Giselle Lausben was trying to summon and why she ended up in this world. Giselle asked them to explain what kind of relationship Renji had with the heroes. The butterflies looked at each other, unsure if they were allowed to talk about that. Then they decided to share some of what the girl asked for, adding that these were very old memories of their master. The butterflies began their story from the part Renji had previously told Giselle. After escaping from home, the boy tried to hide and survive in the forest for a long time, eventually collapsing from exhaustion. Renji was done fighting. If death wouldn't take him, he figured he'd just speed things up. Right then, a group of people happened to be passing through the woods. Two of them were kids, Dylan and Viviana. The teacher was showing his students how people find meaning in everything, even something like pain. The guy added that some people's pain is considered noble, while other people's pain gets ignored. Viviana wanted to heal the boy, but Dylan thought treating a stranger was way too risky. Viviana didn't think there was any danger, since she was a top-tier light mage. The mentor stopped Viviana, telling her she couldn't use her power on this kid. The reason was that the boy in front of them was a dark mage. The mentor told Dylan to lay off the death stare he was giving the kid. The master saw the kid had only just unlocked his powers, like a flower bud that hasn't bloomed yet. Viviana wondered if there was any way they could help the boy out. Lost in thought, the mentor figured their meeting was meant to be. The man wanted to ask the kid something, so he knelt down in front of him. He asked if it mattered to the boy which side his pain was coming from right now. After that, he waited for an answer that would decide the kid's future. Renji replied that the side causing the pain meant nothing to him. The man was pleased with the dark mage's answer. After that, the mentor asked the boy to tell him his name. After learning the kid's name, the man introduced himself as Burfin Grind. The man vowed to transform Renji's pain into pain with a purpose. After that, the master took the boy back to the palace, giving him shelter. One day soon after, Viviana went looking for Renji. She told the boy she had amazing news for him. The master had found a way to purify Renji's body, but the boy didn't quite grasp what purify meant. Viviana explained that according to their teacher, all magic comes from the same source, so the nature of magic can also be changed. The girl took his hand. Viviana was ecstatic that the guy would be able to wield pure divine power. The heroine urged Renji to hurry to the master to undergo the purification. During the purification, the master used some kind of spell that inflicted unimaginable pain on the boy. The master begged Renji to endure it, explaining that the pain was necessary to achieve a great goal. The guy promised that after the cleansing, even a tiny bit of pain would be super valuable. Viviana was stoked seeing the dude suffer and promised she'd cleanse him too once she mastered her magic. The girl added that they were friends now, and she wouldn't let dark magic take him over. The pain Renji was going through was insane. He just wanted it to be over already. Meanwhile, back at Renji's shop, those brawlers were trashing the place. Looking at the damage from Renji's last spells, he knew Giselle was gonna flip when she saw this. Renji figured Dylan's tracking spell was about to run out, and told him his hero time was up. The dark mage told them to stop wrecking the shop and just get the heck out of here already. Poofing out, Dylan declared he remembered the brunette's sins and would make him pay big time. Renji thought the threats were a joke, so he didn't take the hero's words seriously. After the hero vanished into the circle, Renji figured he should take a bath. But if he gets home too late, that scaredy cat's gonna start squawking again. With those thoughts in mind, the guy created a teleportation circle. After teleporting to Giselle, he wanted to say it was all over, but she immediately ran up to him with a sour look on her face. She thought Dylan should just get lost, even if he is the main character of the story. A teary-eyed Giselle thought her boss deserved to be happy, but Renji didn't understand what had happened to her while he was gone. The dark mage summoned his familiars, hoping at least they could explain Giselle's behavior. Turns out, the butterflies told the girl a little about their master's past to calm her down while he was away. Renji couldn't understand why the blonde was bawling over a little story about his past. The girl saw the mage's past and now thinks Burfin is a nutjob, just like Viviane, and they both really tick her off. Renji was floored that the butterflies showed her his memories, and now she's bawling her eyes out. The guy realized his familiars just pulled something they weren't supposed to. The blonde noticed the guy was suddenly super pissed at the butterflies for some reason. Turns out, the mage was ticked because his familiars used magic for the first time without his say-so. Judging by Renji's tone, Giselle sensed he was annoyed and that she was just getting in his way right now. The blonde decided to apologize, but the mage didn't get what Giselle was saying sorry for. She felt guilty because Renji came back exhausted, and she was digging into his past with the butterflies. The dark-haired guy wasn't mad at her, but he wanted to double-check if the butterflies really showed her his past. What's weird is that the familiars used magic they weren't even given. This is the second freaky thing with magic and Giselle, after those flowers acting all crazy in Renji's garden. Giselle was totally lost as to why the dude just spaced out. Renji finally just asked her what she saw that messed her up so bad. Almost whispering, she told him it was his pain that got to her. She thinks suffering's pointless cause pain is just pain, you know? Seeing him like that really hit her hard, and she wasn't sure she could handle that kind of thing. Renji said there's no easy answer when it comes to pain, whether it's noble or just a waste. Whatever though, that's all water under the bridge now. Giselle believes some people are worth trusting, and she wants to prove it. Renji then asked if she'd be okay with him letting someone go. Guess he said that after their talk where Giselle made it crystal clear she doesn't mix business with pleasure. The heroine realized she'd gotten herself into a real pickle. She got a little ticked off at Renji's good memory and asked why he always had to be so damn absolute. The mage said he was just messing with her and giving her a chance to earn his trust. Giselle decided that in that case the guy had nothing to worry about. She could ID any poison the bad guys threw at them. Renji was surprised because Giselle had said Wayne died from poison, but back then she didn't know about the real leader of the dark mages. Giselle herself would put in every effort to fight those bastards, and for a weak girl like her, that would take serious guts. Smiling, Renji thanked the heroine for her great resolve. Then the mage added that, first, they needed to start the investigation with Giselle herself. The guy poked his finger on the top of her head and said that her hair color had changed right there. Looks like the blonde was starting to gradually turn into a brunette. After hearing that news, she demanded a mirror ASAP and confirmed her boss wasn't lying. She was bummed that beauty salons apparently don't exist in this world. Giselle remembered she had a 30,000 won deposit at the salon near her place. She croaked before she could use it. The girl was super bummed she didn't get to spend her cash. Giselle didn't care what color her hair was, but she didn't want to be a rotten banana. She asked why her hair was changing, wondering if it was some kind of sickness. The guy said she ate 2 helpings for breakfast, so she was probably fine health-wise. She figured it might be some kind of magic side effect, like Dylan's magic blowback. She lowered her scarf and said, surprised, that the mark was almost completely gone. Renji explained that Dylan used tracking magic, so the mark was weakened and would fade fast. So, about the hair color change, the dark mage figures it's because this body's linking up with the girl's soul. The mage pointed out even her looks have changed a little compared to that wanted poster. Giselle's bummed out that they're taking away Giselle Loisbin's beauty, and she can't be gorgeous anymore. Renji asked her to be straight with him. Who was Giselle in her past life, and what kind of power did she have? Dude reminded her she's got a real knack for magic, but Giselle doesn't get why, 'cause magic doesn't even exist in her world. Plus, the girl doesn't see the point in being magically inclined if she can't even become a mage. Giselle can't use magic because she can't store it without a vessel. Renji thinks they should hit up the spot where the ritual went down. The guy figures Giselle's got a knack for reproducing magic, and they might learn something about her there. I mean, it's super weird for someone who's not a mage to be able to reproduce magic. That's why Renji thought it was super important to figure out how his Giselle showed up, and what the old Giselle was trying to summon. A few days later, the hero's wagon was headed to the ritual site. Giselle was thinking that if she'd known about the trip in advance, she would have been way better prepared. But everything happened so fast, she didn't even have time to pack a bag. The group was traveling overland because they couldn't use the warp gates. While Renji was explaining why they couldn't use magic, Giselle realized she was starting to feel carsick. The guy figured she was feeling queasy because she'd pigged out on cookies. She was pretty sure that wasn't it, and besides, Sulyan ate way more. Windria, at that moment, got pissed at Sulyan for chomping on his cookies so loudly. Giselle thought you had to eat cookies fast, 'cause they could go bad if you kept them around too long. The guy suggested the girl get some sleep. She would have loved to if she could. The girl got excited, thinking the group was headed to the city described in the book. Renji said they were going to a city called Runetti. The dark mage didn't realize he'd just dropped a bombshell on Giselle. Runetti was the city written about in the second part of the novel, the place where all three main characters met. In the first episode of the second chapter, there was a dark mage gathering where they, really mistreated the townspeople. The whole chain of events in the novel kicked off during a festival. Giselle asked if there were any festivals planned in the city soon. Renji didn't know. The girl figured if a meeting was being held, the leader would know about it, so there was nothing to worry about. The guy asked what she was thinking about, and Giselle said she was thinking about some new donut flavors. Maga's response was so typical, that's Giselle all over, always thinking about grub. The blonde perked up when she heard they were almost at their destination. Maybe the book's events are still a long way off? Nothing to sweat about yet. After a while, the carriage finally ground to a halt. Giselle hopped out of the carriage, feeling relieved. She'd been carsick most of the ride. While Giselle was stretching, Renji waved her over. He snapped his fingers, conjuring up some kind of magic. The heroine was shocked to see her blonde hair instantly turn black. A few seconds passed, and Giselle was a brunette. Renji decided to help her out since she complained about not wanting to stick out like a sore thumb. The guy pointed out that no one would even notice such a minor hair color change spell. With all the preparations done, Renji finally suggested the girl step away from the carriage. There were tons of people around, all stoked to welcome the newcomers to their town. Giselle thought these townspeople were seriously lacking in caution if they so easily let in a wanted person. Renji could feel his partner was tense. The guy asked the heroine if she was digging this. Turns out, the dude was talking about the local flower pollen. Tons of tourists come to Runetti just for that stuff. The girl figured this place wasn't all that great, and she felt bad for the people doing that work, 'cause their hands probably hurt like hell. The guy got curious, wondering if there was anything in this town that would actually interest the heroine. Something about the direction of her boss's questions seemed fishy to the girl. The heroine figured her boss was secretly trying to figure out what she was into. Renji said he was just trying to figure out what she was into, straight up. Even that answer got her a little riled up. She shot back that she'd be stronger than the boss someday. Renji got super curious about what Giselle would do after she got stronger than him. The guy got way too close, and she totally started blushing. The dark mage whispered to her to hide her face better, 'cause it was totally obvious right now. Still covered in paint, the girl thanked her boss and said she'd be more careful. Then she picked up the pace and added that they needed to get to the hotel ASAP. Walking ahead, she thanked her lucky stars she had the hood on, so Renji couldn't see how flustered she was. After a while, the group finally made it to the hotel. Giselle was completely wiped out and immediately face-planted onto the bed. This girl is beat. All she wants is a real bed. Renji was bragging about greasing some palms, said that's how he snagged the warp gate so fast. The brunette was thinking things were going too smoothly. Maybe she was worrying for nothing. Renji was stoked the rest of their crew went to check out the festival, meant they could chill in peace and quiet. Hearing about the festival made her stomach drop. A dark mage's meetup might actually happen. Giselle was trying to figure out how to break this to Renji gently, warn him about the danger. She asked if the boss just happened to have any, meetings planned for today. The guy replied that throwing together a meeting like that, in a random place, wasn't exactly a walk in the park. The dude guessed Giselle was asking about a get-together in Runetti, 'cause that's what happened in the novel. Giselle corrected him, saying it wasn't a novel, it was a prophecy. The guy thought the novel was total garbage and saw no reason to sweat it. But the heroine realized there were way too many coincidences with the book, so she couldn't just brush them off. Giselle asked why Renji hadn't once asked about his future, if she knew about it. Renji remembered the girl talking about Wayne's future, but Giselle figured Wayne was just a code name for her boss. The dark mage said that according to her, he'd be poisoned, but she'd end up saving him. Then the guy pressed her, asking if there was anything else Giselle needed to warn him about. Giselle said she also knew Vivian's future, and the guy jokingly asked how that girl was gonna bite the dust. Hesitating for a second, the brunette blurted out that Vivian would do it herself. After that, the guy was totally convinced the girl had read a novel, not some prophecy. Renji figured Vivian would never off herself, and his own future was already set in stone. The dark mage had anticipated every possible outcome, except for Giselle showing up. That's why the mage wanted the girl to tell him something about herself, not about him or the light and dark mages. The girl felt sad hearing the man's words. She smiled faintly and decided she wanted to enjoy the present, not worry about the future. Renji replied that he liked the present too. Suddenly, a trio of dark mages appeared. They were on a mission to find people in the city who posed a threat to Giselle. Windria thought Sullian was really just screwing around, considering how much time he'd spent at the apothecary's shop. Giselle didn't catch the guy's light-hearted mood. All she could see was Renji, and it was the first time she'd heard his voice completely devoid of emotion. Maybe the heroine saw her boss's true colors and realized there was a lot she didn't know about the guy. The heroine tried to analyze the man's overall demeanor during their last conversation. He might have been emotionless, but you couldn't call the boss scary either. The girl was super worried about Renji. She just wanted things to stay the way they were. Sulyan decided to show Giselle what he'd picked up on the way to the hotel. The guy pulled a piece of candy out of his pocket, figured he could sweeten Giselle's mood. Sulyan said someone gave him the candy, called his face cute, meaning he's popular pretty much everywhere. Giselle thought that was fishy, 'cause Sulyan's not that cute. That stung him a little. If his cuteness is unappreciated, then he'll just eat the damn candy himself and not share with anyone. Giselle suddenly caught a strong, weird smell. She realized the candy was the source of the smell. The heroine grabbed Sulyan's hand and declared he couldn't eat the candy. The girl asked the scared Sulyan to show her the candy. The brunette carefully examined the sweet and focused on the scent. Giselle was sure her poison-detecting skills couldn't fail her. To be absolutely certain, Giselle popped the candy in her mouth, surprising everyone there. Renji tried to grab the candy and yelled at Giselle to spit it out now. With the candy in her mouth, Giselle told everyone to leave her alone and let her work. The girl explained to everyone that she'd picked up the taste and smell of poison in the candy. Giselle identified the poison as coming from store number 138. After swallowing the poisoned candy, the happy girl declared that it was laced with Uwirel poison. The girl was thrilled that she finally got to do the job she was hired for, poison tasting. The trio of villains couldn't figure out why the girl ate the poisoned candy with such relish. Suddenly, the heroine realized that these guys had no clue about her unique ability. The villains started whispering, figuring Giselle must have been starving if she's eating poison and developed an immunity. Windria ended up telling Renji to keep a better eye on the girl's diet, and Sulyan promised to be more careful. Giselle got annoyed that the villains were more surprised by how much she eats than her abilities, but that's not the point right now. The girl figured they needed to find out who was handing out poisoned candy and why. They needed to know if the attack was targeting random people or just Renji's group. Renji asked Giselle if she thought they should tell the guards about it. Giselle realized the bounty on her head was worth way more than information about some poisoned candy. So Renji told her to just ignore the whole thing and move on. Besides, the dark mage figured they shouldn't get involved if the poisoners weren't targeting them. Looks like Renji wasn't too bothered by what just went down. Windria decided to prep a few defensive spells just in case. Sulyan was bummed he didn't eat the candy, but Gilberton reminded him he had another one in his pocket. Listening to everyone's thoughts, Giselle realized something. These guys are all criminals. They probably wouldn't bat an eye at something like poisoned candy. Sulyan changed the subject. He wanted to chill and wondered how they were splitting up the rooms. Giselle thought she should room with Windria. Windria wanted her own space and suggested Sulyan share a room with Gilberton. The woman figured Giselle should room with the strongest one of them, since she's got a lot of anxieties. Looks like everyone but Giselle was totally down with the room assignments. Renji was the happiest of all about how the rooms were split up. He still had his hand on Giselle's shoulder. The mage turned her to face him and suggested they both hit the hay. And so began Giselle and the dark mage Renji's first night together. The girl couldn't fall asleep. She was worried about the people who might have eaten those tainted candies. Renji was awake too, waiting for her to finally drift off. The heroine noticed the guy get up. He was clearly going somewhere. Giselle figured the mage left because she was being too loud and keeping him awake. All the girl could do was wonder where her boss was going and why. Meanwhile, Renji was in one of the rooms, waiting for his subordinates to show up. They arrived pretty quick and reported that preparations for the big investigation were complete. Sulyan pointed out they needed to know the exact amount of poison in the candies, but without magic, it'd take about half a day. The mages figured that, considering how carefully the Uverall was handled, the bad guys definitely had a reason. Uverall was usually used at dark mage gatherings. Renji wanted to know if the mages were planning a meeting in this city, but his subordinates reminded him that Renji himself turned them down because the city's too loud. Vindria also thought it was tough to organize anything in such a huge city with thousands of people milling around. Gilberton reported he'd found the guy handing out the candies and asked if he should call in Beidro. The mage agreed to call Beidro and then turned to Sulyan. Renji asked if the doctor had enough of an antidote to cover the whole city. The boss wanted to cover his ass, make sure no one started saying we were behind poisoning the townsfolk. Now that everyone knows what they're doing, let's get out there and make it happen. The guys took off right away, but Windria hung back. Something was clearly bugging her. She decided to ask Renji her question, so she turned to him. The woman didn't think they could find everyone who'd been poisoned and didn't believe their help would stop the rumors. The boss told Windria not to forget who she was talking to, but she still didn't think the operation would work. She wondered if the dark mage was doing all this just because Giselle Losben asked him to. Seeing the boss's surprised reaction, Windria couldn't figure out why he was getting involved in the poisonings. Renji answered that Giselle couldn't sleep because of those candies. Windria got angry because she was right. Then she wanted to know exactly what the boss expected from Giselle Losben. The mage just said none of his wishes had come true yet, and then he left the room. Giselle had been waiting up for Renji the whole time. The mage smiled and asked if she could finally get some sleep now. Giselle thought the mage didn't need to deal with the mess that was her fault. The guy replied that the heroine was taking on way too much. The man couldn't just stand by while his employee was stressing over the incident. Renji suddenly said he wasn't all that worried about finding an antidote. What mattered more to him was that she couldn't sleep. The guy was worried she'd be wiped out and exhausted all day. Giselle wondered why Renji was going to so much trouble for her. The heroine remembered the guy saying he didn't want anything from her. But this dude's being way too nice, and the brunette just doesn't get why. Renji gave his coworker a sad look. He figured you don't always need an angle to do something nice. If Giselle doesn't want things to go any further, then she can just accept the help. Renji told her to get some sleep and not worry about anything. He ended by wishing Giselle a good night. She told him good night too. Mom tells little Giselle she'll have to stay with Grandma for a bit while Mom takes care of Dad. The girl promised to be good, and from the day her father got sick, Giselle never saw her mother again. She remembered the last moments of her father's life in the hospital. The memory was painful, but it stuck with her for years. Her dad fought his illness for a long time, but he lost the battle right when she was starting high school. Her dad's relatives, who were always good to her, took her in, and she wanted to repay them. But that's also when those same relatives swiped all the insurance money she was supposed to get. In her sleep, she mumbled that she was truly alone now. Renji's voice, asking why she was alone, woke her up. Giselle figured her nighttime ramblings had woken her boss, but he'd been up for a while already. The guy wiped the tears from her face and pointed out that she'd been crying a lot in her sleep. He double-checked if she was crying because of the dream, not because of the candy incident. She wasn't fully awake yet, so she didn't answer right away. She said she was just crying, but Renji didn't get what just crying meant. Giselle smiled and said she didn't even remember why she was crying. Renji asked if Dylan's stash was haunting her dreams. The guy kept spinning theories about why she was crying. Besides Dylan, he guessed maybe she got canned from the store. Finally, Giselle just said she didn't even cry in her sleep. Renji seemed bummed that she wasn't crying in her dream. To cheer Renji up, Giselle said she was sobbing in her sleep. Now he seemed happy with her answer. Giselle thought again that she'd woken him up with her loud crying, but Renji said it was quiet. Renji was just surprised she was crying in her sleep, that's why he asked what was up. Dude was all up in the brunette's face, noticed her eyes were puffy. Girl had to back away from him, get some personal space. She asked what the rest of their crew was up to. Sulyan and Windria went to pay the rent on the warp gates. Gilberton's meeting with Bedro about the antidote. Everyone should be back tonight. Hearing that, she felt a weight lift off her shoulders. With everyone gone, they've got nothing to do, so Renji suggested grabbing her favorite food. Giselle turned to Renji, wanting to show him her appreciation. The guy figured she was about to drop another one of her weird, funny lines. But all Renji got was a quiet "thank you," which totally caught him off guard. She didn't really get a chance to thank Renji properly for what he did yesterday. She wanted to say something more, and she reached out and took Renji's finger in her hand. Blushing a little, she thanked him for wiping away her tears. A second later, she was already climbing out of bed because she was starving. She jumped up and told Renji to hurry up and go get breakfast. She went over to the window. She'd heard there was a really popular bakery down the street. She was thinking of just grabbing a few things, but he cut her off and said he'd buy everything. It was no sweat for him to buy her anything she wanted to try from the local bakery. He was ready to buy so much, the whole room would be buried in pastries, and then he'd be ready to accept Giselle's thanks. She figured he was in a great mood today, considering what went down yesterday. Giselle warned the boss to brace himself for some serious spending, 'cause she was starving. The guy told her she could have whatever her heart desired. Back at the hotel, Giselle still couldn't believe Renji actually bought her everything she wanted. She was practically shaking from all the excitement. But the feast was ruined because they'd laced all the food with Juvarel. She started thinking maybe Banhel doesn't deserve its rep as a crime city, 'cause the real ripoff is happening here. Renji thought it was weird. Looks like the bad guys didn't stop with just the sweets. Giselle was happy her disguise worked so well even a guard didn't recognize her, but the poisoned food was a real downer. She asked again if there might be some kind of dark magic convention going on. Renji figured no way, not without him. Without his barrier, all those mages would be toast. The girl remembered the last time those holy knights showed up. The boss's barrier saved everyone back then. Giselle still felt like something weird was going down in the city. The mage tried to reassure her, saying they'd distribute the antidote, but that wasn't what she was worried about. Giselle figured the bad guys were specifically targeting Renji, and that's why she was freaking out about him. The guy just chilled out and acted like it was no big deal. The dark mage reminded her that he was super powerful, so Giselle shouldn't sweat the small stuff. But she was still worried. Even if the novel's plot points didn't line up perfectly, the final outcome was always the same. Considering they added poison to a bunch of the food in this town, something's definitely about to happen, even if it's not connected to those dark mages. Meanwhile, Viviana was booking it through the castle to meet with her mentor. The girl had to waste a ton of time on the long trek. The heroine had no clue why the teacher needed her so urgently, but she came as soon as she could. The teacher was glad the girl responded to his request for a meeting. The man was surprised she came to the meeting alone. Dylan's still recovering after his run-in with Renji. Vivienne wished her friend could have made it to Runetti during the festival. The teacher figured the guy's taking so long to recover because of the fight and using tracking magic. Vivienne pointed out that his wounds felt different this time. She couldn't fully heal the wounds because they were inflicted with dark magic. The heroine wondered just how strong Renji had become if she couldn't heal a wound he caused. Vivienne added that, just like the teacher suspected, Renji was with that girl. The girl sadly noticed that Renji had changed a lot since they last met. The mentor confirmed it, looking like it pained him to acknowledge the loss of the dark-haired guy. Viviana told the teacher not to worry. She'd give it her all. She'd do everything she could to bring Renji back, and the teacher was happy to hear it. The teacher admitted he'd found people who were responding to the healing effect. The girl was glad the teacher's research was paying off and was sure it would become a beacon of hope for all mages. To himself, the teacher added that the research would make him a great archmage. The teacher vowed to do everything he could to ensure his research benefited the world. The man didn't want Viviana going into the Runetti Medical Center because there were a lot of kids there, and that might be tough for her to see. Viviana was ready for anything. She'd do whatever it took to wrap this up quickly. The girl believed that if the teacher's experiment succeeded, the children's pain would have meaning. A little later, Giselle arrived at the designated spot. The heroine knew they were standing in front of the biggest medical center in Lunetti. The couple came here to scout because this is where people would go if they felt the effects of the stuff. The problem was, the stuff acts like a cold at first, but if everyone's infected, there'd be a lot of fatalities by now. Renji figured the criminals definitely had a well-thought-out plan. The girl looked at the medical center again. She thought it looked more like a regular mansion. A girl jumped into the conversation, confirming the center used to be just a regular mansion. The redhead realized she hadn't introduced herself, but didn't realize she'd totally freaked Giselle out. Standing before our heroes was a medical center volunteer named Mary, whose job was to give tours of the center. The girl asked if the guy and girl wanted her to give them a tour. Giselle was down for a tour, but Renji said they didn't need one. The girl really pushed for it. She still wanted to give them a tour. Suddenly, the girl seemed to be lost in thought. Something about the couple felt off, and she wasn't sure they were really tourists. After thinking it over, Mary snapped her fingers, like she'd figured something out. It all made sense now. The couple weren't just tourists, they were newlyweds on their honeymoon. Mary jumped to that conclusion because a lot of couples come to Runetti for tourist courses. Mary was convinced the girl was so beautiful she had to hide her face, and the jealous husband had to fight off guys from all over the world. Giselle blurted out that wasn't it at all, they were just boss and employee. Renji, hugging the girl, added that their work relationship had blossomed into something way more. As a result, the couple had just gotten hitched, and Giselle thought to herself that her boss was a total headcase. No sane dude would buy into the load of crap Mary's cooked up here. Mary was totally charmed that this couple's relationship had sparked at work. Giselle tried to tell her she was wrong, saying that the boss was just pulling her leg. Renji looked at his girl with a smug grin on his face. He hugged Giselle again, 'cause she's still too shy to spill her guts in front of strangers. The girl got ready to give the happy newlyweds a tour of the center. Mary opened the gates and asked the young couple to follow her. Giselle hated that they were feeding this gullible girl a line of bull. Renji told Giselle that half of their story was true. He added that Mary was right about him being super jealous. After that, Renji suggested Giselle go after the volunteer and held out his hand. He figured newlyweds shouldn't be apart, but Giselle thought the boss was just stroking his own ego. Renji suggested she just overlook this tiny little manipulation. The mage reminded her they'd already shared a room, so holding hands couldn't be that bad. She said she'd play along, but just this once. The tour was in full swing when the volunteer showed the couple the east wing of the mansion. According to her, this place is used for employee relaxation. Giselle didn't see anything weird about the mansion, so she could only guess if there were any infected here. This building was one of the oldest in the city, but also known as one of the sturdiest. The volunteer said that Lady Jordian donated the building to be used as a medical center. Giselle was so surprised to hear that name, she stopped dead in her tracks. The volunteer whirled around, shocked. She thought everyone in the city knew the lady. Renji stepped in to help, saying that they knew the woman. The guy added that everyone around here knows Jordian, the great light mage. Giselle didn't understand why Renji's expression suddenly changed. Mary agreed with Renji, adding that everyone should know such a great mage. The guy explained that the two of them just weren't expecting to stumble across her mansion in a place like this. The girl explained that few outsiders know about this mansion because it served as the ladies' getaway. Next up, the volunteer wanted to show us the Jordian Memorial Hall. Giselle figured Renji wouldn't be into that kind of thing, but he suddenly suggested we keep the tour going and check it out. The girl didn't suspect a thing, but Giselle got a really bad feeling from the look on her buddy husband's face. She was getting curious about this Jordian, this light magic user. The girl opened one of the mansion doors, and the couple stepped into a spacious hall. There was a portrait of Mistress Jordian near the far wall of the memorial hall. The heroine didn't get why just one look at the portrait sent chills all over her body. The volunteer left the couple so they could comfortably explore the hall. Once they were alone, Giselle decided to ask the boss something. She was dying to know if Renji knew the former owner of this mansion. The boss said he only knew that so-called light mage a little bit. Renji called her a light mage who made up for her lack of skill with cash. Giselle couldn't believe you could just buy magic like that. The guy never thought she'd stoop so low. There's gotta be something seriously messed up in her bloodline. Then, the dark mage dropped the bomb. Jordian is Vivianne's biological mother. She was stunned, but then calmed down. Vivianne's human, after all, so someone had to give birth to her. Giselle was positive that Vivianne's family connections weren't even mentioned in the novel. Unfortunately, the world she's stuck in is not some fluffy romance novel. Bottom line, a lot of stuff is happening here that never happened in the book. Her thoughts went back to the poison. Renji said it's so rare, you can't even buy it in the cities. So, some joker's just blasting this stuff all over the Russian internet. The hero's train of thought leads her right back to the fact that anyone poisoned is gonna come crawling to this center for help. Which means Viviana's mom's somehow mixed up in all this. It's even possible Viviana herself had a hand in these poisonings. Renji smirked and with a sly look said, "There's no way." All this thinking was already giving Giselle a headache. The hero studied the portrait of Viviana's mother, but the girl thought they didn't look much alike. Then she got lost in thought again, realizing how serious it is if Viviana's tied to spreading this poison around town. In the original story, the main character was a sweet, innocent girl. Actually, it'd be more accurate to say that in the original, the dark mage was obsessed with Viviana, but now the tables have turned. Besides, that dark mage was Wayne Eyre, and here Vivianne's all hung up on Renji. Out of the blue, the girl asks the mage if he borrowed money from Vivianne. She's asking because she's trying to figure out why Vivianne's so desperate to find Renji. Right then and there, the girl decided she was thinking way too small. Gotta focus on why the book's plot is going off the rails like this. Giselle guessed Vivianne's got a thing for Renji, but the guy immediately shot back that Vivianne's only in love with herself. Giselle was fresh out of ideas about why the novel's main character is so obsessed with her boss. Renji suggested they head back, but Giselle figured they'd be better off staying at the mansion. Giselle thought they could uncover Vivianne's scheme if they stuck around. After saying that, Giselle decided to keep checking out the mansion, so she headed up the nearest staircase. The guy was sure they wouldn't find anything here, but he dug how serious she was. He thought Giselle looked like a baby bird just stepping outside for the first time. That image made Renji smile and calmed him down a bit. The girl walked around, amazed by all the cool stuff on the second floor. From what Giselle could tell, Jordian's popularity blew up when she became a light mage. Something about the main character's mom was bugging the crap out of her. Now Giselle was wondering why they'd put a used crib on display in the mansion. Renji put his arm around her, figuring the noblewoman just wanted to show off. She thought it was just a pointless flex, especially since kids grow out of cribs so fast. Talking about kids growing up got the guy thinking, and his mind wandered off somewhere else entirely. He carefully took his hand off the girl's shoulder. She didn't even notice. Renji was never interested in kids, but he'd be lying if he said he wouldn't want to see a kid that looked like Giselle. The girl figured instead of buying a bunch of cribs as the kid grows, it's easier to just buy one big bed and sleep with him. The guy was seriously thinking about Giselle's comment about a shared bed for the mother and child. Then the mage asked why Giselle even started thinking along those lines. The girl confessed that her dream was a picture of a family sleeping harmoniously in one big bed. Now the guy was stuck on that word, harmoniously. A second later, he pictured Giselle and a kid sleeping peacefully together. It was such a nice fantasy that Renji couldn't help but smile. The guy pointed out that having a kid in the bed might kinda cramp the parents' style, you know? Giselle figured couples got all the fun stuff out of the way during the honeymoon. She asked Renji what he was so worked up about. It was only then that Giselle caught on to what Renji was implying. With a smirk, he asked what she was thinking about that made her blush so hard. She said she wasn't thinking about anything, but to herself, she added that her boss sure knew how to mess with his employees. Giselle decided to change the subject and asked if the boss didn't think what they were seeing was a little weird. She thought it was messed up that the memorial hall only had Jurdian's stuff and portrait. She pointed out that there wasn't even a hint of the Light Mage's family, not even a word about his daughter. Renji said the hall was dripping with narcissism, but they had to remember it was built after Jurdian died. Either way, she figured it was time to look for clues somewhere else. The brunette suggested we check out the chambers in the West Wing. Meanwhile, Renji was just thinking that Giselle must be starving by now. So Giselle's thinking about poisoned patients, and Renji's thinking about the food joints around here. The dark mage figured he should ask the volunteer girl about the nearest stores. The guy carefully peeked outside, looking for Mary. Renji spotted her standing nearby, talking to some dude. When he glanced at the stranger, the guy was stunned for a second. Giselle was trailing behind the boss, lost in thought, and didn't notice he'd stopped. Naturally, Giselle bumped right into him, then asked Renji what was up. She didn't have to wait for an answer. The girl saw what had made the guy stop. Renji figured he should warn Giselle about how dangerous that guy is, so she'd steer clear of him too. The guy started to speak, but she cut him off, saying she already knew who he was. Giselle was way too pissed off that day, so there's no way she's just gonna forget that face. The dark mage remembered that the butterflies showed Giselle his past. She said back then that feeling pain is normal, and that it doesn't matter if you're one of the chosen or a nobody. Renji also remembered Giselle's eyes, burning with anger at Viviana and the mentor. Giselle back then called it a case of child endangerment. Her eyes instantly flashed with pure hatred. In her final days, Giselle's grandma was constantly visiting her in the hospital. Her grandma felt bad for the kid, growing up without parents and missing out on so much. Grandma told her to accept the person who would one day feel sorry for her. She added that the girl didn't need to pretend to be tough and shouldn't be proud. If help was offered, she should take it. Giselle now realized that her childhood and Renji's were very similar in many ways, and this guy, who was constantly experimenting on him, was largely to blame for his messed up childhood. The girl asked to confirm if this man's name was really Burfin Grind. Giselle asked if he'd always looked like that because he didn't look the same in the butterfly memories. With a satisfied tone, Renji said that he was the one who made his mentor like that. The guy added that that's probably why the man harbors such a deep grudge against the dark mage. Giselle wondered if Grind was connected to the poisonings in the city, so he could later pin it all on Renji. It would be a hell of a coincidence if Burfin Grind showing up at the medical center was just a random thing. Renji suggested we bail out of here, save ourselves the heartache if we run into anyone. The dude said we could slip out the back. As they were heading for the exit, Giselle had another question pop into her head. She wanted to know what he meant by saying Renji made Burfin what he is. The guy just said Giselle understood it perfectly. Meanwhile, the dark mage was picking the magical locks on the door. The dark-haired guy added that he'd won his fight against his mentor. After that, he thought he'd taken care of Grind, but turns out the guy survived. He first started to suspect something was up when they met that out-of-it pharmacist. After talking to him, Renji got this weird feeling in his gut. Now the guy was sure Burfin was behind everything that went down in Runetti. They figured Viviana must have saved the mentor that day. But there was still one thing bugging Renji. Even though Viviana was a light mage, she shouldn't have been strong enough to heal someone with injuries that bad. Giselle thought Burfin was also the one who helped the original Lois Bane with that forbidden technique. Renji agreed with his colleague. There's no other way Lois Bane could have learned that technique. She added that Burfin's an archmage, so he probably knows that forbidden technique. Renji added that Burfin was definitely the one who broke into the store that day. Giselle thought this Burfin grind was one scary dude, pulling off magic like that even after losing his powers. She thought grind was a real piece of work, still messing with Renji even now. Giselle straight up called Burfin public enemy #1, which totally threw the guy for a loop. She went on to say she saw some stuff before ending up here, and in the prophecy, Vivian and Dylan were the main players. After a sec, she added that for her, Renji was the real hero of the story. Giselle's boss is a total powerhouse, always winning, so he has to be the main character. The guy asked what she thought about herself, but she didn't get the question. Renji didn't wait for an answer, 'cause he already knew one version of it. He grabbed her hand and said she was gonna be his leading lady. Giselle totally froze up at that confession from the Dark Mage. Renji repeated that he wanted her to be his main character. Guess in a novel, this would be the start of the main couple's romance arc. Giselle was still staring at the guy. She just couldn't believe what he was saying. Their whole vibe got totally wrecked by a woman's voice calling out the dude's name. A girl was walking towards them, looking like she couldn't quite process what she was seeing. Giselle knew exactly what kind of person was heading their way, just from one look. Viviana was straight out of a fairy tale, with porcelain skin and those sparkling pink eyes that lit up when she smiled. Seeing Vivian Charlotte in person, the girl realized that was what a main character was supposed to look like. Vivian said she'd been missing the guy like crazy and hoped he felt the same. Giselle got this weird feeling that the whole world revolved around the main character. Vivian spotted Giselle and asked who the girl was standing next to the guy. Giselle felt a chill run down her spine when Vivian took an interest in her and called her Giselle Loisben, a troublemaker. Suddenly, Renji put his hand on the heroine's shoulder and asked if she was all right. The Shadow Mage looked at Giselle intently, confused why she suddenly seemed so lost. Viviana was surprised he ignored her question. Did he even hear her? Giselle said she was fine, and since that was the case, the guy suggested they leave. Viviana didn't get what was happening. Did he not recognize her, or did Loisben put some kind of whammy on him? Renji turned to Viviana and asked if her eyes had gone bad, considering she thought Giselle was capable of casting spells like that. That response convinced Viviana that this was the Renji she knew. The Light Mage said that she and Dylan had been searching for him for a long time. Renji thought that was a load of bull. The guy quietly whispered to the girl that he was about to open a warp gate and she needed to be ready. After a few seconds, Renji realized he couldn't open the portal. That was a total curveball. The Dark Mage was caught off guard. Then Renji turned back to Vivian, and the novel's heroine was all over it. He showed her the ball of magic in his hand, asking if she had anything to do with it. He was convinced Vivian was the one who shut down the gates. Vivian looked like she had no clue why the warp gates wouldn't open. She said her mom blocked travel magic years ago, and nothing's changed since. Vivian started going on again about how worried she was after he disappeared. Renji thought that was a load of bull. Vivian felt bad he left hurt. She could have at least patched him up. This whole conversation was both hilarious and infuriating to Renji. The guy figured Viviana was just kicking herself for not ending him back then. She thought that was total BS. She'd never do something like that. Renji, dripping with sarcasm, called her angel-like Viviana. Renji wondered if she was really having that hard of a time admitting she was jealous. Viviana thought Renji was totally misreading her. She just wanted to help him out. She felt responsible for the mage's fate because her master asked her to watch over him. Viviana believed that if she purified Renji's vessel, she'd save him from the dark power inside. It was starting to dawn on Giselle that Viviana had purified Renji's vessel. The brunette remembered that letting foreign magic, especially opposing magic, into a vessel was super dangerous. So the boss trusted Viviana, and she just wrecked his vessel. The heroine was finding it harder and harder to control the rage building inside her. She wanted to tear into this two-faced witch. Renji, totally pissed, asked if Viviana still thought he was some kind of freaking moron. The novel's heroine thought Renji was sick and needed to get some help. Giselle jumped into the conversation with a bunch of apologies, but she was about to cut them off. She asked if she could ask just one question. Giselle decided to confirm the fact that the novel's heroine had tried to off the Dark Mage. Renji replied that Giselle was right, and Vivian had tried to kill him. Vivian was hurt to hear that, but there was no way she could change their minds about her. Right then and there, the novel's heroine added that the guy shouldn't reject her feelings. She just wanted to help him out. Vivian explained that she had saved the teacher, but he lost his magical abilities, so she was really glad Renji was still a mage. Vivian's face totally changed when she brought up the dark-haired guy's recent fight with Dylan. She couldn't believe the dark mage could hurt Dylan. I mean, her boyfriend's seriously powerful. Renji just smirked and said it was easy. Because unlike a lot of others, that dark-haired dude is a genuinely great and powerful wizard. Vivian didn't get how that was possible since Renji's chalice was definitely broken, and you can't fix a broken chalice. Giselle was starting to feel sick from this clingy romance novel heroine. The brunette figured that Vivian, as a student of Berf and Grinda, was probably in on it with him. The thought that Vivian was a total psycho gave Giselle the creeps. The romance heroine thought she'd gotten way stronger than she was as a kid, thanks to hardcore training. Giselle jumped back into the conversation and said that stuff is just plain wrong. Even Renji didn't see that one coming from his own shop girl. Looks like Vivian's seriously ticked off, but Giselle's playing it like she just blurted it out. Then, with this smug look on her face, she apologizes to the light mage. Giselle goes on to say her boss is way stronger than Vivian, and if anyone needs pity, it's Vivian. The novel's heroine sums it up. The rumors about Giselle Loisben going nuts in prison are true. Giselle was actually happy to hear someone call her crazy for the first time in ages. When Renji laughs because his only employee is sticking up for him, Giselle immediately asks for a bonus. Viviana declares she might be able to forgive Giselle Loisben. The novel's heroine could cleanse her, even though Loisben's a real piece of work who messed with dark magic. Viviana tells her to take the help and beg Dylan for forgiveness, and Giselle can't believe Renji put up with this woman for any amount of time. Giselle was saying how awesome her boss is, 'cause she wouldn't have the patience to put up with so much crap. The guy looked at his coworker and whispered that you don't have to put up with it. Renji thought there was no point in suffering fools, Giselle agreed, but she was afraid of ruffling some feathers. Glancing at Vivian, Giselle added that you avoid garbage not because you're scared of it. The idea that people avoided her because she was disgusting really set Vivian off. Vivian wasn't going to take any more insults and activated her magic. Renji instantly reacted to the threat coming from the light mage. The man immediately stepped in front of Giselle and activated his own magic too. He figured Vivian had officially crossed the line. Vivian was convinced Giselle had control over the dark mage and that she was about to save her friend from her. Giselle yelled that the dark mage was like their boss. Renji corrected her, saying she should say my boss, not our boss. Giselle pointed out that the boss was talking total nonsense, and Renji just said she was savage. The guy added that he was starting to get pretty fed up with all this. The kid was hoping Vivian had gotten a little smarter, but guess he was wrong. The dark mage told Giselle to get lost, saying they'd had their fun. What she saw totally threw the novel's heroine for a loop. She tried to make a magic circle, but it immediately started falling apart. Vivian couldn't figure out how Renji managed to activate the teleportation magic. The guy smirked and said that Vivi was still as dumb as ever. Simple as that, the mage is just way stronger than both her and Jerdian. A few seconds later, Viviana was left all alone near the medical center. So Renji and Giselle decided to ditch the warp gate and bail early. Sulyan didn't get what the rush was. I had to spill all the details to him while we were bouncing around in the carriage. For days, everyone was buzzing about how dark mages tried to poison almost the entire city during the Runetti festival. The townsfolk figured if it wasn't for Lady Viviana, they'd all be pushing up daisies. Sulyan asked Giselle why she suddenly stopped eating. The girl was furious that everyone was treating Viviana like some kind of hero who saved the city from poisoning. Sulyan suggested Giselle just be happy that people don't recognize her anymore, meaning she's finally shed her villain image. Since Sulyan wasn't giving her the reaction she wanted, Giselle decided to ask the boss for his opinion. Renji figured they got off easy since they didn't have to make an antidote, saving him some serious cash. The dude was convinced Vivian spread the poison just so she could save everyone and boost her rep with the townsfolk. Giselle was still freaking out about being blamed for something they didn't even do. The mage thought that, thanks to the rumors, Dylan could now call in allied forces to wipe out the dark mages. The heroine remembered that in the original story, Dylan did rally the troops after the Runetti incident. According to the book, Dylan and Vivian tried to completely exterminate the dark mages, and as a reader of the novel, the girl thought all of that was totally justified. Again, according to the book, the dark mages won that battle. But their victory came at a seriously steep price. Remembering the pages of the novel, Giselle asked why Renji was so carefree. The dude didn't get why he should even sweat it. Giselle slammed her fist on the table, all worked up, and said it was messed up. This whole thing was tearing her apart because the guys who screwed up were being treated like heroes back home. Renji asked if she really thought all the bad stuff people said about dark mages was just a bunch of lies. Renji smirked and said dark mages weren't exactly shining knights. Windria chimed in that all dark mages were nuts, including them. Sulyan chuckled, saying that by that logic, Giselle was an honorary mage. Not only was she cool with magic, but she was also a loon. Renji tried to cheer her up, saying all mages were the same, just looking out for number one. Only difference is, white mages are crazy but act normal, and dark mages are normal but act crazy. Sulyan suggested they cut the BS and figure out where they were headed next. This scientist guy wanted to cut through Barrel City. Word is they've got this legendary bakery there famous for its killer apple jam pies. Sulyan was totally stoked, practically drooling at the thought of those pies. Windria was saying they could get home way faster if they were willing to rough it a little. She whipped out a map and slapped it down on the table where our girl was sitting. Windria pointed out a shortcut that would shave off almost half the travel time, but Sulyan wasn't feeling it. The girl instantly recognized the place Windria was pointing to. It was Lake Ekon. She remembered it from a novel she'd read. Sulyan started yelling at Windria, saying there was no way they could go that way, because that's where one of the most notorious mage cemeteries is located. Rumor has it it's crawling with ghosts, so light mages avoid it like the plague, and Sulyan definitely didn't want any ghost trouble. Windria was pushing for the shortcut, saying if the wrong people spotted Giselle, the shorter the route, the safer we'd be. Sulyan argued against the graveyard, saying who knows what'll happen if he, or rather Giselle, runs into any ghosts. So Windria and Sulyan went back and forth, arguing about whether or not to believe the ghost stories. Those two mages would have argued forever if Giselle hadn't jumped into the conversation. The heroine turned to Renji and asked what he thought about it. Truth is, Giselle didn't want to go to that graveyard either, and she was hoping to talk the boss out of it. All the magic and all the problems with the lake come from a high-purity magic stone. Touching it could give you a crazy amount of power. Sulyan saw Giselle was having doubts and immediately pointed it out to the boss. The scientist asked Giselle to confirm that she also didn't want to go to the graveyard and the lake. The girl was freaked out by a place where countless mages had died. But the lake's ghosts are harmless, and besides, Giselle's the only one who knows the lake's secret. The heroine gave her boss a long, hard look. The girl found her courage and said she agreed, and Sulyan was stoked. Turns out Giselle was down to travel across Echo Lake. The girl stood up to show she was serious about going across the lake. Renji announced that if everyone was done eating, they were hitting the road across Echo Lake ASAP. Right then, Sulyan started feeling kinda queasy. Windria told him to get a move on and stop holding everyone up. Gilberton was the only one who felt bad for the scientist, and then he dragged him to the cart. The whole crew of dark mages were moving fast towards the agreed-upon lake. The whole way, Sulyan kept calling his friends heartless, and now he totally loathes Giselle. The girl felt awkward and guilty towards Sulyan, but she was out of options. Getting to that place was pretty much a lifeline for Giselle. She figured the secrets of Lake Ekon would ultimately help Renji. The trip to the lake didn't take long, much to Sulyan's dismay. Gotta say, the guy tried his hardest to get Giselle to turn back. Sulyan couldn't figure out why she was so chill, considering the lake's haunted and she's usually a nervous wreck. Giselle acted like Lake Ekon was no big deal, but Sulyan wasn't buying it for a second. She remembered from the novel that mages didn't die there because of ghosts or the magic stone. Back then, mages couldn't get the seal stone and died because their magic was too weak. Legend has it, the seal stone once belonged to an evil mage who trapped a pure mage to boost his own power. Dylan and Viviana eventually broke the seal, according to the book. As a result, the local lord showered the couple with gifts for lifting the curse. Now stuck with these villains, Giselle was getting seriously ticked off that those goody-two-shoes mages were hogging all the glory. According to the novel, the real ghost mage only appears on the lake right before he asks someone to break the seal. If things go like in the book, Giselle can break the seal herself and steal at least some of the glory and new fans from that perfect little couple. She tried digging up more specific info in her memories, but they were all fuzzy. Giselle was so lost in thought that the whole crew started worrying if something was wrong with her. Sulyan figured she was just freaked out because they were getting close to the lake. The scholar said if Giselle wanted to turn back right then and there, they would, but Windria said it was too late for that. Windria was sitting outside the wagon, so she saw what Sulyan couldn't. Turns out the mage squad's already here. Gilberton says the fog's so thick we gotta hoof it from here on out. Sulyan, clinging to hope, jumps all over Giselle, whining about how she must be totally freaked out and they should bail ASAP. The heroine remembered that even though it looked scary, the fog was just an illusion. Renji's already hopped out of the carriage, telling everyone else to follow him. Sulyan still didn't want to get out of the wagon. The heroine wondered why the boss, who usually forbids the girls from going anywhere dangerous, wasn't against the lake this time. The guy noticed the brunette was lagging a bit, so he hurried her along. Renji waited for his employee to catch up. The girl looked around. This place was seriously impressive. Everything was grim, and the atmosphere was really weighing down on the travelers. Given that Vivian figured out the fog was from a seal magic pretty quick, Renji shouldn't have any problems either. Giselle asked the dark mage if he didn't think this lake was a little off. The guy reacted to the question kinda weakly. Giselle wondered if he knew about the seal stone. The heroine overheard Sullian demanding they draw the magic circle immediately. The villain trio was arguing because Sullian kept refusing to do anything and wanted to go back to the carriage. Giselle found it hilarious that these three managed to bicker even in a place like this. The girl decided that while the mages were making the magic circle, she could wander around and look for useful intel. The heroine still had to somehow report this to her boss. The girl said she wanted to look around and suggested Renji keep her company because it was super creepy alone. The mage didn't get what Giselle was worried about, so he just let her wander around like she wanted. Giselle double-checked, asking if she could really go without her boss. Since the guy didn't want to go with Giselle, she had to suck it up and scout things out all by herself. Giselle was surprised Renji was just letting her go off on her own like that. It was especially weird considering he'd just asked her to be his main squeeze. The girl figured if he was gonna mess with her head like that, she could handle things solo. She was thinking she'd always been independent before, so she could manage this too. The girl went looking for the tombstone she needed to smash to break the seal. According to the novel, the stone was somewhere under a big willow tree. There was only one big willow around, so she found the right spot pretty quick. Looking closer, Giselle realized she was standing in front of a pure mage's tombstone. The girl was feeling good about herself, 'cause she'd reached her goal without having to kiss anyone's ass. Out of the corner of her eye, the brunette more felt than saw something move. She figured it was just nerves, so she reached out towards the tombstone. The next second, she barely managed to dodge a strike. A few yards away from the brunette, something definitely leaped out of the lake. The heroine saw a child, a girl, rapidly approaching Giselle. The brunette froze in terror. She didn't understand what she was seeing, but it didn't look like any ghost she knew. The book mentioned a spirit, but the character's description was pretty vague. All it said was the spirit radiated pure energy, but it definitely didn't mention an axe in its hands. This thing definitely doesn't look anything like it did in the book. Giselle couldn't remember all the details, but the spirit was supposed to be friendly. This thing charging at Giselle with that wild, childish look is pure evil, no doubt about it. Giselle reacted instantly, and her piercing scream could be heard by everyone around. The heroine saw Isabella the doll running at her with an axe. She didn't understand why the doll was moving, or how it even survived, since all the Isabellas were destroyed in the battle with Dylan. Since Isabella has an axe, her ghost must be here to get revenge on the heroine. Giselle started yelling that she wasn't to blame for her death, and that the jerk Dylan destroyed the whole building. The brunette stared at the axe, hoping she was just imagining that it was a weapon. The doll ignored Giselle's screams and raced towards her as fast as a doll can move. Giselle snapped out of it and started yelling for the boss to come help, ASAP. Renji seemed to be expecting that, showed up, hugged her, and reminded her she promised nothing would happen on her watch. Giselle was too freaked out to fire back at the boss's teasing, so she just threw herself into his arms, bawling. The brunette stammered that she couldn't have predicted Isabella showing up with an axe. Renji was clueless who this Isabella was, so Giselle pointed towards the psycho doll. She called it one of the dolls that Emily had created. The dark mage found it hilarious that she was scared of dolls, but still gave them names. She didn't see anything funny about it, 'cause this Isabella seemed like she crawled out of the underworld to get revenge on them. The guy said that was an interesting theory, but it wasn't like that at all. The dark-haired guy added that she actually handled things pretty well, all things considered. The heroine was totally lost. She had no idea what she'd done right or when. Renji was rambling about how she'd called him for help, saying he wanted her to always call him like that. Renji's romantic moment got totally wrecked by the sound of an axe slamming into the ground. That snapped Giselle right back to reality, and she immediately pulled away from the guy's embrace. The dark mage explained it was just a phantom, not the real Isabel who worked at their shop. Then the mage clarified that what they were looking at was a doll possessed by a ghost. Hearing that, Windria yelled out to the boss saying he was a freaking genius. The woman was stoked that the mage had figured out how to use necromancy like that. Giselle calmed down a bit and started to see the bigger picture. Looks like the boss had already been here looking for the magic stone. So instead of a magic stone, Renji found a seal stone. And that's when the boss ran into a ghost who told him about the magic garden in Banhell. As thanks, Renji gave the ghost a doll since it wanted to have a body. Then the kid just bounced, didn't even bother checking if it worked or not. Windria was stoked, cause Renji pulled that off when he was so young. The other villains could tell their friend was way too hyped, and Windria was now praising the fact that the mage could put a dead guy in a doll. Renji just said it was all a fluke, and the ghost still had its consciousness back then anyway. Giselle was surprised that her boss was one of those guys who wanted the magic stone. The mage added that back then the kid needed it real bad. It wasn't until those words that Giselle realized when and how old the boss was when he visited those places. This went down a little after Renji ditched his mentor and that goody-two-shoes mage crew. Giselle started cursing those holier-than-thou mages with a vengeance, and Renji noticed she was really giving off villain vibes now. The girl was surprised by that, cause she thought she'd been a baddie and a criminal from day one, with a bounty on her head and all. The guy just smirked, thinking she didn't look villainous at all. Still, the mage was glad she was so fired up at the guys who'd put him through hell. After that, Giselle got bummed out that it wasn't Isabel standing in front of her. The girl was hoping that if it was Isabel, she'd go and get revenge on Dylan for trashing their shop. The heroine whispered to the mage that she hadn't told the doll that Renji was in on wrecking the shop too. Gotta make sure that doll doesn't start plotting revenge against her boss after all. The guy just couldn't figure out how she managed to look so damn cute no matter what. Giselle couldn't read the guy's emotions. She was too busy basking in another chance to prove her loyalty to the boss. Meanwhile, the doll was back in action, ready to rumble. To everyone's shock, Isabel started moving again. Looks like the doll's headed straight for Giselle. Giselle started freaking out again, not understanding why the doll was fixated on her. This ghost looked serious, and it made another leap towards the girl. All Giselle could do was throw her hands up to shield her face. But when it got to her, the doll stopped dead and dropped the axe to the ground. The brunette thought she'd somehow dodged the blow. What she saw next blew her mind and everyone else's in the mage crew. Looks like the ghost is writing something on the ground, which means its consciousness isn't totally gone. Now even Sulyan's intrigued. Everyone's watching the ghost puppet's scribbles in silence. The ghost wrote that the guy gave him a useless body. Renji's stunned that the ghost still remembers him. Windria figures the ghost either has a seriously strong will or a serious grudge that's keeping its consciousness tethered. Giselle kept watching the doll, which wrote another sentence. The doll wrote that it's all the fault of that cocky dark mage. So the doll demanded that the guy hand over his body. After that, the doll dropped the axe and fell into the lake. Giselle tried to grab it. The whole crew of mages was totally lost about what just happened. Even Renji was taken aback by his unpredictable employees' actions. Giselle started chewing out the doll for its foul mouth and rude behavior. According to her, Isabel should have thanked the hero for pulling her out of the water, ghost or not. Renji found it hilarious watching the brunette scold a doll she was just terrified of. The guy asked what she planned to do if the doll decided to, hex her. The question caught her off guard, and she couldn't answer right away. Giselle turned her attention back to the doll and said, "Bodies don't just lie around, and being a doll is better than being a bodiless ghost." The Isabel doll listened intently to Giselle. After that, the doll suddenly broke free and ran away from the girl. All Giselle could do was ask where the doll was going and why. Isabel sprinted to the tombstone and stopped dead. Then she raised the axe, ready to smash it into the stone with everything she had. No matter how hard the doll hit the monument, it wouldn't break or even crack. The villains didn't get what the doll was doing, but Windria guessed the ghost was trying to say something. Giselle decided to approach the ghost, which surprised everyone. The heroine crouched next to the doll and asked it to explain what it was doing, because they were totally lost. Renji was taken aback by the brunette's comment about how free spirits don't just pop up out of nowhere. After the comment about Isabel being too casual, all the villains froze, completely stunned. The doll retorted that their communication was failing, just as Renji approached Giselle and asked what she was doing. Giselle turned and replied that she was talking to the doll, surprised that he hadn't figured it out. Renji wanted to make sure he understood what Giselle meant by talking. Did the doll actually say something? That weird question totally threw our girl for a loop. She replied that Isabel talks all the time, and the doll immediately chimed in that nobody ever listens to her. Giselle figured her boss was messing with her, pretending he couldn't hear her conversation with Isabel. The doll was happy Giselle understood her and immediately complained that even the lousy necromancer who trapped her in this body couldn't hear her. Giselle thought she'd been cursed by a ghost, which is why she could hear the doll talking. The doll explained that the heroine could hear her because she was highly receptive to magic. Windria thought Giselle and the doll's communication was similar to Renji's communication with his familiars, a comparison that pissed Isabel off. The doll jumped on Renji, demanding a decent body because the formula wasn't working in this one. Giselle thought she was dealing with some bitter 7-year-old, even though she remembered from the book that the ghost was young. Isabella was laying into Renji, saying he tricked her and ditched her here. The guy just asked what the doll was blathering about now. The doll was demanding the dark mage give her back her freedom. Isabella clarified that she wanted the mage to remove the seal and give her a real body. Renji thought that was a pipe dream. Windria chimed in, saying that if the seal was broken, the ghost would vanish because it's been too long to survive without magic. Isabella got bummed out when she heard what Windria said. Renji said, fine. He'd grant her wish and free the ghost from the doll by burning it. Isabella screamed for the guy to hold up because she didn't want to disappear. The doll broke free from Renji's grip and ran to Giselle, begging her to save her because the heroine knows the answer. The dark mage was totally fed up with the doll and told Giselle to punt it into next week. Isabella pleaded with the heroine to tell her ASAP where she got this body. Renji was gonna grab the doll, but what Isabel said got Giselle's attention. The doll thought the girl had been a ghost before too, and after losing her body, just jumped right into this living one. The fact that the doll knew details like that was insane. The doll figured if Giselle could transfer, so could she, so she wanted all the deets on how it happened. The girl apologized, but she couldn't help the ghost at all. The brunette sadly admitted she had no clue how she ended up in this body. That info was a real shocker to Isabel. Giselle thought the ghost was just looking for peace, since it had been stuck here so long, but the ghost didn't want to die. The ghost wanted the seal lifted, but it hadn't suffered all this time just to kick the bucket. The ghost's story barely got any play in the book. It was just a pit stop on the main character's journey. Giselle wanted to use the ghost to screw with the heroes, but now she remembered begging Renji for help herself. She apologized again for misunderstanding what the ghost really wanted. Renji walked up and told her to deal with the half-familiar already and let's get moving. Then the mage asked Giselle if it was a guy or a girl in front of them. Turns out he'd been wondering about that for a while. The villains figured their boss was losing it, getting hung up on stuff like that. Giselle realized nobody took the doll seriously except her. Renji was pushing her to ditch the doll, while the ghost was calling him a bonehead behind his back. Isabel wanted Giselle to take him with her because she was the only one who'd heard him in all these years. To show his thanks, the ghost promised to clear the fog and guide them safely through. Giselle already knew how to clear the fog, so she suggested the boss smash that suspicious tombstone instead. At that moment, the ghost became even more convinced that Giselle was special, and he couldn't let her go. The doll started begging Giselle to take him with her, promising that once they got out, he'd find a way to get a new body. Meanwhile, Renji was once again begging the heroine to ditch the doll and come back to everyone. Isabel declared that if Giselle took him along, he'd be way more useful than that jerk with the broken heart. Giselle was surprised again by the doll's knowledge and abilities. Now she definitely couldn't leave him there. It's unlikely anyone else would have been able to see at a glance that Renji was damaged goods. Giselle immediately turned to the boss, announcing that the ghost was coming with them. The ghost decided to tell Giselle that he knew a lot about forbidden techniques. The doll figured the heroine was also struggling with her own nature. The ghost didn't want Giselle to become a scapegoat like him. The doll added that the others probably didn't know about her power, but the ghost would help her fix that. Giselle was totally lost. What the heck was Isabella even talking about? The doll was floored. How could she not get how important it is that she's magically attuned? The ghost was dead serious. He asked how she'd even managed to survive this long with so little knowledge. Right then, the doll warned her that if she didn't do something terrible was going to happen to her. Giselle immediately told the boss that the doll was warning her about a horrible future. Renji spun around, ready to torch that annoying doll. In the end, the ghost got his way and was now just chilling on the girl's lap. Giselle didn't get why the doll was complaining again. Turns out the ghost didn't like being held. The ghost also wasn't thrilled that they slapped 2 more binding spells on him before hauling him out of the swamp. Renji figured the doll was yapping again and suggested they toss it before it was too late. The dude's all butthurt. He figured if Giselle wanted a doll so bad, he would have bought her a whole bunch of new ones. The ghost whined to the heroine that the dark mage's creepy stare totally freaked him out. That look wasn't exactly shocking, since he really didn't want to bring Isabel along, but she kept pushing until the bitter end. To herself, the girl wondered how she was going to get her grumpy boss back in a good mood now. Gilberton announced that they'd finally arrived in a town where they could actually chill for a bit. Giselle was surprised they got out of that nightmare place so fast. Although this spot wasn't exactly pretty or ideal for a vacation either. This place looked perfect for a bunch of thugs, so the girl was shocked Dylan hadn't shown up here yet. When the heroine stepped out of the carriage, her worries immediately skyrocketed. The girl immediately declared that this place looked way too sketchy, but Sulyan told her not to sweat it. These villains were saying this town's just got small-time crooks, their whole rap sheet wouldn't touch what Giselle's done. The crew was all puffed up, thinking Banhal had the classiest criminals around. Out of nowhere, Renji grabs the girl, tells her they gotta hang tight for a bit till he gets back. Meanwhile, the local thugs are already sprinting to tell Big Jake a magic carriage just rolled in. The ginger goon didn't see that coming, so he double-checks like, who the heck showed up? The junior thug figures they better intercept that carriage quick before the competition gets their mitts on it. The guy's thinking nobody ever comes to our town, like ever. The kid chimes in, says something happened to the lake fog, and now it's all cleared up. Red here realizes the carriage showing up from the lakeside and the fog lifting are connected, meaning these uninvited guests ain't messing around. So the guy barks out orders, leave the newcomers alone. Longhair clocked his bro for being such an idiot, since only top-tier white mages could cross the lake and dispel the fog. The brothers' chat got cut short by a rumble, and they both turned to see what was up. Just then, someone tossed their goons through the door like rag dolls. A dude walked in behind them, radiating some seriously dark magic. The stranger sized up the two brothers and asked if he was talking to the boss. The redhead was blown away by this dark mage's power, pulling off magic like that without even chanting. The dark mage, looking all menacing, asked where the most popular bakery was around here. Looks like the thugs weren't expecting that kind of question at all. They both froze, staring blankly at Renji, who was patiently waiting for an answer. After that, the homeowners greeted a group of villains and politely asked them to show them around their rooms. Giselle was getting creeped out by all the flattery. She didn't get why these guys were acting like this. Renji brought these gangster-looking dudes, and they took the whole crew to the safest part of town and a hotel. After that, Renji took off somewhere, and these guys were already starting to freak Giselle out with how they were acting. It got especially scary when that ginger bruiser offered to escort Giselle if she needed any help. Giselle smiled and said she was good, but Isabel saw the sleazy look in his eye and charged the guys with her axe. The guy totally freaked out at the sight of the ghost and jumped back from the girl. A few seconds later, the would-be suitors were gone without a trace. Giselle was grateful to the ghost. The heroine thanked Isabel, and the ghost replied that she would definitely repay the girl for her kindness. The butterflies jumped into the conversation, saying Isabel was useless. All she could do was swing an axe, while they had poisonous pollen and paralyzing needles. Giselle sadly realized that things were getting way too noisy now that she could understand both the butterflies and the ghost. Ghosty demanded the butterflies shut their traps, bragging he was one of the rarest, most powerful mages in his past life. Giselle was floored, hearing the ghost claim to be such a big-shot mage. The heroine pressed him, asking if his special status had anything to do with what he was rambling about back at the lake. The ghost retorted that he also resonated with magic, just like Giselle, and wasn't just some average harmonizer. The doll chimed in, saying that like Giselle, the ghost was a real powerhouse. Isabel could see that the girl's body and soul were at odds with each other. The ghost just couldn't wrap his head around why the girl would jump into a body with zero magical potential. The girl sadly explained she'd used a forbidden technique to transfer, and she didn't have a choice in the matter. Giselle added that she had no idea why the original owner of this body would even attempt such a dangerous spell. The doll, all worked up, started waving her axe around, explaining that the body's owner couldn't control the summoned spirit and became a victim of the ritual herself. Ghosty said this was totally predictable, since the summoned soul was powerful and Giselle didn't even have a vessel. Same thing happened to that dumbass who tried to seal the ghost and absorb its power. That mage ended up kicking the bucket, and the ghost was stuck in that lake for ages. Giselle wondered if she had any kind of magic that could hurt someone, even her boss. She was worried because her soul was summoned by Renji's enemies, and she was afraid she might somehow screw him over. The ghost was sure that if Giselle had ended up in a body with a magic vessel, she'd be the greatest mage ever. Plus, Giselle's soul is friendly to magic, and magic loves it. Unused magic will constantly gather around her, so she could become a target for other mages. Considering she can't use magic herself, she'll be easy pickings for them. Giselle realized she was like catnip, a person with insane potential they can't tap into. Guess that's why Renji's so drawn to the brunette, 'cause even Giselle's looks weren't really his type. The doll noticed the heroine had drifted off into some gloomy thoughts. The ghost thought it was weird that magical power swirled around the girl, but her soul wasn't sealed away. It was also unclear where the girl's original body was. The ghost added that all the mages around Giselle would fall under her influence. So basically, they wanted to turn Giselle into the ultimate weapon, but since they didn't have a vessel, they got a living magic stone. Whether the heroine will cause trouble in the future depends on how well her soul and body harmonize. The heroine still didn't get how she could cause harm if she didn't have magic, but it was because of her influence on mages. Giselle sadly stated that she still doesn't have any powers in the end. The ghost couldn't understand how someone with a soul like that could be so clueless. Guess that's what happens when you live in a world without magic. The couple's conversation was cut short by the arrival of a dark mage. The mage's familiars picked up that Giselle and Isabel were having a long chat. Renji chimed in, saying those familiars are loud as hell, and he could barely stand listening to them. The guy figured the talk was good for Giselle, so maybe hold off on torching the doll for now. After that, the ghost called Renji a wild mage. She felt bummed. She was hoping to figure out her magic, but things just got even more screwed up. Now she was clueless on how to act without messing things up for the guy. Meanwhile, Dylan rolled up on Vivian and started asking about the Runetti poisoning. Looks like some dark mages are behind these crimes. Viviana said she ran into Renji and Runetti, so she's thinking he's the one pulling the strings. She added that Giselle was with Renji, and she noticed something weird about her. Back in the day, Renji always dodged them, but lately he's been popping up way too close for comfort. Dark mages always had a solid plan, but now they're just all over the place. The timing of Renji's change lines up perfectly with when Giselle Lausben broke out of prison. Maybe Lausben, while she was still on the loose, used some forbidden technique and got herself some seriously dark power. And with that power, Giselle started messing with Renji's head. Dylan flashed back to Giselle acting all weird in the dark magic shop. Then he remembered that convo in the cart, where she called him out for not being able to tell the good guys from the bad with his powers. The way she acted just didn't fit the profile of someone pulling the strings. Dylan freaked out at his own thoughts. It was messed up that he was even questioning who was good and who was evil. Viviana's voice snapped him out of it. She could tell the blonde was lost in thought. Bottom line, Viviana wanted to separate Renji from Giselle ASAP. Vivian mentioned she ended up in that town by chance, just decided to swing by her mom's mansion on the way. The girl figured they needed to take care of Giselle ASAP, so she asked if the guy's body was back to normal yet. Vivian wanted Dylan to track down Loisben again so they could deal with her together. Dylan hugged her, told her to chill, and said he'd do whatever she wanted. But Vivian shouldn't go with him, because she needed to heal the teacher and lead the good guys here. Dylan reminded her that Vivian also wanted to sort out the Allied Forces situation. Vivian agreed she was rushing things and had a ton on her plate, so the guy would have to handle this solo. After that, she offered to at least patch up the hero a little. The girl poured some tea and told the blonde to relax and at least get a little rest right now. Dylan listened to her in silence, but inside he was wrestling with doubts. Whatever, right now I just need to chill and enjoy a cup of tea. Giselle asked Renji if they really had to go to Kundal's villa, since she'd already gotten a lot of info from Isabel. The dark mage thought they needed to check things out for themselves. Renji didn't trust the ghost at all. Windria asked if the girl had packed everything, but Giselle replied that there wasn't much to pack. The woman thought the heroine had a point about the small wardrobe. Windria asked if Giselle had forgotten her magic scarf. The girl replied that the scarf was in her bag now because the marks on her neck were gone. All thanks to Renji, who spent a ton of time, used stuff from the shop and a piece of that sealing stone from the lake, and finally got rid of the mark. The girl was glad she'd sided with the boss from the start, who was just asking if Giselle had forgotten the bag of sweets. Giselle thought she had the bag in her hand, but seeing it in Isabel's hands, she realized it was still in the room. Giselle dumped Isabel into Renji's arms and bolted for the package. She burst back into the hotel, apologizing to the front desk guy. Unfortunately, she didn't notice the creepy look the dude behind the counter was giving her. She remembered leaving the package on the nightstand, but it was gone. The only place that candy bag could have gone was under the bed. The bag was near the wall and she reached for it, but it was super dusty. Suddenly, she felt the floor shift under her hand. A second later, the floor just vanished and she went tumbling down. Looks like she fell through a secret passage, but how the hell was there a secret passage under the bed? Giselle's scream was loud enough to get Renji's attention. The guy turned back towards the hotel and called out to the girl. Renji tossed the Solyan doll aside and went to figure out what was going on with his employee. The dark mage didn't even make it to the girl's room before the bandits, led by some ginger dude, blocked his way. Renji was surprised by the sheer audacity and stupidity of these thugs. He told them he'd figured they'd have at least a little common sense. The robbers didn't take the threat seriously, saying they might leave the mage alone if he stopped looking for Giselle. Gilberton, who'd just arrived, guessed the thugs were after Giselle because the bounty on her head had gone up. Renji decided to just walk straight through the crowd, surprising the hell out of the robbers. The redhead declared that no matter how strong the mage was, he couldn't take them all on. The second the redhead grabbed Renji's clothes, he instantly regretted it. The thug felt the magic start to surge from the dark-haired guy. A split second later, the squad leader went flying back several yards from the mage. Renji, his eyes full of contempt, told the criminal he'd never see Giselle again. After that, he let his approaching buddies have some fun with him. Renji quickly crossed the hotel and ended up in the girl's room. He looked around, but there was no sign of Giselle anywhere. For a second, the guy felt fear, but rage immediately took over. The dude figured the criminals couldn't have gone that far. The nice guy was gone without a trace. The head dark mage in his true form was now walking out of the room. Giselle didn't know what to do, and she was in really rough shape. After falling forever, she ended up in some dark room. Strangers immediately tied her up. It hurt like hell, and her head was pounding. Then they gagged her and carried her off somewhere. She figured out they'd tossed her in a wagon and were hauling her away. After the fall, the girl smelled something musty, like she was underground. She overheard her kidnappers talking, wondering if Jake could handle that mage. Looks like even Jake didn't know about the passage and didn't recognize her as the criminal, Giselle Loiseben. The woman who kidnapped Giselle had known Loiseben since they were kids. And that underground anti-magic barrier? It was built by the Loiseben family. The woman suffered a lot because of Loiseben in the past, and now she was looking to settle the score. Giselle realized she'd been careless, getting used to Renji's friends watching her back. She'd forgotten she was a wanted woman, and now she was totally defenseless. The guy wondered if there'd be trouble with Luozben, since she broke out of prison with dark magic. The woman thought those fears were bogus, because Giselle never had an ounce of talent, not even as a kid. To avoid problems, the kidnappers just need to hand her over to the White Knights before the dark mage catches up. The mention of White Knights scared the crap out of her even more. Giselle hoped these kidnappers weren't working for Dylan. A deal with these low-level crooks definitely wasn't the blonde's style. The blonde called the guy escorting her a coward and brought up that thing in Kundal. She remembered Kundal was the town where the Luozben estate was and where that forbidden technique went down. So this woman's the one who screwed up capturing Giselle last time. She's surprised Loisben's still out cold. Giselle tried to stay still. She couldn't let these creeps know she was awake. The guy smugly remarked that the poison must have worked. The other guy added the dose wasn't lethal and wouldn't hurt the sale, so they're selling her. She knew she had to get out of there and started working on the ropes. Suddenly, a third voice cut in on the kidnappers' conversation. These thugs totally weren't expecting company. Dylan wanted to know if this was the pair Duke Hessel was talking about. Hessel claimed this duo caught Giselle Loisben herself. The guy figured Dylan was too busy and offered to handle everything himself. Dylan shut him down, saying Giselle Loisben is under heavy surveillance, so he needs to personally confirm they caught the right girl. Hassel definitely wasn't expecting such a harsh rejection. Dylan walked over to the carriage to see who was in the sack. He pulled back the cloth and confirmed it was Giselle. Dylan told the girl to take the gag off herself. Once they hauled her out of the bag, she ripped off the gag, Dylan's eyes just burning with contempt. The guy remarked that she looked different, but it was definitely Giselle Loisben. Hassel said he wouldn't forget Dylan's help in capturing Giselle Loisben. This whole situation was stressing the hero out, and you could see it on his face. The woman wanted to know what the reward was for catching the criminal. Dylan was thrown by the question. He asked if she'd planned to tell him about capturing Loisben from the start. Dylan asked why the couple contacted Lord Hazel directly instead of reporting to the Knights like they were supposed to. That question caught them off guard. You could see it all over their faces. Giselle realized that Hazel, not Dylan, was behind the kidnapping. The woman started making excuses, saying she was afraid to go to the soldiers because of something she'd done in the past. Dylan told Hazel that the woman confessed to having a checkered past. Then the hero asked what Hazel was going to do now. Hazel spun around and called the couple disgusting criminals. They didn't understand why they were suddenly being attacked. They bolted from the night, yelling that this wasn't part of the deal. Dylan was stunned that human trafficking had been going on right under their noses the whole time. Giselle was annoyed these wannabe kidnappers didn't even get her to the destination, since at least there she wouldn't be burned at the stake. After calming down a bit, Giselle gave Dylan a disgruntled look. Suddenly, the knight started scrutinizing the girl's face. Dylan stared intently at Giselle's hair. He could tell it wasn't magic, so how did she change the color, or did it just change on its own? Giselle apologized and told Dylan that his actions were hurting her. The knight immediately pulled his hand away from the girl, even though he wasn't happy with what he'd found. Giselle immediately said she didn't understand why people could be so awful. Dylan asked her to repeat the question, but she pretended she hadn't said anything. The knight pointed out she looked different, but this was still Giselle Losben, just completely out of her mind. Giselle started to say she wasn't crazy, but then Hassel came running up, totally winded. Dylan asked the captain why he was back and why he was in such a hurry. Hassel said that couple poisoned Giselle Losben, but they claimed the dose wasn't lethal. Now Giselle realized her weird feeling was partly due to poison. She looked at Dylan and demanded he give her the poison. The girl figured if Dylan was going to offer anyway, he might as well do it with poison. The guy asked if she even understood what she was asking for. Giselle screamed she didn't want to be hanged or burned. It'd be way better to drink poison. Dylan decided the brunette had really lost it. Giselle pretended to feel sick, like the poison was already kicking in. After that, Giselle was back at it, begging Dylan for poison so she could kick the bucket faster, since she'd be dead before they even got to the execution site. Dylan was sick of listening to her, so he ordered the soldiers to get his horse ready, pronto. Dylan also ordered Sir Hassel's arrest for betraying the knight's code and getting involved in human trafficking. Hassel clearly wasn't expecting that accusation and fought the arrest tooth and nail. Dylan hated guys like that who trashed the knight's honor. A soldier reported that Dylan's horse was saddled up and ready to roll. Giselle pleaded with the knight to listen to her, but the guy just scooped her up and threw her over his shoulder. Stone-faced and with the girl screaming her head off, Dylan carried the heroine towards the horse. Now Giselle had absolutely no clue what this knight jerk was planning. Dylan plopped the girl in the saddle and said there was an antidote back at camp, but she sure as hell wouldn't make it there on foot. Giselle couldn't figure out why the guy went to get the antidote. I mean, he wants her dead, right? She asked for the poison again, but Dylan just started straight up ignoring her, talking to the knight. Then the blonde hops on the horse, like, right up against her. Seconds later, they're tearing back to camp, and Giselle's still begging him to listen and give her the poison. Just like Dylan said, the knight's camp wasn't far from where they met up. Giselle watched the knight rummage around in his supplies, looking for something. Finally, Dylan found what he was after and turned right back to her. He handed over the vial, saying it was the poison she wanted so badly. The heroine didn't hesitate. She chugged the whole damn thing. After that, she just let out a frustrated sigh. She's accusing Dylan of slipping her the antidote, disguised as poison. But knights don't lie. It's the code. Giselle pointed out that with that kind of attitude, knights will be the death of people. Meanwhile, Dylan was trying to figure out what makes this girl tick. That's exactly why he gave her the antidote disguised as poison, but she drank it down without a second thought. So it looks like Giselle Loisben really did want to die. What's been eating at Dylan, too, is the changes she's gone through. Aside from the physical changes, there's this raw, untamed magical power swirling around her, and it's freaking him out. Her whole vibe, her aura, even her manners are different. While he was staring, Giselle asked him when he was gonna stop gawking. Dylan still didn't answer, which started to freak Giselle out. The knight finally spoke up, saying he wasn't planning on offing her. She couldn't figure out why the guy suddenly changed his mind. The knight wondered why he'd answered like that. Maybe the girl had gotten to him somehow. Giselle figured Dylan was just playing with words and was planning to burn her at the stake. The guy was clearly surprised by what the brunette was thinking. The girl demanded poison because she didn't want to die in the fire. Dylan was shocked. She thought he was the kind of guy who enjoyed offing people. Dylan repeated that he wasn't going to kill her, but she didn't believe him. The hero said the antidote would work in half an hour, and then he'd take her to Ordeon. Giselle started frantically trying to figure out how to escape in the next half hour. But from the outside, it just looked like she was sitting there with a grumpy face. Giselle thought the camp should have sturdier defenses. As it was, it felt like some nobleman just went for a stroll. Dylan explained that the knight's operations are funded by sponsors and voluntary donations. Giselle called his words a thinly veiled version of a conspiracy by those in power. The blonde guy remembered Giselle used to think she could buy the knight's loyalty with money. The dude was thinking, how messed up can things get when someone's soul changes that much? The hero pointed out that the Loisben family only had themselves to blame for funding dark mages. Giselle shot back that Dylan himself also gets pardons and donations. She figured there's no difference between donating to dark or light mages, 'cause history's written by the victors. Dylan asked if Giselle was trying to justify herself that way, but she didn't want to keep talking about it. Giselle asked if Dylan knew anything about the forbidden technique she was practicing before she was locked up. When she got a negative answer, she was bummed that the leader was so out of the loop. Giselle's words caught the guy off guard and really got him thinking. Giselle figured the knight was only hung up on the power of love. She realized she'd put her foot in her mouth and immediately started backpedaling, claiming she'd totally lost interest in Dylan. The hero got the impression that Giselle was now interested in Renji. Dylan warned her that neither she nor that dark mage could mess with Vivienne. Suddenly, Giselle acted like she'd just heard the wisest words all day. The girl replied that she wasn't trying to interfere with anything, asked for the poison again, and wondered why the knight was being so nice to her when they were supposed to be enemies. The guy remembered his conversation with Vivienne and figured she'd been kind to Renji. Then the knight recalled the girl's desire to split up Giselle and Renji ASAP. Dylan snapped, saying Giselle had no clue about the damage Renji had caused and was sticking her nose in where it didn't belong. The girl found those words amusing, and she wasn't hiding her reaction. She told Dylan he was only seeing what he wanted to see, not what was actually there. If his power works like that, then it's pretty much useless. Rage filled Dylan. He jumped up and lunged at her. Giselle asked if he was finally going to try and choke her out this time. She figured Dylan was trying to squeeze the truth out of her about how she knew so much. But if he's choking her, she obviously can't talk, so he needs to make up his mind. The girl spoke calmly, but the knight could still see the fear in her eyes. He realized Giselle was actually terrified of the situation. Gotta remember, she ended up here because she was kidnapped. Dylan was thrown for a loop, totally unsure what he even wanted from Giselle. Eventually, the dude calmed down and realized he'd just fallen for some basic bait. The knight got his act together and decided to just chill out for the rest of the time. The girl watched closely as the novel's hero distanced himself from her. Once she was sure she wasn't in immediate danger, Giselle could finally breathe easy. Just a few seconds ago, she was convinced she was a goner. Giselle was relieved Dylan hadn't noticed the missing mark from his magic. She figured Dylan was clueless, but she wasn't about to tell him about Burfin showing up in that girl's condition. Giselle wondered if she should tell the guy about her resistance to poison. Vivienne seemed shady, but Dylan actually believes Renji double-crossed them. But if this dude knows nothing, why is he chasing Giselle instead of just falling for Vivienne and living happily ever after? All this thinking just gave our girl a whole new level of headache. She figured the magic had to be working here, so she just needed to believe in Renji. Giselle's head started spinning like crazy, and she began to black out. She called out for Renji, not really expecting him to hear. In her last moments, she thought about the butterflies, believing they'd find her soon. Seconds later, boom! An explosion rocked the place, and the shockwave sent Giselle and her chair flying towards Dylan. Renji appeared in the doorway, surrounded by dark magical energy. The mage spotted the girl and headed straight for her, saying he'd come to get her. Seeing her boss, the girl quietly apologized to him. The guy said everything was cool and she just needed to catch some Z's. The dark mage scooped up Giselle and started to bounce. Renji wasn't even clocking anything except the girl sleeping in his arms. At the last second, he heard Dylan yelling, demanding to know how Renji even got in there. The whole room was crackling with two totally opposite magical vibes. Dylan went for the dark mage, but he just blocked the attack with a magic shield. No sweat. After that, the dude just stopped and gave the blonde a look. Dylan was back to being all fired up and wasn't about to let the dark mage walk away that easy. By then, all the knights in the camp had come running because of the commotion. Renji told Dylan he didn't realize the knight commander's hobby was snatching people. One of the soldiers decided to rush the mage for insulting their captain's honor. The guy held his sword out in front of him and charged. The knight didn't expect the mage to use magic with his hands full. By the time he got close to Renji and realized how screwed he was, it was too late. The knight saw a blast of magic coming at him, and he was frozen in fear. The next second, the guy was dead, which definitely took the wind out of the other knight's sails. Dylan was ashamed of the knights for getting so spooked by the dark mage's actions. The next second, Dylan himself was surprised by what he was seeing. Renji's hair color was gradually starting to turn white. The knight realized that something had changed in both the guy and his magic. One of the knights yelled for everyone to run, but Dylan was lost in thought and didn't immediately see the danger. Even seeing the attack coming, the blonde couldn't believe someone could even pull something like that off. Renji was holding up a defensive barrier while simultaneously using powerful offensive magic. Dylan didn't understand how the dark-haired guy managed to cover such a wide area, especially since he started out as a butterfly. The blonde felt like if he didn't strike first, everyone here was toast. If Renji's magical energy is unleashed, it won't stop until it takes everyone out. The guy activated his spell and poured all his strength into his sword. With a shout, Dylan charged at Renji, who had already completely transformed into a blonde. The dark mage was still holding the sleeping girl in his arms. Dylan closed in on the dark mage and tried to break through the barrier with light magic. To the blonde's surprise, all the magical energy just vanished at the last second. Instead, a weird fog rolled in, and Dylan had no clue who was behind this magic. Then it hit him. That wasn't fog, it was Giselle's magical energy. Looks like that passive power that always hung around her just suddenly kicked in. This power didn't just stop Dylan's attack, it seriously weakened the dark magic too. With Renji's shield down a bit, Dylan figured it was time to strike. Best chance he's had in years. Focusing on brute strength, the knight charged forward again. Renji wasn't expecting things to go down like this, or that Dylan would jump on it so fast. But the blonde still couldn't land a hit. His attack just slammed into something invisible. Then, in a flash, he felt Giselle's magic starting to suck up all the power around them, everything. Renji just said she's a real sensitive one, that's all. After that, Renji told Giselle it was time for her to get some rest. The dark mage added he'd love to tear this whole place down, so Dylan should thank Giselle and his lucky stars it's not happening. Activating the magic circle, Renji added he had a question for Blondie, but it'd be better to ask Giselle. Vanishing, Renji said Dylan didn't have to worry about Giselle anymore. The dark-haired guy warned Dylan that in the future, he wouldn't even be allowed to touch a hair on her head. Hard to say how long Giselle was out, but she finally woke up. She was surprised to find herself with Isabella and Golem number 9. Isabella said if they'd found Giselle any later, a whole country would have been wiped off the map. Giselle thought the doll was exaggerating, but Isabella insisted she was telling the honest truth. This ghost just said he's never seen a mage this dumb before. Giselle asked how she got to the mansion. She thought her boss brought her here. She was sure she saw Renji at Dylan's camp, but the memory's kinda hazy. Giselle asked where Renji was now, 'cause she wanted to see him, and then the golem rolled up a wheelchair. The girl hopped in, pulled Isabel close, and thanked the golem again for taking care of her. Giselle was worried about the guy and figured he'd been channeling way too much magic. As the golem wheeled the brunette towards the mansion's owner, she noticed a weird glow outside. There was this huge magic circle blazing in the sky outside. She tried to get a better look, but the light was blinding. The heroine saw Renji. He was still casting magic, and his hair was all silvery gray again. She wanted to go to him and tried to stand, but immediately felt pain all over. Still, she didn't give up. If she couldn't walk over, she'd at least try to stand. But the pain was too much, and she was too weak. She immediately plopped back into the chair. Renji noticed her and headed straight over. He said she'd shown up at the perfect time. Giselle could tell something was off with him. Looking intently at the brunette, Renji announced he had something he wanted to tell her. This version of Renji low-key freaked her out, but she didn't want to show her fear or doubts. Renji remembered that she'd once asked him what he expected from her. Starting today, the mage did have expectations of her. Considering that, it was now crucial for Giselle to stay in that house. The guy made it clear he wanted her around, not just right now, but down the line. After he said she wouldn't be able to leave the mansion, the girl felt like Renji was back to following the novel's plot. That's how the dark mage kept Vivienne, in chains, at his place. All Vivienne could do was beg him to let her go, but the dude turned her down every time. The book said his gorgeous silver hair shone blindingly white, and he himself practically glowed. It hit Giselle that she was in deep trouble now. Renji got close to her face and asked if she understood what he was saying. He was gorgeous and charming, but also seriously intimidating. The girl looked at him and couldn't bring herself to say no. Later, back in her room, Giselle thought about how things had definitely taken a turn. Unlike Vivienne, she ain't chained up, but who's to say that won't happen? Giselle tried to tell herself it was okay, 'cause she was free within the mansion walls. But deep down, she was totally freaked out. The girl knew she was living through that whole locked-up trope from the novel. This whole mess started with the upheaval back at the Runetti place and the formation of that goon squad. Giselle felt super awkward, 'cause she'd accidentally stepped into the main character's shoes. Still, it didn't make sense why she suddenly took Vivienne's place. There'd never been a complete character swap like this in the novel before. The reasons didn't matter now. She needed to figure out how to deal with this situation. After setting up the barriers, Renji crashed hard to get his magic back. No telling when the boss is gonna wake up now. She hated that Renji, in such a fragile state, didn't go rest but started making these defense barriers. Well, now we know where that giant magic circle in the sky came from. Protecting against Dylan was the priority, but she felt bad that the boss wasn't even waking up because of her. Isabel added that it was better this way than seeing a whole country get wrecked. Giselle still thought the ghost was exaggerating, but Isabel tried to explain that she hadn't seen the boss's wrath. The ghost said Giselle couldn't give up and that he was glad she could still hear him. She remembered that Renji wanted her dead when they first met, even gave her poison, but then he was too nice to her after that. She was torn between the good and bad Renji, not knowing which side of him to believe was the real one. She was sure he was healing her little by little so she couldn't escape the castle. Isabel was just glad the mage hadn't actually hurt the girl. The ghost figured it was basically the same as the sealing spell the mage used on him, just worded differently. The doll thought Renji might be keeping Giselle around because of her power. The ghost figured the mage was just using her, since she basically couldn't leave his mansion. The girl agreed that Renji definitely wasn't planning on letting her go. At the same time, Giselle realized that everything the dark mage did was to protect her. So it's like, how can you even complain about that, especially since things are going according to the original story again? The ghost wondered if there was anything special about the time when the girl was kidnapped. When Giselle said her life was hanging by a thread, the ghost realized that's what triggered the soul and body to merge so quickly. So now the girl's surrounded by some seriously weird magic. Isabel figured that magic was stuck with the girl for good, so the dark mage decided to keep her close and never let her go. Giselle wondered if Renji would try to snatch the ghost if their souls were similar, but the doll said that was impossible. The ghost lost all his power when he lost his body, so now he's just a soul without a shell. Giselle felt bummed that even great mages are just people with a limited shelf life. The heroine thought the guy should really watch his health, so he doesn't end up in the same boat. Isabel chimed in that because the heroine cares about Renji, the magic's letting him heal up faster. The ghost didn't get why Giselle was worried about the guy who locked her up. The girl replied that the guy had saved her life a bunch of times and always looks out for her. Giselle wondered exactly how their relationship had developed, whether it was based on attachment or something else. The heroine couldn't quite put her finger on what she was feeling for her boss right now. Doll thought it was for the best that Giselle didn't see how Renji acted while she was gone. Now the brunette understood that Renji really crossed a line when she was kidnapped. Meanwhile, Dylan decided to check out the town where the criminals were snatching people from. When they got there, the knights were stunned by what they saw. The whole village was wrecked, and you could still smell the burning in the streets. One of the knights said this place couldn't even be called a town anymore. Even though this town was territory the knights planned to wipe out, they couldn't help but feel sorry for the people. Someone spotted survivors and immediately reported it to the captain. The knight up front signaled that someone was approaching from that direction. Even from a distance, it was clear that whoever was coming towards them was trouble. The closer the dude got, the creepier he looked. This wasn't just some monster. The way he moved and the vibe he gave off screamed necromancy. Dylan was quick on the draw, told his squad to fall back. Only necromancers mess with that kind of magic, so dark mages are definitely behind this mess. But Renji ain't a necromancer, so he's not the one who did this, which means there's more than one undead freak in this town. Out of nowhere, the zombie just stopped and called the knights a bunch of morons. The zombie started rambling about not resisting the wind, and Dylan got ready to draw his sword. The zombie charged at the knights, screaming, "Feel the terror!" and Dylan lopped his head clean off. The guy said they shouldn't waste time listening to undead garbage. He ordered the knights to take care of the zombies and get back to the investigation. The knights were still reeling, but they snapped out of it and started following orders. One of the subordinates approached the squad captain with some intel. He remembered dark mages hadn't left direct messages like this since that day. The day a piece of land twice the size of this city was turned to rubble. Back then, a dark mage called for everyone to unite and step out of the shadows so they wouldn't be seen as criminals anymore. Only one witness survived that day, and he's the one who told the story. According to him, a single mage with silver hair destroyed the entire city. The knight heard Wayne Eyre was recently spotted in another city, so he must have gotten here instantly thanks to his power. Now the words about the silver-haired guy were starting to mean something different to Dylan. Even the phrase about the massive amount of magical power seemed to fit Renji better than Wayne now. The only weird thing was that the survivor knew Wayne Eyre's name for sure. Later, Dylan kept replaying Giselle's words about him not seeing the real picture. The knight wondered why those words were stuck in his head so damn hard. Plus, that line about him being the leader but knowing so little really bugged him. After laying out his thoughts, the captain's second-in-command left to clear the city with the rest of the squad. Lately, Dylan had been feeling this inner unease more and more. A familiar female voice calling his name snapped him out of his thoughts. It was Viviana, all worked up, a total opposite of Giselle. Viviana thought her man was amazing for busting those human trafficking creeps. She immediately added that dark mages were messed up for wiping the city off the map. Dylan set Vivian straight, saying dark mages destroyed the city, but they weren't involved in the human trafficking. The blonde understood, because he knew the dark mages' selection criteria for human sacrifices. Vivian said thoughtfully that strange things had been happening around them for a while now. She started talking again, saying the dark mages' methods with Runetti had become totally different, so something must have changed. She figured Giselle was to blame for everything, that she summoned a devil and was now in charge. Dylan immediately replied that Giselle Loisben was the kidnapper's latest victim. Vivian was floored by this turn of events, so the hero had to repeat himself twice. In the end, the blonde said again that Giselle wasn't connected to the kidnappings, but Vivian didn't believe it. Dylan asked if she knew what forbidden technique Loisben had used. The girl replied that it was a forbidden demon summoning technique, because all forbidden techniques are the same. Dylan had even more questions after that answer, but he decided to hold off. He just wanted to know if there were any techniques that let magic float around someone. That question caught her off guard, and instead of answering, Viviana decided to ask something herself. She asked if Dylan had seen this magic with his own eyes. Now it was the guy's turn to be surprised. Viviana immediately added that she knew he could see other people's magic. Considering it was supposed to be a secret, Dylan didn't know how to respond. Viviana realized she'd let something slip, so she said her teacher had told her about his ability years ago. Dylan remembered the teacher strictly forbidding Viviana from knowing about his power when they were kids. Eventually, the guy just said it was cool. He was planning on telling her about his power anyway. Viviana asked if he was talking about Giselle Loisben. Dylan replied that it was just some random person in the city. The guy said he'd never seen anything like it, so he figured he'd ask the girl about it. Vivian guessed the dude had way too much magical juice, and his container just couldn't hold it all. Dylan was thinking that forbidden technique might have unlocked the witch inside Giselle, even though that shouldn't be possible. Vivian asked if Giselle was with Dylan, but the guy said he lost her. Dylan clarified that some dude named Renji, who came out of nowhere, snatched her up. Vivian was racking her brain, wondering what Renji wanted with Giselle, but she came up empty. But now it's pretty obvious that Renji and Loisben are on the same team. Dylan told her not to sweat the dark mages, just focus on her own stuff, and he'd handle everything else. One of Vivian's assistants called her over, saying the cleansing was about to start, and with that, our heroes decided to split up and get back to their own missions. But this time, the couple walked away from their conversation with totally different feelings. Vivian noticed that Dylan was being especially pushy with his questions today. Dylan, on the other hand, didn't pick up on Vivian acting any different and explained keeping his secret as just looking out for her, like a mentor would. Meanwhile, both of our lovebirds felt a growing tension because their other half was clearly hiding something. So both Vivian and Dylan were hoping to find Giselle even just a second before the other one did. Around that time, Giselle was sitting by the window, watching the magic barrier. She got distracted when Isabella came over and called her name. Giselle asked the ghost if she wanted to tell her something. The doll hesitated a bit before answering, which surprised Giselle. But the reason for her silence was probably Renji, who was standing nearby with a way too smug look on his face. The brunette picked up the doll and said she could say whatever she wanted because the boss wasn't going anywhere. The doll thought her boss was getting way too pushy, and Giselle totally agreed. Isabel stated that Giselle's soul and body were one and asked if she wanted to learn about her magical powers. As proof of the soul-body connection, her hair was still black after all this time. Giselle was stoked because her magic had recently helped Renji recover faster. The next second, the ghost said Giselle couldn't use magic. The heroine didn't get it, since magical power was supposed to obey her will. The doll pointed out that the magic only worked one way, meaning it wouldn't follow her commands. Giselle's persistence lets her influence the magic, but it's not guaranteed to work every time. Giselle remembered her magic helping Renji, and he overheard and said he really appreciated her looking out for him. Giselle was actually pissed that she was so worried about the dude who'd spent all his energy locking her up in this castle. Renji suggested she ditch the freaking doll and come join him at the table for a snack. Giselle thought the guy's offer was straight up audacious, and the ghost started freaking out about being called a cursed doll. Giselle said she was full, secretly wishing she had the main character's skills from the book. Renji wasn't digging his girl and employee's passive behavior. He decided to fix that, so he got up from the table. Getting closer to her, the mage reminded her that he locked her up here for her own good. The guy figured the heroine didn't need any kind of power at all. Giselle said she needed powers at least to get the heck out of here. The guy asked with a smile what she'd even want to leave for. If she steps outside and runs into Dylan, there's no way he's just gonna let her walk away. Dude said that Banhell hasn't been safe lately because of that damn United Crackdown Squad. Giselle knew it from the book, and it just pissed her off even more that everything was going exactly according to the plot. In the novel, they talked about the squad as the strongest and biggest allied group of light mages and knights. Renji bragged that the barrier he created is way stronger than the one made during the Dark Mages gathering. Giselle shot back that she knows her boss's MO all too well. The girl got in his face, asking if the boss even knows how many days he's been holed up in here. She couldn't figure out why he locked himself in this place, and Renji said he wants to be where she is. The brunette remembered that Viviana only escaped because of her powers, but she doesn't have any. Giselle tried to get through to the boss, telling him he needs to get out there and fight with the others as the strongest dark mage. Renji made it clear he wasn't just strong, he was the strongest. This dude was seeing the whole thing from a completely different angle. He straight up said he just wanted to make his dreams a reality. And to do that, the heroine needed to be in Renji's sights at all times. Giselle said that's exactly why she needed power. If she was strong, she could fight alongside him. The guy gave her a hard look, then told her she was getting the wrong idea. Getting up close to her, he said he wasn't letting her go anywhere, even if she got powers. Then he just came out and said it. He was forbidding Giselle from leaving the castle, and he wanted her to stay with him always. As he confessed this, Renji kept getting closer and closer to Giselle. Moments later, she was on the bed, a mess of embarrassment, doubt, and fear. The worst part was, being that close to such a hottie was giving her butterflies, but she was too embarrassed to say anything. Plus, the dark mage was looking ridiculously hot and tempting right now. She tried to pull herself together and reminded him about that prophetic book from her world. Renji thought it was just some romance novel, but he did remember that it said he'd imprison Viviane, and Dylan would come to rescue her. She could tell he wasn't taking her warnings about what was going to happen seriously. Giselle pointed out that Dylan wasn't the only problem because Windria was supposed to die at this point in the story, and he remembered that too. She was running out of ideas on how to get Renji to listen to her. In the original storyline, Windria died right after the imprisonment, trying to stop Viviane from escaping. After that, Sulyan wanted revenge for his friend's death, but instead of fighting Viviane, he ran into Dylan and got himself offed. Gilberton was the last to go, protecting the boss until his final breath. Things are gonna play out differently now because Dylan ain't heading to the mansion to rescue Giselle, but something similar might still go down. Renji figured Windria shouldn't be told about this, cause it'd bruise her ego. The guy reminded him that Giselle once asked him to kick Windria out of the store, so he's surprised she's suddenly so concerned about her. Giselle snapped, yelling that she can't help but worry, cause she's grown super attached to everyone around him. The guy was seriously annoyed by her saying she was attached to his circle. Renji decided that being so easily attached means absolutely nothing, which makes her totally unreliable.